Hello, check.
Now we shall proceed with the felicitation program. I request all the dignitaries to kindly remain on stage. I now request Shivraj Taur, Student President, to kindly felicitate Dr. Priyanka Rathi ma'am.
I now request Puranjana Sinha to felicitate Dr. Reshma Chavan ma'am. I now request Dr. Priyanka Radhi ma'am and Pratmesh Davkar to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Sanjeev Zadav.
I now request Dr. Reshma Sawan ma'am and Puranjana Sinha Mahabhatra to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Sushant Sinde.
I now request Dr. Pankaj Joshi sir to felicitate our MUHS observer, Dr. Pratap Bhosle.
I now request Prathamesh Davkar to felicitate Dr. Pankaj Joshi sir. Thank you everyone. Our college, Government Medical College MIRAJ, established in 1962, is a premium institute which has been providing medical education and clinical skills to young students since its inception. Since then, GMC MIRAJ and PVBGH Sangli has been tirelessly catering to the health needs of a large population. The college is affiliated to two tertiary care centers which cater to a huge patient inflow. GMC Mirrors not only focuses on providing academic knowledge and teaching skills, but also gives students a chance to explore oneself and one's capabilities. The college proudly boasts of its glorious past and continues to work towards excellence.
Mediciencia, as the name suggests, is a feast of knowledge and experience. Over the last 3 days, we conducted numerous workshops such as suturing, radiology, basic life support, advanced cardiovascular life support, skill lab, etc., where students from different medical colleges came here to get a hands-on experience that will surely give them an edge as a medical student and their journey to become a future doctor. The response we received was truly overwhelming.
I now request Shreyash Kulkarni and Rutuja Nikhare to please come on stage to introduce the event Mediciencia.
Hello. Good morning, all the respected dignitaries, all the elegant speakers, the organizing team of Mediciencia 2022, and all my beloved delegates. I, Master Shreyash Kulkarni,
And I, Rutuja Nikhare, have been given this huge honor of introducing Mediciencia to you all. Mediciencia was first conceived and conducted by 2016 batch in 2016. It was an effort to make academic gatherings, which were usually held in metropolitan cities, accessible to us on our doorstep.
now we are proudly standing here as the organizing secretaries of Mediciencia 2022, passing on the torch on to our juniors. Besides congratulating you all, we are also standing here to pass on the great responsibility of perpetuating the knowledge to the people from our shoulders to those of yours.
With each passing year, the flame of this torch burns brighter, and so does the famishing minds who feast on this knowledge. You might be wondering what a participant in Mediciencia gets from Mediciencia.
Now we all know that this is an ever-changing and competitive field. Now in this competitive field, Mediciencia not only provides you with a helping hand to enhance your practical skills by providing you with a range of hands-on experiences, but also helps you expand your knowledge base regarding the current topics of relevance by inviting such honorable and elegant dignitaries to educate you all.
This fiesta also provides you with a platform to explore and prove your knowledge in forms of various academic competitions such as presentations, seminars, debates, quizzes, and whatnot.
Most importantly, the institution of GMCH Mirrors and PVPGH Sangli have always been on a forefoot for ensuring that the students get the best academic exposure as they can and be the best doctor versions of themselves once they graduate.
They focus on the holistic development of the students, which helps them play a pivotal role of doctors in a society. Now, this was all about what Mediciencia can do for the participants. Now, let us share with you what Mediciencia means to us.
Now, I think the organizing committee might agree with me. This sure is a golden page in the history of our college lives. Now, the memories of which will be carried for a lifetime. Organizing such grand curricular conference at the start of the careers helps us enhance our entrepreneurial, leaderships and operational skills, helping us become an all-rounder individual and a vigilant doctor.
And now, when we see our juniors organizing this event, they remind us of ourselves some 2 years ago, scattering their enthusiasm and spreading the inquisitiveness amongst the ones who are hungry for knowledge. It is really commendable that this diligent team of dedicated people worked tirelessly day and night and managed to accomplish something which was impossible in 2 months.
Now, as an organizing secretaries, we have a special emotional attachment to this event. It is just like seeing your own child grow into a mature individual when we pass on the legacy from our shoulders to those of yours.
The core value and the spirit of Mediciencia is envision, persevere, and accomplish. We, the students of GMC Miraj, have always strived to envision the change for the good of the society. will always have the perseverance to bring in that change and accomplish the goal that we set up.
We hope that the spirit of Mediciencia ignites the same flame in the aspiring young doctors and motivates them to take on the same torch to further heights, which will serve as the guiding light to the ones who need it.
And at the end of the day, the future belongs to the ones who have the courage to dream something big.
We give our best compliments and wishes to the organizers and hope that this rich legacy is being continued. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those kind words. I now request Dr. Priyanka Rathi ma'am to say a few words.
Respected dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, all my dear students and all the delegates. Keeping the tradition of GMC Mirrors, here we are again to celebrate the academic feast that is Mediciencia 2024. Me being an alumni of GMC Mirrors, I am really partial to this event because I have seen the previous years. Due to the median pause of COVID, only few years we were not able to arrange Mediciencia, but the whole world was on standstill. But here we are again with a very new event. All the organizing team I have seen been working day and night, toiling for this event. We have witnessed the 2-3 days workshops which were meticulously curated according to your needs, which you needed, which was the basic skill which was needed. And these 3 days, I am seeing the speakers, eminent speakers over here, which you are going to witness this big academic extravaganza. So I would like to wish a huge, humongous success for this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. I now like to call upon Dr. Reshma Chavan, ma'am, to share a few words.
Welcome all of you to the world of Mediciencia, and all undergraduates are worked hard for this, and we are happy to share the workshops and feast of knowledge with a series of lectures, poster presentations, and so 2 more. So we all of you wishes all the best for the event, and this event will be memorable for all of you with experience of knowledge, lots of knowledge, and experience of work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Following the success of workshops, we now begin our conference. Let us give you a glimpse into today's schedule. We have some of India's top medical professionals here to share their knowledge, wisdom, insights, skills, and their experience that they have gathered throughout their years of medical practice. Dr. Shinde, who will be speaking on how we can unleash our maximum potential as medical students, who will be followed by Dr. Jadhav, who will be telling us about the very first uterus transplant of our country and the importance of organ donation in today's time. Dr. Rokade will be speaking about medico-legal aspects of current medical practice.
And Dr. Shah, who will tell us about when emotional pain comes out as physical symptoms. Later on, Dr. Mundara will be joining us all the way from Dubai via webinar to talk to us about the one-of-a-kind gene therapy, followed by Dr. Neemani, who will be speaking about next-generation hematology. So gear up for a day of learning about advancements in medical science and delve deeper into the expertise of our renowned orators. We shall now begin with the orations.
I now request our guests to kindly get off the dais and we'll start with our orations.
चालू करून दे.
किसको बोला लो?
हेलो
बघू ऑन करो.
हेलो चेक हेलो
A very good morning to everybody present here. I am Sanjana Zadhav.
And I, Aniruddhavati, welcome you all here today. It is my distinct honor to introduce a truly remarkable individual in the field of cardiac and thoracic surgery, Dr. Sanjeev Zadhav.
Dr. Zadhav will be speaking today on his experience of pioneering the uterus transplant in our country and pioneering heart and lung transplants in Western India and Maharashtra. Dr. Zadhav is a distinguished heart and lung surgeon with an extensive career spanning over 25 years. He holds multiple degrees including MBBS, MS, MCH, DNB, and is a fellow of the Indian Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons.
With a staggering record of performing more than 7,000 surgeries, Dr. Zadhav has made a significant contribution to both cardiac and lung transplant procedure. Notably, he is the first surgeon in the world to successfully conduct heart, lung, kidney, uterus transplant, showcasing the innovative spirit and dedication to advancing medical sciences.
Dr. Zadhav pioneered uterus transplants in India and has been at the forefront of heart and lung transplant. He currently serves as a consultant CVTS and heart and lung transplant surgeon at Apollo Hospitals, Navi Mumbai.
His journey began at BJ Medical College and Sassoon Hospital, where he completed his MBBS and MS in general surgery under the mentorship of a renowned oncosurgeon, Dr. M.J. Mehta.
Dr. Zadhav's impressive experience includes serving as an honorary cardiovascular surgeon at Tata Memorial Hospital and a lecturer at KEM Hospital, Mumbai. He further honed his skills during the 3.5 years in Australia, where he trained at prestigious institutions like Prince of Wales Hospital and Sydney Children's Hospital, completing fellowships in both adult and pediatric cardiac surgery.
His extensive training also covers advanced techniques such as valve repair, aortic surgeries, video-associated thoracic surgeries, ECMO management for pediatric patients.
We are truly privileged to have such an esteemed expert with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sanjeev Zadhav to the stage.
Good morning. Organizers of Mediciencia, esteemed teachers, thank you for inviting me here, this Mediciencia event. And actually looking at all you, I am recollecting my own days in BJ Medical College in Pune. Thank you so much for inviting me. Actually, I am not presenting too much scientific data here. First heart transplant was done in KEM Hospital in 1968. That was world's 6th heart transplant and India's first. But unfortunately, that was very unsuccessful. And after that, almost 50 years, nobody tried to do a heart-lung transplant in Western India. And we did it in 2015 for the first time and pioneered the heart transplant followed by the lung transplant in Western India. Usually any patient who is having serious issues with his heart functions, ejection fraction below 20-25%, and he is extremely symptomatic, that patient becomes a candidate for heart transplant after it is evaluation. There is a battery of investigation which is required for heart and lung transplant, and once they are done and the battery of investigation suggests that this is an appropriate candidate, then patient is suitable for heart transplant. I'm just moving through this slide. So this is the story of first heart transplant of Maharashtra and Western India. This patient actually was a 42-year-old lady, and why this is so important, this photograph, nobody did in last after first failure in Maharashtra or Western India, nobody tried this heart transplant because there were serious issues regarding the management of this patient, immunosuppression, and if it again goes unsuccessful, it is a career issues for that cardiothoracic surgeon. Almost after 50 years, 47 years to be precise, we did this first heart transplant from Pune to Mumbai. That time I was working in Pune as a chief cardiothoracic surgeon at Jahangir Hospital, and she was a 42-year-old lady with a rupture cerebral aneurysm. She has pledged organ donation, and husband was also agreeing. She was O positive, and when we were about to do this heart transplant, the whole medical fraternity, especially in Pune and Mumbai, were looking at us and the possibility of success or failure of this endeavor. And I was working almost 48 hours, almost 2 days for this patient to survive. Patient was a brain dead patient, and we are managing that heart will stay alive in a good condition to be transported from Pune to Mumbai. And so during this stage, our recipient was in Mumbai, and he was around 20-year-old boy with repeated admissions, severe heart failure, and would have succumbed within 3 to 4 months if we hadn't had any heart transplant. So after this patient's husband was agreeing for organ donation, and the two teams were arrived on Sunday 2:30 a.m. and one of our team was in Pune, another team was in Mumbai, Fortis Hospital, and at 2:30 a.m. when patient was about to wheeled in to the operation theater to retrieve organs, parents were very extremely emotional, and we can understand a 40-year-old lady and brain dead, but for parents she is still not dead because her organs were still alive, heart was still beating, and it was extremely emotional moment for the patients, even for the medical fraternity, nurses and even doctors. So, and it was, try and understand, this was happening for the first time in Western India, not only in Maharashtra and Western India, it was happening for the first time. So our two teams in Pune and Mumbai at 2:30 a.m. In Mumbai, you can understand people travel 2 hours by a local train and come for work. Both teams were there at Pune and Mumbai. When a patient was about to wheeled in, the parents, mother and father, denied permission for organ retrieval. And it was a huge blow to us. And but intensivists were quite hopeful that because husband was very cooperative, he was under, it was the patient's last wish that she would give organs for donation, and she has pledged for it. So we were there only, and our team dispersed from Pune and Mumbai, both cities, and at 10 a.m. in the morning, the intensivists were quite hopeful. The transplant coordinator again spoke to the parents, and they said yes. And again the patient was wheeled in for the uh, operation theatre, and this is a historical photograph in the operation theatre for Jahangir Hospital, where the first heart retrieval for heart transplant in Western India was going to happen. I was the surgeon, I was wearing loop for retrieval heart, and anesthesia was given by my wife only, Dr. Mona here. And so we decided to carry this organ. We had called actually naval helicopter initially, and naval helicopter landed at 2:30 a.m. Previous night, and when the patient's relatives denied, it went back. It was August and it was a rainy season. It was difficult for the helicopter. Lonavala has a naval base. I also was not aware of it. Lonavala has Air Force station also and naval base also. So they sent a helicopter to carry organ from Pune to Mumbai. And at 2:30, when parents denied the consent, the helicopter went back. And at 10 a.m. again we spoke to them whether they can happy to send a helicopter to carry the organ from Pune to Mumbai. But they denied because the weather was not great. Then I spoke to a commanding officer at Air Force Sukhoi. Pune has a very big Sukhoi station, fighter aeroplane station. I spoke to commanding officer there. He said, we are very happy to take your organ from Pune to Mumbai in 10 minutes in Sukhoi fighter, but a civilian cannot enter in this fighter plane. And that was a big crux for me, because retrieval organs responsibility lies with the retrieval surgeon. You know, I just can't hand over to somebody and he will carry. So we were in a bit fix that whether to carry. Then we asked for a air ambulance, and as we were waiting for air ambulance to land, this was a photograph that we took for air ambulance to land. Air ambulance came from Delhi, landed in Pune. And as soon as air ambulance landed, we started with a sternal incision, and this is a sternal saw. I'm just running the slides a bit fast. You can see the heart is beating nicely, and this is the first retrieved heart of Western India, Maharashtra in particular, for heart transplant. So simultaneously liver was also dissected. You can see both thoracic and abdominal incisions are taken. So we retrieved the heart in 7 minutes. Then we transported normally from Jahangir Hospital to airport. It's a very busy road, and normally it would take around 35 to 45 minutes to travel. But we carried with a Indianized version of Green Corridor. That was also we did for the first time in the Western India. Green Corridor. When I was in Australia, the Green Corridor means all the signals are connected to the satellite, and via satellite all traffic signals are green. So the car, which was a V6 engine in Australia, which used to travel 160 kilometers per hour, and it is really scary to sit in a car who is driving. And a driver always used to be 150, 160 kg person, and I used to sit next to him, and car is traveling around 150, 160 kilometers. So it was, in Pune, it was an Indianized version with a RTO police officers jeep in front of us, and they are clearing ways for us to the airport. We did it in 10 minutes, so organ was retrieved in 7 minutes. We reached Pune airport 10 minutes. From Pune airport, we reached Mumbai airport within 30 minutes. And we did a heart transplant within 1 hour. So another our team was in Mumbai at the same time. So I went with the organ. And it was the first successful heart transplant. The moment the heart was beating, the whole team, which was consist of around 30-35 doctors, nurses, everybody was elated, because this was a historic moment for us as a medical fraternity. And the same spirit I am here to give it to you as a dream, as a medical students. So this was next day in a paper that I was, like my own heart was brought to Mumbai. This was my words. I spoke to the newspaper. This was Indian Express, the huge press conference, and media gave a huge exposure to this event. And this was our first transplant patient when I had gone on day 14 to meet him. And this was second patient, and this was the third patient from Nashik. So you can imagine, जी गोष्ट 50 वर्ष झाली नाही, ती गोष्ट एका महिन्यात 3 वेळा झाली आणि 3 वेळा सक्सेसफुल झाली. So the credit goes to the people, patients who have given their organs. The donors, they are actually, credit should go to them, because if they wouldn't have done it, this event wouldn't have happened and these 3 people wouldn't have survived, because they are dying patients and they would die within 2 months or 3 months with massive heart failure. So this is another patient. We did it, and you can see he is still intubated and is showing sign of V. So it's just another open heart surgery, like our day-to-day work is doing bypass surgery or valve or any other open or lung surgeries. So it is just another, but it has lot of intricacies, lot of planning, and lot of coordination is required for to make this surgery successful. So this is a pediatric patient. We did heart transplant, and you can see he's still intubated 3-4 hours and is showing thumbs up. So this is another example. So heart-lung transplants are the stories of destiny. There are many patients who are waiting on waiting list for years together and कधीच होत नाही त्यांचं. काही लोकांचं आज रजिस्टर केलं दुसऱ्या दिवशी होतं. There are multiple parameters which it happens. Blood group, immunological matching. There are a lot of other things. Finances are very important thing. This Suhana Sheikh was a dilated cardiomyopathy patient. She was a 12-year-old child, and she actually admitted in Fortis Hospital 6 times in 2 months. And she was a financially challenged, actually BMC bus driver's daughter. And 6 admission in a corporate hospital. You can imagine for how much finances are required in ICU. And I had gone to Mumbai from Pune. I used to stay in Pune and used to go to Mumbai to do all these high-end cases. So I had gone to do another transplant, which the organ was supposed to come from Gujarat. Our another team had gone to Gujarat to retrieve the organ from Gujarat. And meanwhile, I was there in the hospital. The pediatric cardiac anesthetists were very persistent to let me know ki sir तुम्ही एकदा हा patient बघा, तुम्ही एकदा patient बघा. So I said that she's 12-year-old patient, and there is no point, because you don't get matching of size organs from adult to pediatric. You know, it's very difficult to match small size heart, aorta, pulmonary artery, left atrium, and suture were large size structures. So, and a small 6 or 7 needle hole will kill the patient on table. So if it starts leaking from there. So I was little, little hesitant to listen to what he is saying, but he was very persistent. And I told him, what is the use of me going and seeing the patient, because there is no donor for this patient. So there is one 47-year-old lady in Fortis Hospital only. Can we do it? So I said, no, she is an adult, this is a 12-year-old child, and Suhana had left school. कारण तिचा वर्ग जो होता तो पहिल्या मजल्यावर होता, तर तिला पहिल्या मजल्यावर सुद्धा जायचं नाही. सो शी वॉज सो मच ब्रेथलेस. तर शाळा पण सोडली होती तिने 2 वर्षांपासून. तर ही वॉज टेलिंग मी ऑल दिस इन बॅकग्राऊंड. सो आय सेड ओके, लेट्स गो अँड सी. सो वी वेंट टू अ pediatric ICU which was in another building, and I saw her from a distance only. The pediatric intensivist was explaining me the case, and he said, we are not going to intubate her now, because there is a grim chance of getting organ for her, and financially she is exhausted, so we may not intubate her. So when I saw her from distance, majority of these people, you guys might have not seen Anand movie in with Rajesh Khanna. तिला बघितल्यानंतर मला अगदी राजेश खन्नाच्या त्या शेवटच्या ह्याच्यामधलं आठवण झाली की राजेश खन्ना लाईंग ऑन डेथ बेड, and gasping for last few seconds. She was exactly like that. So I saw her from distance, and that pediatric intensivist was persistent. Ashi ti janarach hai, why don't you do it? I said, there is no point in just doing it and killing her. So, but he was very persistent. So I said, that lady is also organar going to go west. And so at last moment I said, okay, let's try. So we quickly discussed with the management, because finance is a very major issue. There is a huge finances required. Fortunately, the management that time was also okay for us to go ahead. See, that is why I called it, this is a story of destiny. या सगळ्या गोष्टी जुळून येतात. कशा जुळून येतात वी डोंट नो. यू नो सर, हा योगायोग म्हणा किंवा काही म्हणा, तर इट हॅपन्स ॲट दॅट मोमेंट. And we took her to the operation theater, took the donor to the operation theater, and we did a transplant of a 47-year-old lady. Heart was used to transplant this girl who was gasping, almost gasping. And on day 4, I went to see her, and she was sitting up. And you can see the very she was having very small doses of inotropes. The heart was working absolutely all right. And this was a photographer while she was coming up for the first. And there was another big story in newspapers regarding this dilated cardiomyopathy lady. And she had come to meet me in Apollo Hospital. That time, this is photograph. So this case I did in 2017, and she is doing very well now. She has started college also actually. So this is how we generate funds from celebrities for patients who are financially challenged. So this is again, as I'm telling you, this is a story of destiny, heart-lung transplant. So there was one patient called Natalia. She was Ukraine, residing in Ukraine. You can imagine Ukraine was a part of USSR and used to make nuclear submarines. You can technologically very advanced country, but heart transplant hot nahi. And we, from a developing country, we are doing heart-lung transplant. This is a huge achievement for a medical fraternity as a country. So she had a delivery, she delivered twins and went into massive heart failure. This was the doctors, they didn't realize what it was. And there was a severe AR and MR, double valve leakage, and they did a double valve replacement there. And after double valve replacement, she further went into massive heart failure, and she was transported from Ukraine to Mumbai for a possibility of heart transplant. When we evaluated, she was a typical case of postpartum cardiomyopathy, and this was, so any donated organ in India is a national treasure. So this treasure should be given to an Indian citizen first, and then last, if they are not available, then it is given to a foreign national. So her chances of getting heart transplant were very glim, because she is a foreign national and a country of 140 crore people. असं होणंच शक्य नाही की ज्यांना हार्ट ट्रान्सप्लांट ते वेटिंग लिस्टवर नाही आहेत. तर हर चान्सेस वर व्हेरी ग्लीम. But again, I told you story of destiny. And on 4th day, she got a heart. We did a heart transplant. We put her on ECMO because she was in massive heart failure. ECMO is an extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. It is just a miniature version of heart-lung machine. So we put her on ECMO, and on day 4 she got heart. We did a heart transplant, and it was an interstate heart transplant. The donor was playing dahi andi. He fell from height and became brain dead and donated organs, and which was given to this lady. There was a huge media coverage for this first interstate heart transplant. Interstate heart transplant, why I am stressing? Because heart will survive only 4 hours once you retrieve it. So retrieving organ from Gujarat, getting up in Mumbai, it takes a lot of time. You need to plan, coordinate in such a way that you will use minimum ischemic time, because you need to do operation also. You need time to do an operation also. So it's a, so this is the photograph VA ECMO we did for her. And this is day 10. She is up and about, and there are multiple. Again, this is an Adinath Satav patient, my patient from Pune, police constable, and police constable's son. And he has also undergone heart transplant. And he was refusing. His father was not actually trusting us in Pune that this patient requires, your son requires heart transplant. बऱ्याच वेळा पेशंटचे रिलेटिव्ह निग्लिजंट असतात आणि विश्वास ठेवत नाही किंवा बऱ्याच वेळा असं वाटतं की डॉक्टरचा काहीतरी इंटरेस्ट आहे म्हणून डॉक्टर सांगतोय की हार्ट ट्रान्सप्लांट. तर इट वॉज टिपिकल दॅट काइंड ऑफ पेशंट. अँड वेन हे बिकम व्हेरी सिरियस दॅट टाइम दे टूक हिम टू जहांगीर हॉस्पिटल अगेन टू मी. अँड so the donor was in Pune. He was a marathon runner. He was running at 2 o'clock at night. I don't know why he was running at 2 o'clock at night, but he was run over by a dumper at 2 o'clock at night, and his body was carried to Jahangir Hospital. His heart was working, and when decided, I was also in Pune. Try and understand, the license to do heart transplant is in Mumbai, but the donor is in Pune, recipient is also in Pune, and the surgeon is also in Pune. So it was a tricky situation. So I called this Adinath, sent him, took his blood sample for cross matching, sent him by ambulance early to Mumbai. And then when he reached there, we arranged everything at recipient hospital and then decided to retrieve organ in Pune and did a heart transplant in Mumbai. And he was this post-op day first, 4 hours after extubation on day 1, and there was again brain dead marathon runners. So how lucky he is to get a heart of a marathon runner when he was very negligent and never wanted to do a heart transplant. His family never wanted to do. So it's all story of destiny, yoga yoga, whatever it. So he had come to meet me in Apollo Hospital when I left Fortis and joined Apollo Hospital, and he got married in 2019 also. Vittal Jadhav, this is another patient with dilated cardiomyopathy. Family was very reluctant, but only credit goes to his wife, who was very young, uneducated but very intelligent. And she took decisions to get him to do a heart transplant. And you can see this is another story. Indian Express and Times of India were very much covered this story. And this is how we get organs retrieved from at distance with helicopter or twin engine planes. I have a record on my name to get lung retrieved in Chandigarh, which is 900 nautical miles or 1600 kilometers from Chandigarh to Mumbai, and did a lung transplant in. So this was again another patient who was stung by bees, and he had heart failure, and he went to massive toxemia and heart failure. मधमाशा त्याला चावल्या शेतामध्ये, and he went to massive heart failure and acute kidney failure. And this is a photograph of a patient whose thoracic cavity, the heart is not there. This is a recipient photograph where we have already taken out heart and we are waiting for organ to come. We are waiting for organ to retrieve so that we can transplant it there. This is post-op day 1. You can see he's showing thumbs up. So it is just like another open heart operation. If you plan and execute well, the results are exceptionally well. So day 4 and day 6 he is walking. So this is our team at Apollo. This is feedback from another patient, Kannade. This is a farmer from Sangli actually, and ischemic dilated cardiomyopathy. He was not ready for operation, went in massive heart failure in Sangli, transported to Mumbai आणि ट्रान्सप्लांट करायला रेडीच नव्हता. पण एका स्टेजला त्याची मुलगी मुंबईत राहते आणि शी टूक डिसिजन, देन वी डिड हार्ट ट्रान्सप्लांट. दिस इज फोटो. तो मिशीला गावामधले लोक ताव मारतात तसा ही शोईंग अ फोटोग्राफ. हे फोटो घेताना ही वॉज, this is another patient from Chennai. He was admitted in Chennai hospital for heart transplant and he was registered with us in Mumbai. And when we had an organ with us in Apollo, we called him at 9 o'clock. He boarded his flight at 12 o'clock, reached here by 3 o'clock, and 6 a.m. we did his operation also. So it was his first birthday after heart transplant. Actually, the day we did heart transplant, it was his birthday. On that day, we did his heart transplant. So this is the incision for lung transplant, which is a clamshell incision. So this is a operative photograph for lung transplant. Clamshell is a clam. शिंपला कसा open होता तसे chest open होते, म्हणून त्याला clamshell incision म्हणतात. This is a retrieved lung which is kept on ice, and this is a video of a retrieved lung. We are giving pulmonoplegia through inferior after retrieval. This is how we retrieve lung while taking. This is a video of a en-bloc heart and lung retrieval. So incidentally, I did India's first uterus transplant also in Pune, and that time I was the only surgeon in India who was working for Apollo Group, Fortis Group and Care Group, which are the three biggest group in the country. And sitting in Pune, I used to work for all the three groups, which is a very rare phenomena in nowadays corporate practice. So we did a uterus transplant. She was a Rokitansky patient, congenital absence of uterus. This was a license which was given by the government on my name for uterus transplant. This was India's first uterus transplant, and we had done it before US, UK, France, Germany, all the major. Only Sweden has done, first world country Sweden has done before us successfully. Otherwise we have done before it. Try and understand, this is an extreme medical achievement for the country of 130 crores, you know. So this is the operative photograph of uterus transplant, and this is the uterus which is donated by the mother to the daughter, and this is again video. The most crux of the operation in kidney transplant or uterus transplant is a vascular anastomosis. So if you do this is a microvascular anastomosis done by usually cardiovascular surgeon, because they are in practice of doing coronary artery bypass surgeries. So it's their day-to-day work, and so we are in a habit or practice of doing such microvascular anastomosis. And so you can see the ovarian and uterine vessels, they don't have muscle wall as you would have in any another artery. So doing vascular anastomosis in this patient is extremely delicate and critical aspect of success in this operation. So this is the microvascular anastomosis going on for uterus transplant. And there was a big coverage, India's first uterus transplant, and we did back-to-back 2 uterus transplant, and both were successful. So these were the 2 patients undergone uterus transplant, and we did 2 operations and both 2 were successful. And after 1 year, the baby was also delivered for this. So this was a photograph of the patient deliver. She was almost 1 year old. So there was I have had around more than 900 newspaper original articles on my name, and I'm the only surgeon in the world who has done heart, lung, kidney, and uterus, all 4 organ transplants. Our day-to-day work is bypass surgery, while other heart surgeries only. Majority of time when I say this about transplant, people think that I do transplants every day. No, transplant happens once in blue moon, but the regular work is heart surgeries like bypass surgeries. So recently we had a massive accident. You can see I retrieved an organ from DY Patil, Pune, and was about to go to Pune airport, and there was a twin engine aeroplane was waiting there in Pune airport, at Pune airport. And we were about to take this organ, lungs, from Pune to Chennai to do lung transplant. And that patient at Chennai was on ECMO for 70 years, 70 days. So you can imagine, normally ECMO would be around 5 days to 7 days, maximum 2 weeks. So that he was a young boy who was a parakeet poisoning, and patient on ECMO for 70. Then this was a life and death situation for him as well. So DY Patil Hospital is in Pimpri Chinchwad. From Pimpri Chinchwad to carry that organ to Pune airport, and we had a massive ambulance accident. I was sitting next to driver, and we had a massive injury. You can see the cylinder, oxygen cylinder, मागचा ॲम्ब्युलन्सचा दरवाजा तोडून बाहेर पडला. आमचे 2-3 लोक जे होते मागे बसले ते इंज्युअर झाले. But still we call another car, and I was also injured massively on the left side. I had a massive hematoma drain later on from my left knee. But we took this organ. The plane was waiting in Pune airport, and we did a transplant at Chennai in spite of a big injury. So many a times the uterus transplant is criticized by many, but I would tell you, normally we talk about vital organ transplants like heart, lung, kidney, and liver. Doing a uterus transplant is a revolutionary thing, not only for India, but for the world, that now we will start talking about non-vital organ transplants like hand, leg, large bowel, small bowel. So this is a revolutionary, big scientific leap in the medical science. So first heart transplant, as I told you, was done in 1968, and that was India's first, world's 6th heart transplant. Unfortunately, it was failed in KEM Hospital, Mumbai. But after that we did, after almost 47 years, and it was successfully, we did 3 transplants in 1 month. So giving this kind of a technology in Western India, which harbors around 40 crores of people, is a huge scientific achievement, such a big boon to the society. Heart transplant is not done in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. If you take Oriental countries, only Japan has done it, and once or twice in Singapore. Otherwise, no Oriental country does. Eastern Europe, only Russia does. Other Eastern European countries, they don't do it. Western European countries, 4 or 5 countries, they do it. In the whole Africa continent, only South Africa has done it. No other country has done it. And we as a developing nation is doing it. Is exceptionally, abhimanaspad baad hai आपल्यासाठी as a country. So there was a big thing, a milestone achieving in medical history, achieving milestones in medical history. So there are multiple records on my name. First heart retrieval, first heart transplant in Maharashtra, Western India. 3 transplant in 1 month in maiden attempt, and all 3 were successful. First intercity heart transplant, first interstate heart transplant, first lung retriever, first lung en bloc heart and lung transplant. So there is a huge list. Up till now we have done 73 heart and lung transplant, and what I always proudly say, all the 73 are successful. And done around 150 kidney transplant, 2 uterus transplants, and more than 7,000 heart and lung surgeries. So I always tell that in Maharashtra we have a very good infrastructure. Being a number one state of the country, we have exceptional infrastructure. We have a huge, good medical team as a human resource there, and we should start, having trust in our medical fraternity instead of sending patients to down to South India for transplants. And we have already achieved and done it here in Mumbai already. So to the medical students, my dream of becoming cardiothoracic surgeon started when my brother got admitted, operated for aortic valve replacement in 1992, my real elder brother in Mumbai. So that day I dreamt of becoming a cardiothoracic surgeon. When I appeared for entrance exam for MCH, I got neurosurgery, but I didn't take it. I waited for 1 year and again appeared, I got cardiothoracic surgery. When I had easily got neurosurgery, but I left it. So always never, always dream and willpower to pursue it. Everything starts with a dream. And everything is a dream until you decide to make it real. You don't have to be extremely intelligent to become successful. You need 3 things in life. That is what I have seen in my life. You need to be very sincere towards your profession or work, what you are doing it. You need to be street smartness, have a very good common sense about what you are doing, what is going around you. So if you have that, you will be successful in your own field. You don't have to be extremely intelligent. And this is the photo video of girl which I told you, Suhana. And after 4 months she is dancing and sending me the video of her dance, who has undergone heart transplant. Thank you very much. And
Thank you so much, Dr. Jadhav, for your inspiring words. Now I request Dr. Priyanka Rathi ma'am and Dr. Abhay Singh Bhosle sir as a chairperson to come on stage and kindly say a few words about the session.
Oh my God. What a first lecture, start of a conference with a bang-on lecture, and what a wonderful personality we have today. Sir, take a bow from all of us. Really, it is an honor for us to have such eminent personality here to present, sir. We were expecting only heart and uterus transplant, but you have done everything. Such updated topic. Thanks to the organizing committee for selecting such a wonderful speaker for us. With all the media, social media, but sir is such a humble personality. Whenever we see a cardiac surgeon, we always see the fingers because when they go inside the heart, the play. But sir, we are very thankful, we are very grateful to you to have here. Thank you so much, sir.
I request Dr. Priyanka Rathi ma'am and Dr. Abhay Singh Bhosle sir to present Dr. Jadhav with a token of our appreciation. On behalf of Team Mediciencia, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Sanjeev Jadhav. Your expertise in medicine and your vision for the future have left us all very inspired. We have surely gained newer perspectives and a deeper appreciation for this field.
A heartfelt thanks to all the attendees as well. With that, I conclude this session. Thank you, Dr. Zadav, for your impactful presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
I now request Dr. Reshma Chavan ma'am and Dr. Abhay Bhosle sir to please come on stage as a chairperson for the next oration.
Today's session is particularly exciting as we delve into the topic unleashing the potential of medical students. We recognize that the future of medicine lies in hands of our medical students, and it is crucial to equip them with right tools and guidance.
It is my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Sushant Shinde. Dr. Shinde is a consultant physician with a special interest in rheumatology. He completed his post-graduation from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. Shinde has an impressive academic background, having done his MBBS from Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, Karar, in 2007, followed by his MD in General Medicine in 2010 from AIIMS. His commitment to advancing the field is evident through his role as a research officer at AIIMS, where he has made a significant contribution to understanding rheumatic diseases. Beyond his clinical expertise, Dr. Shinde is a medical educator and the founder of Quest Medical Academy, where he runs a mentorship program aimed at the holistic development of medical students. He is dedicated to training students in research and publications, particularly in the areas of rheumatology, artificial intelligence, and innovative therapies.
Dr. Shinde's accomplishments don't stop there. He has delivered a TEDx talk on charge and care paradox, discussing how medical education can improve value-based healthcare. Additionally, he has authored a chapter in the prestigious API textbook of medicine and serves as a trustee for the Ram Vardayini Health Foundation, where he runs an innovative project called Prerna Prakalp, focused on enhancing healthcare for patients with rheumatic diseases. His dedication to the field of rheumatology and medical education truly exemplifies the spirit of this conference.
Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sushant Shinde to the stage as he shares his insights on unleashing the potential of medical students.
लावून घ्या तुम्ही. Thank you. No. Is it connected? ह्याची गरज नाही. You can remove this. लागलं नाही वाटतं. ऑन आहे का? PPT याच्यात आहे. कसं घेणार? घ्या. हा खिशात ठेवतो. हा झालं कनेक्ट झालं. कसं आलं इकडे? यू टुक इट. हां मग ठीक आहे. हां गुड गुड. जस्ट चेक इट वन्स. एक मिनिट मला चेक करू दे फक्त. चल ठीक आहे डन. सॉरी फॉर द ट्रबल. हे काढून ठेवणार का? कॅन यू कीप इट टुगेदर विथ माय लॅपटॉप? Thank you. Okay. So good afternoon all of you. Am I audible? थोड़ा आवाज वाढवावा लागेल कदाचित. Okay. So good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, Dean ma'am and sir, for this kind invitation. Quite honestly, I think it was a privilege to listen to Jadhav sir. It was a fantastic opportunity. I was thrilled. I was really mesmerized with the previous speaker. Honestly speaking, a little speechless after that. Nevertheless, so I have a topic to talk on which is Azunvar. Okay. So please bear with me. I have a little soft voice, but I still hope I'm audible. So I'm really thrilled to be at GMC MIRAJ. माझं अंडर ग्रॅज्युएशन कराडमधनं आहे. आय वॉज जस्ट टेलिंग द ऑर्गनायझर सम टाईम बॅक की जेव्हा मी UG करत होतो काही रँक्सनी मिरज गेलं होतं. सो आय ऑलवेज यूज टू फील थोडा अच्छा करते तो मिरज में होते. कोई बात नहीं, आज आ गए. सो थैंक यू फॉर द काइंड इन्विटेशन. आई एम रियली थ्रिल्ड टू बी हियर. थैंक यू. नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू स्पीक ऑन अ टॉपिक विच इज वेल कहे तो कन्वेंशनल है, बट माई व्यूज माइट नॉट बी वेरी कन्वेंशनल. सो माई अपॉलॉजीज टू द फैकल्टी टू बिगिन विथ. आई माइट स्पीक थिंग्स विच आर अ लिटल आउट ऑफ लाइन, but I bring a perspective. I am bringing a way of thinking which some of you might accept, some of you might not, but it exists and it needs to be spoken about. So before I start, quick question. How many of us audience students over here are from MIRAJ, GMC MIRAJ? You're students of GMC MIRAJ. Okay, majority seem to be. Anybody who is not from GMC MIRAJ? Fine. How many of us sitting here are final year students? Please raise your hand. Final year? Third year? Okay. Second year? First year, anybody? अरे आप भी आए हो. Nice to see. Nice to see you. ठीक है. So second year and third year, primarily I will direct towards you. First year वाले a little ये कहानियाँ बाद में आएंगी आपके लिए, अभी तो शुरुआत है, ठीक है. बट सेकेंड ईयर हैज सीन सम पार्ट ऑफ द मेडिकल करिकुलम. थर्ड ईयर हैज सीन अ लॉट ऑफ इट. फाइनल ईयर होते तो उनके लिए भी अच्छा होता. दे कुड हैव हर्ड एंड रिकग्नाइज लिटिल. लेट मी गो वन स्टेप फर्दर. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हियर or other where do you come from? I mean, which is your hometown? How many of you are from Mumbai? I'm just asking because मैं मुंबई से हूँ. Okay. Pune, anybody? Okay. Miraj, anybody? Oh, nice number. Okay. Rest of you are also from different places. I acknowledge that. I just don't know where you are from. I will ask another question. Do you know where are you going to practice? How many of you have a reasonable idea कि आप कहाँ पर practice करोगे? Which city? Which town? Which country? Reasonable idea. Oh, that's surprising. Majority of you don't seem to be acknowledging it. Let me tell you, most of you will practice in a good place. ठीक है? It will not be a bad place to practice wherever you go. But I have a question for you. सोच के बताना. Can we think of and tell me whichever city that you decide to practice in? Let's take an example. क्योंकि मैं मुंबई से हूँ, तो मैं मुंबई का example लेता हूँ. Let's say आपने XYZ practice शुरू किया, you do your graduation, post graduation, super specialty, and you come to practice. I practice rheumatology. So let me take an example that you become a rheumatologist in the next 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, whatever time it takes. जब आप प्रैक्टिस करने मुंबई आओगे, what do you think I will do? I will retire. Do you think when you come to practice, am I going to retire? Am I? ऐसा लग तो नहीं रहा ना मुझे देख के. I'm not going to retire. I have no intentions of retiring. Whichever subject that you take, do you think you are going to be the first person of that subject in that particular city? Well, you might be something like what our previous speaker was. He innovated, right? But even he is very clear in acknowledging that majority of his work is cardiothoracic surgeries. Sometimes there are transplants. So some of you will go on to be innovators, but have no such ideas कि आप जब practice करने आओगे, तो you will be the first person in the city और पूरी city wait कर रही होगी आप कब आ रहे हो. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला. I mean that is just not going to happen. Which means today when you think of it, are you preparing for that long term outcome? क्या आप उसके लिए prepare कर रहे हो? या are your goals very short term? कि भाई ये एग्जाम पार करते हैं, वो वाली एग्जाम पार करेंगे. Where are you looking at? Where is the horizon? कौन सी चीज देख रहे हो आप? Are you looking at the bigger picture? और आर यू लुकिंग एट द नेक्स्ट स्टेप कि बस इतना कर लेंगे, ये हो गया तो आगे का फिर देख लेंगे, कुछ हो ही जाएगा. So I'm giving you a nutshell of what I think can be done to unleash your potential. If you really want to unleash who you are, if you want to acknowledge who you are, for now I think the question should be, can you change your perspective? कुछ समय पहले मैंने सवाल पूछा, how many of you are reasonably sure कि आप कहाँ प्रैक्टिस करोगे? If you can't even answer that question, I'm not even asking you to name the city. मैं सिर्फ आपको पूछ रहा हूँ कहाँ प्रैक्टिस करोगे, अंदाज तो बता दो. अगर आप उस पे हाथ उठाने को तैयार नहीं हो, there is a long way to go, right? There's a long way to go कि वहाँ तक पहुँचोगे कैसे? How do you dream when you don't even have a substance in that dream? कि कहाँ प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो, कैसी जगह प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो? I would strongly say start thinking on those perspectives. Which brings me to the question, and my previous speaker has actually made my job easy. Wherever you decide to practice, I'm sure all of you want to be successful practitioners. How do you define that success? मतलब क्या होता है successful doctor, क्या होता है? You have seen a very successful doctor before me. So what do you think defines that success? Sir was in media. Does that define success? Or that girl who was smiling, does that define success? Which one defines success? For you, it can be different for everybody. What defines success for you? Or was the fact that, I'm just taking Sir's example because it's a very fresh thought, it's fresh in my mind and it's very inspiring. So I'm just, if Sir was there, I would have taken a permission to use it, of course. But what is your success then? What do you define your success as? Whatever you define your success as, right now as I'm speaking, be honest and tell me, right now in your mind the thought was, my MUHS rank. Was that your thought? I hope not. That was not your thought, no? Ki mera rank is my success. It's not. And still, you put a maximum part of your current day, current week, current month and years together in short-term goals. Only because you're not ready to accept and look at that big dream. Your long-term success means that you'll be something like this. You'll be knowledgeable, you'll be skilled, and you'll be respected for being the doctor that you are. These are three important words. To become knowledgeable requires you to learn from reading. A lot of theoretical work happens. But see, sir ने भी कहा 50 साल लग गए सर्जरी वापस करने में. तो क्या लगता है 50 साल तक टेक्स्ट बुक्स में लिखा नहीं था? लिखा हुआ तो था. To do that next step you require the skill set. वो skill set पढ़ के नहीं आने वाला. वो skill set ना earn करना पड़ेगा. And I'm going to try and talk about how do you earn that part also. How do you not stop at saying मैंने 2 किताबें पढ़ ली, मेरा रैंक आ गया तो all set. That's not how all set happens. You'll have to go to the next step. You'll have to start acquiring the skill sets and you'll also have to become someone who is respected. And my contention today is to try and show you that big game. How do you play that bigger game? How do you reach that stratospheric success and not say कि मैंने इतना कर लिया बस? How do you do that? But before I say that, I'll have a question. Does it even bother you? Now I am not asking you to answer this question, but I'm really asking you to think on this question. Does this question कि long term में अपना क्या होगा, हम क्या बनेंगे, does it bother you at least 2 to 3 times in a week? Now I don't know your answer, but I can tell you right now in front of me, amongst you, there are 2 types of students sitting in front of me. एक वो है जिनको ये सवाल ना आता ही नहीं, ठीक है, मतलब अभी तक उनके दिमाग में ये सवाल नहीं आता कि अपना क्या होने वाला है, हम क्या करने वाले, क्या बड़ा होने वाला अपने लाइफ में. दे डोंट थिंक ऑफ इट. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying there are a lot of such students who are right now in front of me who don't bother about it. If you don't bother about this, that's good for some time. It's good for some time because mental peace रहता है. But you know what will happen? If you don't have a plan of action, if you don't have a long-term plan of action कि मैं ये बनूंगा, तो ना आप दूसरों के plan of action borrow करोगे. You will borrow the fights that everybody else is fighting. And the easiest fight is, बताओ, the easiest fight is, I can hear some people speaking. ना रे, MUHS रैंक तो गया, जब सीटी आ गई वो लोगों ने फाइट करना छोड़ दिया. मेरी जनरेशन भी नहीं फाइट कर रही थी. हाँ, मैडम तो बता रही है, बट स्टूडेंट्स नहीं बता रहे, छुपे हुए. What is it that is the easiest fight to pick up? जिसके लिए बस एक ऑनलाइन क्लास लगाना होता है. अब इससे ज़्यादा क्या बताऊं? The easiest fight is, मैं पीजी एंट्रेंस के लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ, ऑल सेट. ठीक है, 3 साल 4 साल घर वालों को बताते रहो मैं पीजी एंट्रेंस के लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ. 3 साल अपने आप को भी बताते रहो मैं पीजी एंट्रेंस के लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ. मैं वार्ड क्यों नहीं जा रहा हूँ? मैं पीजी एंट्रेंस के लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ. अच्छा, मैं लाइब्रेरी में जाके क्यों बैठा हूँ वार्ड से छोड़ के? मैं पीजी एंट्रेंस के लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ. मैं दिन भर मोबाइल क्यों देख रहा हूँ? मैं पीजी एंट्रेंस के लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ. ईजिएस्ट फाइट टू पिकअप, इसके मैं पीजी एंट्रेंस के लिए पढ़ रहा हूँ. राइट, आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट्स रॉन्ग. आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट्स रॉन्ग. All I'm saying is it your fight? Or are you picking up a fight because you have nothing better to fight for? Are you picking up fight because बाजू वाला उसके लिए फाइट कर रहा है तो शायद यही फाइट करना होता है तो चलो मैं भी उसी के लिए फाइट करता हूं? And is that why you are not succeeding? Is that why, I'm going to say something which can, might irritate some of you, why your seniors have not cracked it big? Go back, 2-3 बैचेस ऊपर जाओ. मैं पूछता था अपने आप को ये सवाल, मैं कराड़ का स्टूडेंट था, मैं पूछता था भाई मेरे सीनियर कर क्या रहे? मतलब मेरे सामने आके तो चौड़े, बट नेशनल लेवल पे कौन पूछ रहा है? इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे कौन पूछ रहा है? कोई पूछ रहा है? मुझे तो जवाब आता था नहीं, ये मेरे सामने ही चौड़ा है, बाकी तो इसको कोई नहीं पूछ रहा है. ठीक है, आर यू बोरिंग आउटकम्स? आर यू फाइटिंग ऑन आउटकम्स विच आर समबडी एल्स and therefore not succeeding? Or that's begins the second person. There is some of you who have started bothering. आपको ये कभी ना कभी तो ख्याल आ रहा है कि बॉस चल क्या रहा है? I came into MBBS to do something. Is this that something? Now I'm going to do something I had thought I am not going to do, but let me do it. ये ख्याल एटलीस्ट एक बार पिछले 2 महीने में कितने लोगों के दिमाग में आया कि चल क्या रहा है? Thank you so much for being honest. I'm sure there are many more. मैं 2 महीने का 6 महीने बोलता तो आ जाता और लोग, ठीक है, बट ये सवाल तो आता है कि बॉस चल क्या रहा है? I came in to do something and this is something I'm doing which doesn't seem like this is going where I thought I'm going to go. Right? I'm talking to both of you. For both of you, in the next 30 minutes, my intention is to tell you that if you want to reach where you want to reach, if you want to become knowledgeable, skilled and respected, ये ना मैं if पे छोड़ रहा हूँ. मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ आप सबको ये बनना चाहिए. मैं कह रहा हूँ आपने पहले वाले स्पीकर को देखा और आज मेरे बाद जितने स्पीकर देखे वो सब यहाँ हैं. That's why they have been invited here. ठीक है. I'm saying if you want to reach there, then I'm going to tell you the only reason you are not reaching there is fear. There's a huge amount of fear in the system. And my intention is in the next whatever time I get to hopefully convince you in the next 30 minutes that if you truly want to win this big game, you need to be an individualized and a fearless learner. 3 शब्द है. Individualize का मतलब है आपकी strategy आपको खुद ही ढूंढनी पड़ेगी. Copy pasted strategies are not going to work. If you say कोई और XYZ ऐप पढ़ता है, मैं पढ़ूंगा, मैं टॉप, कैसे होगा? आज पूरी इंडिया वो ऐप पे, आप जानते हो कौन से ऐप की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, ठीक है? सो पूरी इंडिया वही ऐप देख रही है. क्या लगता है वो सब रैंक 1 आने वाले, सब INI क्रैक करेंगे, सब एम्स जाएंगे? आई मीन बेसिक प्रिलिमिनरी क्वेश्चन है. यू नीड टू इंडिविजुअलाइज. बट उससे भी बड़ा है इंडिविजुअलाइज ना. तो बहुत लोग सोच रहे, जिन्होंने हाथ उठाया था ना कि भाई हम सोच रहे हैं ऐसा कुछ, you are on the journey of individualizing. What you are not able to probably jump over is this second word, becoming fearless. And there is a huge fear. I talk to students every day, almost every day, and every day I find that there is a huge fear about what's happening, what will happen, how will it happen. And डर का जो ये माहौल है ना in the education, I hope in the next few minutes I'm able to throw some light on it. This is exactly what I do at Quest. I don't know how many of you have heard about Quest. I always think it's the best kept secret in Mumbai. So last 10 years I've been teaching at Quest. It's not a coaching class. मतलब मैं खुद तो उसको coaching class करके नहीं देखता हूँ because I'm not teaching for any entrance. I have no interest in entrance. अभी तक तो obvious हो गया होगा. I have no interest in teaching for any entrances. I have interest in your learning. And if somebody wants to learn, सबसे पहले डर को छोड़ना पड़ेगा कि क्या होगा next. पढ़ो. जो पढ़ना चाहिए वो सब पढ़ो. बिना डर के पढ़ो. And that is what I want you learn in the next few minutes. This is where I am today. Just a little background. The person who introduced me was very kind to say I practice rheumatology in Mumbai. I have been into medical education for the last 12 years. I had the opportunity to be a TEDx speaker. Went on to give a talk on something which I practice now. I practice what is called value-based healthcare. किसी दिन उसके बारे में गप मारेंगे, आज नहीं. I have been fortunate to be an author in one of some chapters, a medical researcher, and large part of my work goes on to social entrepreneurship, where I'm trying to figure out ways to help the urban poor. There is a big segment in our society who lives in the city like Mumbai or Pune and is poor over there. आप गांव में हो, गरीब हो, सभी गरीब है, बहुत सारे गरीब है. आप शहर में और गरीब हो तो बहुत चुभता है. तुम अकेले ही गरीब हो सकते हो, बहुत सारे लोग बहुत अमीर है. सो उनको कैसे हेल्थ केयर डिलीवर करो, दैट्स व्हाट माय फाउंडेशन वर्क्स ऑन. बट दिस इज टुडे. एट सम टाइम आई वाज देयर, नो नॉट इन मीरज, आई वाज इन कराड. मैं आपके एज का था, 20 साल हो गए उस चीज को, बट आई वाज देयर. ठीक है, तब ना मैं यहाँ था. जब मैं यहाँ था, इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल प्लेस टू बी, कृष्णा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज. आई लव माई टाइम देयर. बट तब मैं और आज भी मैं बहुत इंट्रोवर्ट हूँ. आई मीन अभी मैं ऐसे गप मार रहा हूँ, आपको लगेगा बहुत बड़बड़ करता है, बट दैट्स जस्ट दिस फेस ऑफ मी. I don't usually talk a lot. I am usually a quiet person. And that time I was a super quiet person. So much कि आज मेरे बैचमेट्स को पूछो सुशांत कैसा था, तो सब might ask कौन सुशांत, कहाँ था. ठीक है. Secondly, I was a sincere person. ये तो था, sincerity तो थी. Sincerity का मतलब है टॉपर नहीं था. Successful by the definitions कि मैं एग्जाम टॉप करूँ ऐसा नहीं था. Throughout my MBBS I have not top any exam. मतलब वो जो वार्ड एंडिंग होती है वो भी नहीं. ठीक है. I have not top anything. हाँ, एक बार फिजियोलॉजी में आधे मार्क्स से पास हुआ था. That's the closest I went to the bottom of it. But टॉपिंग के मैं आसपास नहीं था. ठीक है. But सिंसियरिटी में कमी नहीं थी. I was sincere. But when I say sincere, you know, सेकेंड ईयर बहुत सारे थे इधर. पैथोलॉजी के लिए कौन सा किताब पढ़ते हैं? सच बताना. लाउडर. अब मुझे ना इससे वजह आवाज ही नहीं आ रहा. हर्ष मोहन. रॉबिन्स वाले कोई? 1 2 3 4 5 6, चलो गुड गुड. और थर्ड ईयर वाले मेडिसिन के लिए कौन सा किताब पढ़ते हैं? क्या अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ है? आएगा तब देखेंगे. इल्या. तो कौन सा पढ़ते हैं फॉर फाइनल ईयर मेडिसिन? कोई तो बोलो. स्टार्ट्स विद एन एच. मैं किताब का नाम नहीं पूछ रहा हूं, आप पढ़ रहे हो तो हाँ बोलो. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू रीड दैट? स्टार्टेड रीडिंग दैट? 1 चैप्टर कंप्लीटेड. ओके. सो अगेन दिस नॉट सरप्राइजिंग. मुंबई में मैं बात करता हूँ, केईएम के बच्चे होते हैं, बाकी उनके भी हाथ नहीं उठते. कुछ 1-2 उठ जाते हैं बट बहुत नहीं उठ रहे. आई एम टॉकिंग 2004 जब मैं वहाँ था. 2004-06 मेरा फाइनल ईयर का टाइम रहा होगा उस टाइम. मैं रॉबिन्स पढ़ रहा था और मैं हैरिसन पढ़ रहा था. ठीक है. बट गेस मेरे बैचमेट्स क्या कर रहे थे? ठीक है. वो मेरा मजाक उड़ा रहे थे. ठीक है. ये क्या कर रहा है, बकवास, ये कौन करता है? ठीक है. Now you might realize that those of you who said ना कि thought तो आता है हम कम कर क्या रहे हैं, you might realize that if you try to do something which is individualized, no, वो fear यहीं से आता है. वो fear यहीं से आता है. बाजू वाला क्या बोलेगा? कैसे लाइब्रेरी में हैरिसन खोल के बैठूं जब बाकी लोग घपाघप वीडियो देख के खत्म कर देते हैं, मैं तो हैरिसन पे बैठा हूं. ठीक है. एक चैप्टर होता नहीं, वहां लोग 2x में 2 वीडियो खत्म कर देते. कैसे करूं, है ना? वो डर है. यू नीड टू समटाइम स्टार्ट थिंकिंग. बट आई एम टेलिंग यू, मैं भी उसी लेवल पे था, कुछ बहुत अलग नहीं था. बट एफर्ट सिंसियरली डालना पड़ता है ना? एफर्ट सिंसियरली डालना पड़ता है. अगर आपको लगता है कि रॉबिन्स आपका किताब है तो भाई पढ़ो. बाजू वाले को नहीं पढ़ना उसको ना पढ़े. अगर आपको लगता है हैरिसन आपका किताब है तो पढ़ो. कौन रोक सकता है तुमको? पूरा टाइम है तुम्हारे पास, पढ़ो. कौन रोक सकता है? हाँ, बट एक और चीज बाद में ध्यान देना पड़ता है. ये नहीं चलेगा कि मैंने हैरिसन पढ़ा और वाइवा में मुझे कुछ भी जवाब देने नहीं है. ठीक है. हैरिसन पढ़ने के लिए मार्क्स नहीं है. हैरिसन पढ़ के समझ के परफॉर्म करने के लिए मार्क्स है. वो भी आपका ओनस है. दैट इज ऑन योर शोल्डर्स. Now that is the fear. What if I start and I fail? What if I start and I don't succeed? तब तो लोग और मजाक उड़ाएंगे. But again, these are short-term thinking. Let me draw that point and come to today. 20 years future, I'm standing in front of you. How much do I attribute to me reading Harrison's at that day? A lot. अगर तब मैं हैरिसन नहीं पढ़ रहा होता ना, मैंने अपने आइडियाज टेस्ट ही नहीं किए होते. मैं किस मुंह से किसी स्टूडेंट को बताता हैरिसन पढ़ो जब मैंने खुद नहीं पढ़ा था? मैं किस मुंह से किसी स्टूडेंट को गाइड करता कि रॉबिन्स ऐसे पढ़ते, बड़ी किताबें ऐसे पढ़ते, जब मैंने ही नहीं ट्राई किया था? आई कैन से दिस विदाउट एनी गिल्ट, विदाउट एनी शेम टू यू कि आपको पढ़ना चाहिए, बिकॉज 20 साल पहले मैंने भी पढ़ा था और तब एप्स भी नहीं थे उसको डिकोड करने के लिए. ठीक है, और कोई जरूरत नहीं उसकी, आप पढ़ सकते हो. बाय द वे एप्स वाले भी वही पढ़ के बता रहे हैं आपको. ठीक है, फॉर योर इन्फॉर्मेशन, आप हैरिसन और रॉबिन सुन रहे हो, पढ़ नहीं रहे हो. सुन तो रहे हो, पढ़ने में क्या जाता है? थिंक अबाउट इट. But the turning point happened in one such thing, you know. How many of you have heard about oblique gone to pulse? सुना है या गए हो पल्स? ये सीनियर बैच वाली हाथ उठा रहे सब. जूनियर कर क्या रहे हो? सीनियर बन के जाओगे. ठीक है, तो कहाँ होता है पल्स? हाँ, एम्स न्यू दिल्ली का कल्चरल फेस्टिवल है. लोग वहाँ सिर्फ नाचने वाचने को जाते हैं. मैं भी तभी उस जमाने में, अभी नहीं, उस जमाने में नाचता था. ठीक है, मतलब कॉलेज फेस्टिवल्स में. तो बिकॉज आई वॉज समवन हु कुड डांस अराउंड, दे पुट मी इनटू द टीम कि चलो पल्स चलते. मैं भी चला, चलो पल्स चलते. सिंसियर तो मैं उसमें भी था, घूमने फिरने में. ठीक है, सो आई लैंड अप इन पल्स. बट वहाँ जब मैं गया ना, इट वॉज लाइक, बाबा ये क्या है? मतलब हाउ कैन अ इंस्टीट्यूट लाइक दिस एग्जिस्ट? सी, माई फ्रेम ऑफ रेफरेंस वॉज मुंबई. I had seen a little bit of JJ that time, and I had seen Karad ka mera college. AIMS was beyond what I had imagined. It opened up something which was lying quiet. It opened up something which I was trying to hide away from me. And that hideaway is, at some point deep inside, I'm telling only about myself, I'm not talking about anybody else. Some point deep inside, I was feeling bad मैं कराड में क्यों? I was feeling bad मैं यहाँ कैसे पहुँच गया, जबकि मेरे ही स्कूल के, मैं मुंबई का ही हूँ, मतलब मेरा बॉर्न एंड ब्रॉट अप मुंबई है. मेरे स्कूल के वो बच्चे जो मेरे रैंक के रहते थे, वो केईएम में बैठे थे. 2 लोग थे केईएम में. मेरे बहुत सारे दोस्त मुंबई में थे और मैं बैठा था कराड में. एट सम पॉइंट ना वो चुप रहा था, जिसको फर्स्ट सेकेंड ईयर आते आते मैं भूल गया था. शायद भूला था, शायद भूला नहीं था, बट एम्स ने ना वो एकदम इमेज दिखा दिया कि बॉस इधर आना. फास्ट फॉरवर्ड करते कुछ साल बाद में पहुंच गया. यूजी फ्रॉम कराड, पीजी फ्रॉम एम्स, जंप फ्रॉम देयर. थैंक यू एंड नो थैंक यू. ये ताली वाला स्लाइड नहीं था. ठीक है, इसमें ताली बजाने वाली बात नहीं है. लेट मी टेल यू ताली बजाने वाली बात क्यों नहीं है. आई वॉन्ट यू टू डू दिस थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट and be very honest, है ना? Only for students. Close your eyes for just half a minute. Do that for me. And try to imagine कि आप with your current level of strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats, आने वाले 3 साल में पीजी कर रहे हो. ठीक है, हो गया? Open your eyes. How many of you saw yourself being in AIMS? कि मैं एम्स में पीजी कर रहा हूं. 1 2 3, थैंक यू, 4. फॉर रेस्ट ऑफ यू, इसलिए मैंने कहा ताली मत बजाओ, कि कुछ मतलब नहीं बना ना. मैं एम्स गया तो आपको क्या मिला? कुछ नहीं मिला तुमको. ठीक है, एम्स में गया हूं और आप में से सिर्फ 4 ही लोग हाथ उठा पा रहे हो कि मैं भी एम्स जाऊंगा या जाऊंगी. My last speaker ended saying, see a dream. I'm telling you, the reason we are not succeeding is we are afraid to see the dream. There's a fear. सिर्फ ड्रीम ही तो देखने बोल रहा हूं. उसमें भी 99% of you are not able to raise your hand and admit to yourself कि मैं जाऊंगा एम्स. Again a secret. Majority people will not reach there because majority will not try. If majority does not try, only those who try reach there. So those of you raise your hand, congratulations, first step done. At least you started thinking कि वहाँ जा सकते हैं. If you start talking like that to yourself, things start changing. But let me come back to what I was going to say here. When I reached AIMS, and now when I look back on that journey, I realized one thing. ये जो मुझे एम्स जाना है ये सिर्फ एक्सटर्नल था, ये दिखावा था, क्योंकि एम्स जाने के बाद क्या, आई रियलाइज सब मेरे साथ वाले एम्स आ गए हैं, मतलब जो जो अब एम्स में है वो सारे मेरे बैचमेट्स हैं, वो भी अलग अलग जगह से आए थे, ठीक है. आफ्टर आई रीच देयर नो समथिंग एल्स वेंट ऑफ. I started realizing, and I'm realizing it over last 20 years, कि the real fight wasn't कि मुझे एम्स जाना है. The real fight for me was कि मुझे इस रेस से बाहर निकलना है. ये जो रैट रेस लगी हुई है ना, कि ये करो फिर वो करो फिर वो करो फिर वो करो, नहीं करोगे तो डरो, करते रहो. मतलब तुम एक एग्जाम क्लियर करो तो गिफ्ट में क्या मिलेगा, एक और एग्जाम मिलेगा ना. मतलब एक एग्जाम क्लियर करोगे तो अगला एग्जाम दोगे. ये जो था ना रैट रेस, मुझे इससे बाहर निकलना था. एंड व्हाट एम्स रियली शोड मी फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इज दैट इट इज पॉसिबल टू बी सक्सेसफुल एंड बी आउट ऑफ द रैट रेस. यू विल स्टिल कॉम्पीट, बट योर हेड इज नो लॉन्गर सेइंग कि मुझे सिर्फ कॉम्पिटिशन के लिए पढ़ना है. You will start learning, you will start enjoying what you are doing, you will start becoming, you will start owning up. I come back to my previous speaker. अगर सर ट्रांसप्लांट नहीं करते तो उनके करियर में कुछ भी बुरा नहीं होता. Think of 1 month, 2 months before that idea came to his mind. उनके लाइफ में कुछ भी बुरा नहीं हो रहा था, because nobody was doing that transplant. Just like nobody was raising the hand कि मैं एम्स जाऊंगा, because it was an impossible task. Till you start seeing you don't work for tasks just because everybody else is working. You work because you want to get out of the rat race. Because the moment you unlock something which nobody has done, you're off the race. फिर लोग तुम्हें छुएंगे नहीं. Then you are on your own. You become the benchmark. Nobody comes and asks him, तुमने 3 किए तो मैं कितने करूंगा. नहीं, तुमने पहले 3 किए, that's it. There is no competition now. You enter a territory which is technically without competitions. If you want to go there, you need to think. You need to start thinking for yourself. So that brings me to the part which is the most difficult. Many of you said, ये thought आता है कि हम कर क्या रहे. Yet, few of you say that I can dream of being to something like AIMS. Maybe you wanted to say मैं PGI जाना चाहता हूँ. I didn't ask you, sorry. But you said that, some of you said I would want to be at AIMS. ये जो mismatch है ना, इसको मैं conflict कहता हूँ. कि students बहुत कुछ करना चाहते हैं, but कुछ कर नहीं पा रहे. इतने सारे opportunities है आसपास, इतने सारे apps है, you have excellent faculty around. Still, success rates are not matching up with what the student expects out of himself or herself. Why so? क्या आप में कुछ कमी है? क्या ऐसा कि तुम, pardon my language, क्या ऐसा है कि तुम गधे हो? And pardon my language again, नहीं तुम गधे नहीं हो. That's what I meant, right? So, ऐसा क्यों है कि तुम successful नहीं हो रहे हो? 20 years of thinking, 10 years of that teaching. I think my answer is, unfortunately, we are all stuck. मैं अपने generation से आपके generation का बोल सकता हूँ. In a substandard medical education system. There is a big, as I would say, elephant in the room. And the big elephant in the room is we are not delivering. We are not delivering to you, is what I feel. Over a period of time, see, again, I have huge respect for faculty members in the colleges. I'm not saying about members, I'm saying the system. It does not help the faculty to deliver either. And it does not help you to receive either. If students are not receiving the best of the class of education, how are they going to perform? It's a simple question to answer. If students are to get the best in class of education, then we need to start defining those parameters. What is that best in class education? The best in class education can be that which makes you knowledgeable, which makes you skilled, and which makes you, to my understanding, fearless. But you can be fearless only if you stop learning for an assessment. Our entire system stands on its head believing that assessment is how you learn. That you learn because एक exam है. I propose a different way. I say that you learn because you need to learn. Learning in itself is complete. Learning जो है ना वो खुद के लिए होता है. जो सर ने किया वो खुद के लिए किया था. Assessment जो है ना ये दुनिया को दिखाने के लिए होते हैं कि I have arrived, कि I know at least this much. When you become MD medicine, it does not mean उस एग्जाम में जितना पूछा तुमको उतना ही आता है. इट मीन्स एटलीस्ट उतना आता है. नाउ इट्स फॉर यू टू डिसाइड कि अगर आपके नेक्स्ट आने वाले एग्जाम में इतना सिलेबस दिया गया है तो क्या आपको एटलीस्ट उतना आना चाहिए या एट द मैक्स उतना आना चाहिए. ये सवाल आपको आंसर करना है. द आंसर फॉर मी वाज सिंपल. दैट्स द मिनिमम आई नीड टू नो. And if that's the minimum I need to know, the sky is the limit, boss. There is no limit to how much I can know. With the technology available today, with ChatGPT around, with so many fantastic online tutorials around, with your teachers around, the sky is the limit. What you want to learn, you will decide. This is how much I want to learn. And I'm going to show you some examples in the next few slides of students your batch delivering things which many people feel is not possible. And I can tell you it's possible. It's absolutely possible. But I have another problem with the education system. And that problem is that we have allowed, or rather I would say outsource, education to PG coaching institutes. When we allow the PG coaching institutes into the story, there is a big problem. I'm not saying they are not serving a purpose, but I'm saying they are serving a purpose with a huge amount of bolos of fear. नहीं पढ़ोगे तो क्या होगा? I mean, come on. मेरे फ्रेंड्स या सीनियर्स जिनके बच्चे अभी फर्स्ट एमबीबीएस एडमिशन ले रहे हैं, वो पूछने आते हैं मैरो का सब्सक्रिप्शन ले क्या. मतलब व्हाट, अभी तो बच्चा फर्स्ट ईयर में आ रहा है, तुमको ये नहीं मालूम कॉलेज में क्या सिखाएंगे, तुम मैरो का सब्सक्रिप्शन, प्रेपलैड का सब्सक्रिप्शन. आई एम नॉट अगेंस्ट मैरो एंड प्रेपलैड, आई एम जस्ट सेइंग दे आर द बिगेस्ट प्लेयर्स. व्हाट सेंस डज इट मेक? इट डज नॉट मेक एनी सेंस एक्सेप्ट दैट देयर इज अ ह्यूज मार्केटिंग प्रेशर व्हिच कीप्स ऑन टेलिंग स्टूडेंट्स नहीं पढ़ोगे तो, हमारा सब्सक्रिप्शन नहीं लोगे तो, टॉपर हमारा है तो क्या? टॉपर उनका तो क्या तुम टॉपर बनोगे? टॉपर तो आपके सामने भी खड़ा है, क्या फर्क पड़ा? मेरे सामने होते तुम टॉपर बन गए, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ा. यू वांट टू टॉप, यू नीड टू वर्क. नो ऐप इज गोइंग टू वर्क फॉर यू, नो पीजी कोचिंग क्लास इज गोइंग टू वर्क यू, बट द फियर इज रियल. माई प्रॉब्लम इज द फियर, बिकॉज उस डर के वजह से आप लोग वो छोड़ रहे हो जो आपका कॉलेज आपको दे रहा है. लेट मी आस्क यू अ क्वेश्चन, थिंक ओवर इट. I don't know where your college building is or where the hospital is. मैं मीरज में फर्स्ट टाइम आ रहा हूँ. Let's imagine रास्ते के पार है, एग्जामिन लेता हूँ. अभी राइट नाउ आप में से कोई आपके मेडिसिन डिपार्टमेंट के वार्ड में जाना चाहता है और एक पेशेंट की हिस्ट्री लेना चाहता है, वर्सेस मी विथ ऑल माई नॉलेज एंड डिग्रीज मैं जाना चाहता हूं और उसी पेशेंट का हिस्ट्री लेना चाहता हूं. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? मुझे परमिशन मिलेगी? ऑफ कोर्स अनलेस आई अप्रोच द ऑफिशियल्स, डीन मैम को या डीन सर को अप्रोच करो तो अलग चीज, बट अदरवाइज ऐसे मैं उठ के चला जाऊं, छोड़ेगा मुझे आपका वॉचमैन? नहीं. आपको छोड़ेगा? बिल्कुल छोड़ेगा, क्योंकि आपका हक है. यू आर हियर बिकॉज यू डिजर्व टू बी हियर. कोई खैरात में थोड़ी आए हो. यू हैव क्लियर्ड एन एंट्रेंस, यू आर इन योर फाइनल ईयर, सेकेंड ईयर, थर्ड ईयर, बिकॉज यू डिजर्व टू बी हियर एंड यू डिजर्व टू बी इन द वार्ड्स. डिस्पाइट माई नॉलेज, आई हैव नो राइट टू बी इन योर वार्ड. You have that right. मुझे भले ही आता उस पेशेंट को कैसे बचाना है, मुझे अंदर जाना अलाउड नहीं unless I take special permissions for it. You don't need special permissions. You can walk into your ward right now and take the history. How many of you are using that right? How many of you are using that privilege? And how many of you are keeping it up on the table saying ये नहीं करना है? क्यों? क्योंकि 2x पे वीडियो देखना होता है. How many of you are doing that? ये डर नहीं है तो क्या है? मुझे तो ये डर ही दिखाई देता है कि सामने इतना बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी बैठा है. लेट मी फास्ट फॉरवर्ड. अगर आप थर्ड ईयर में हो, 2 साल में इंटर्नशिप खत्म करो और फिर आके देखो अपने हॉस्पिटल में, वही वॉचमैन ना आपको भी अंदर नहीं छोड़ने वाला है. वही वॉचमैन आपको भी अंदर नहीं छोड़ने वाला है. यू आर नॉट अलाउड. यू हैव अ लाइसेंस फॉर फ्यू इयर्स डियर फ्रेंड्स. वो लाइसेंस खत्म हो रहा है आपके इंटर्नशिप के साथ. उसके बाद आप अपने हॉस्पिटल में अलाउड नहीं हो. वापिस आना है ना तो पीजी एंट्रेंस क्लियर करके आना, वरना तब तक टैं. ठीक है, कंप्लीट अ सेंटेंस. यू आर नॉट अलाउड आफ्टर दैट पॉइंट. यू आर अलाउड फॉर सम पॉइंट. Are you using those opportunities or are you leaving them on table just because a PG entrance coaching class convinces you that the most important thing for you to do is to mug up some MCQs? क्या था वो? बहुत सारा रट्टा मारो. क्या था वो? क्या? हाँ, समथिंग लाइक दैट. बहुत क्या करो? बहुत तोड़ के रट्टा मारो. नहीं क्या? हाँ, बुरी तरह रट्टा मारो. हाँ, बुरी तरह रट्टा मारो. हाँ, ये करना है. आई मीन, यू थिंक, यू रियली बिलीव कि तुम बुरी तरह रट्टा मारोगे और तुमको 20 साल बाद कोई यहां बुलाने वाला है? यू थिंक दैट? I mean, it's just outrageous. Please open your eyes. Please open your eyes. It's not happening that way, no? Either, again, sorry for my words. Either you will think for yourself or you will become consumers of a product. Please socho. For me, no, when I was your age, ऐसा नहीं था कि मैं ऐसा कुछ ज्ञानी था, सिंसियर था, ठीक है, ज्ञानी वानी नहीं था, टॉप परफॉर्मर मैं नहीं था, ठीक है. सर ने भी कहा आपको सुपर इंटेलिजेंट होने की जरूरत नहीं, हो तो अच्छी बात है, उसको छोड़ो मत, तो ऐसा नहीं कि हो तो बुरा है, बट होना कंपलसरी नहीं है. सिंसियर होना जरूरी है, सिंसियर होना बहुत जरूरी है. ये जब सवाल बार बार आ रहा था ना कि बॉस चल क्या रहा है, चल क्या रहा है, कहां जा रहा हूं, देयर वाज समवन हु केम फॉर हेल्प. It was a book which I picked up when I was in this bad phase of second and third year. मैं bad इसलिए कहता हूँ कि directionless होता है. First year में बहुत टेंशन होता है, फाइनल ईयर में वापस टेंशन आता है, बीच के 2 साल समझ में आता करना क्या लाइफ के साथ, ठीक है. तो जहाँ आप लोग हो, तो वहाँ ना मैंने एक किताब उठाई थी and I think it changed the game for me. It showed me the long term. Now I'm not a very religious person, but I would say I'm quite spiritual. The book was the Bhagavad Gita. No, I'll come to what is written. It's a verse from the Gita, but the way I saw it, no, is very simple. You have a big fight coming up. It's going to be a long game, huh? ऐसा छोटा सा गेम नहीं खेल रहे हो आप लोग. It's going to be a long game you're playing. 20 years is a long time. You're playing a big game. And if you're playing a big game, it's a big war out there. War मतलब मारना नहीं है लोगों को, but जीतना तो है ना. अर्जुन भी तो वही कर रहा था. As I see it, बैटल ग्राउंड था. ये स्पिरिचुअल टॉक मंदिर के अंदर नहीं बोली गई थी, बैटल ग्राउंड पे बोली गई थी ना. और बैटल ग्राउंड पे सवाल पूछा गया था कि कैसे करते बताओ. तो मैंने सोचा क्यों ना इनसे को पूछ लेते, कैसे करते बताओ. And the more I asked, more those answers kept on coming back. One of the answers that has stuck to me like anything was this. It's a verse from the Gita which reads, "What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled. And the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage." मेरी औकात नहीं कि मैं आपको गीता समझाऊं. I'm not there. I don't think I will ever be there. But I can tell you, the answer is in that second last word, introspective sage. You want to find the answers, they are not outside you. You want to unleash that beast sitting inside, first acknowledge कि भाई वो beast अंदर है भी कि सो गया, घूमने गया vacation पे. Is there a beast inside you? If there is a beast inside you, he or she, it doesn't need to come out aggressively on others. Definitely not on your patients. Your patients don't need to see your aggressive face. You need to be seeing your aggressive face every day in the mirror. And you need to be seeing that face, not an angry one, but a determined one. An introspective one who's ready to ask the tough questions. Boss, chal kya raha hai? Where am I heading towards? 2 महीने में एक बार पूछ लो, फिर महीने में एक बार पूछना, और फिर तब तक पूछते हैं ना जब तक नींद ना आए. I mean, that is the level of madness you need to be, and it is possible. All of you have seen that madness. CT का टाइम देखा था ना वो madness. एक ग्लिम्स तो देखी थी जब CT दे रहे थे कि बहुत पढ़ाई की थी, कहाँ चला गया. अब वो madness ना क्लासेस में बैठने में नहीं है, वो madness खुद को डेवलप करने में, अपने अपॉर्चुनिटीज को क्लियरली देखने में. It is an individualized game, understand friends. It is not कि मैंने जो किया उस आपको लिए सक्सेसफुल है. It's not कि आपका बाजू वाला जो कर रहा है वो आपके लिए सक्सेसफुल है. आपको आपका सक्सेस खुद ही ढूंढना है. कैसे ढूंढोगे? What I'm going to do in the next remaining time that I have, a short time, is I'm going to give you an overview of what I help students at the Quest mentorship program do. I'm going to tell you what I do. I will take your questions if you have any, but I really hope that you listen to it, imbibe it, and take that journey which takes you stratospheric high. It takes you places where you need to go. The first point has to be, without doubt, I would say there are 10 points which help you to unlock your potential, help you to become a better learner, not someone who is reading for exams, but someone who is striving to become a knowledgeable, fearless, skilled, respected doctor of very near future. There are 10 things. The first has to be go to wards. There is no excuse कि आप wards में क्यों नहीं जा रहे हो. आप यहाँ मत आओ, कुछ बुरा नहीं होने वाला आपके साथ. आप वार्ड मत जाओ, खोखले हो आप अंदर से, कुछ नहीं आता आपको. आपको रैंक आएगा बट आपको कुछ नहीं आएगा. टेक अ गेस. मैं एम्स से जब वापस आया ना, माई पेरेंट्स आर नॉट डॉक्टर्स, सो आई हैड नो बैकग्राउंड मुंबई में. मुंबई बड़ा शहर है, मजेदार शहर है, बहुत प्यारा शहर है, बट बहुत कॉम्पिटिटिव शहर भी है. तो जब मैं एम्स से वापस आया ना, तो मैं जॉब ढूंढ रहा था कि भाई कोई जॉब दे दो, जॉब दे दो, जॉब दे दो. ठीक है, पहले इतना बुरा नहीं था बट था. ठीक है. तो जब मैं फर्स्ट बड़े हॉस्पिटल में गया ना कहने के लिए कि जॉब दे दो, तो आप डॉक्टर को नहीं मिलते हो, बाहर का एचआर टीम रहता है कॉर्पोरेट में. वो एचआर ने मुझे क्या सवाल पूछा होगा, गेस. उसने मेरा पेपर देखा, बोला एम्स किधर है, दिल्ली. क्यों, यहाँ सीट नहीं मिली. अरे क्या है भाई, ठीक है नहीं मिली. अगर ऐसा लगता है तो नहीं मिली भाई, यहाँ दिया नहीं उन्होंने, वहां चला गया. कोई ब्रांड वैल्यू नहीं है. मैं एम्स से हूं ना, ये सिर्फ आपको पड़ी हुई है, वो भी अभी तक जब तक आप यूजी में हो. पीजी आते तो बोले ठीक है, था तो था, मैं भी कहीं का हूं. ठीक है. मेरे पेशेंट्स ने कितने बार मुझे पूछा, डॉक्टर साहब आपने कहां से किया एमडी. बिग जीरो. मेरे किसी पेशेंट ने मुझे नहीं पूछा. मेरे पेशेंट ने कितने बार पूछा, डॉक्टर साहब फर्स्ट ईयर फिजियोलॉजी कितना मिला था. किसी ने नहीं पूछा. मैं आधे मार्क्स से पास हुआ था, थैंक गॉड किसी ने नहीं पूछा. ठीक है. नोबडी इज आस्किंग दोस क्वेश्चंस. व्हाट पेशेंट्स केयर इज, डू यू केयर. Do you know how to care? Do you know how to care? How will you know how to care? Because caring is a skill. पढ़ के थोड़ी केयर करोगे. कभी तो वार्ड गए रहोगे ना. हाथ मत उठाना. कोई ऐसा है जिसने वार्ड नहीं गया, हाथ मत उठाना. So सब लोग वार्ड गए हो. So अगर वार्ड गए हो तो वो देखा होगा ना कि आप ऐसे वार्ड में हो, पेशेंट आपका सुन रहा है, नहीं सुन रहा, आप बात करने की कोशिश करो, काका काका मामा मामा काय झालं, इज नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन टॉकिंग टू यू. वहां अचानक एक कंसल्टेंट आता है, वो सब बाजू में आके जस्ट खड़ा रहता है और पेशेंट की आंखें चमक उठती है. देखा वो पेशेंट के चेहरे पे स्माइल आ जाता है, वो बिल्कुल ऐसा जब भगवान पा लिया हो ऐसा हो जाता है. देखा वो स्किल है. वो स्किल पढ़ के नहीं आता. द मियर प्रेजेंस इज इनफ. बट वो मियर प्रेजेंस ना, सही टाइप के जूते पहनना, जीन्स ना पहनना, टी शर्ट्स ना पहनना, शेव करके जाना, बाल बांध के जाना, ये सबके साथ आता है. कितने कंसल्टेंट आ रहे हैं टी शर्ट में. सम ऑफ यू विल से अरे ये तो बहुत ही ऑर्थोडॉक्स थॉट हो गया. ये आप बोलोगे. फास्ट फॉरवर्ड करो 20 साल 15 साल, जब प्राइवेट प्रैक्टिस शुरू करोगे, आप में से कितने लोग टी शर्ट पहन के जाने वाले हो. कितने पहन के जाने वाले हो. ये मेडिकल कॉलेज में बोलोगे टी शर्ट पहन के जाना है, शेव नहीं करना है, वहां जाओगे नहीं जाओगे. तो आज क्यों कर रहे हो. अच्छा, पेशेंट आपके सामने है, इमेजिन करते सीए ब्रेस आज पढ़ के गए. पेशेंट अभी अभी आई है आपके सामने, आपने सीए ब्रेस फ्रेश पढ़ा हुआ है. हाउ मेनी ऑफ योर कॉन्फ्रेंस विल अलाउ यू, मेल स्टूडेंट, हाउ मेनी ऑफ योर कॉन्फ्रेंस विल अलाउ यू ब्रेस्ट एग्जामिनेशन. रेज योर हैंड. आप थर्ड ईयर के स्टूडेंट हो, मान के चलो, आपने सीए ब्रेस पढ़ रखा है, आपको सारी एग्जामिनेशन टेक्निक मालूम है, पेशेंट आपके सामने, हाउ मेनी ऑफ योर श्योर, रीजनेबली श्योर कर दो कि the lady will allow you breast examination. Raise your hand. You're sure not of the lady but of your own skill sets. That is what I'm talking about. वो किताबों में नहीं लिखा हुआ, वो जाके ही होगा. Please go to the wards. It's the most powerful thing you have right now with. मीरज का मेडिकल कॉलेज is one of the oldest, and अगर उसमें से सबसे पावरफुल एरिया कोई है तो वो क्लासरूम नहीं, उसके वार्ड्स है. Some of you when we were introducing you said हमारे पास दो कॉलेजेस है, 2 हॉस्पिटल्स है, आई थिंक राइट, जो भरे हुए हैं. तो आप कहाँ हो, आप यहाँ क्यों बैठे हो, आप वहाँ होना चाहिए. द फर्स्ट एंड द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट रिमेन्स दैट यू नीड टू मास्टर द वार्ड्स. ऐसा होना चाहिए ना, जिद होनी चाहिए कि जब तक मेरा फाइनल ईयर खत्म होगा ना, सारे मामा मौसी और सारे नर्सिस को मेरा नाम पता है. जिद होनी चाहिए ये, और ये होता है. क्वेस्ट में वी पुट दिस अप एज अ चैलेंज टू आवर स्टूडेंट्स. 3 हफ्ते का चैलेंज डाला था हमने कि 3 हफ्ते हर रोज वार्ड जाओ. तुमको आए ना आए वार्ड जाओ, विद अ कंडीशन कि किताब लेके नहीं जाओगे, विद अ कंडीशन कि एप्रन के अंदर स्टेथोस्कोप नहीं डालोगे, इधर डाल के जाओगे. एंड विद अ कंडीशन कि वहां जाके बिना हाथ में पेपर पकड़े पेशेंट के सामने जाओगे और पहले कहोगे विद अ वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट स्माइल, नमस्ते. I don't know how many of you are comfortable doing that. So you can try right now. Please do this with me. With a smile, say namaste. And then keep your hand on that patient's shoulder and talk. That is it. But start with that. See the magic happening. And the magic, एक मैंने लाया नहीं वो रिस्पॉन्स, बहुत बढ़िया रिस्पॉन्स था. एक थर्ड ईयर के स्टूडेंट ने लिखा था, बोलता है सर मैं एक दिन वार्ड में था, आपका चैलेंज चल रहा था इसलिए मैं वार्ड में था, और ना वहां से मेरा सीनियर बैच वाला आ गया, उसको लगा मैं रेसिडेंट हूं, आके मुझे बोलते हैं हमारा क्लास कब लोगे. दिस हैपेंस बिकॉज वेल वी आर नॉट ट्राइंग. इट्स मैजिक. गो टू द वार्ड्स, यू विल स्टार्ट एक्सपीरियंसिंग द ब्यूटी ऑफ योर प्रोफेशन. वो ब्यूटी किताबों में है बट ड्राई है यार. पेशेंट जब बोलता है ना, पेशेंट की आंखों में जब चमक आती है तुमको देखे, वो कुछ और लेवल है. राइट, स्टार्ट एक्सपीरियंसिंग दैट. But for that, ना ये second वाला भी important है. You need to master medicine. Now when I say medicine here, I don't mean the subject of medicine. I mean all subjects in medicine. The word is not ratta maro. The word is master karo. Mastering is not for the minimum that you need to know. Mastering is for touching the horizon. इससे ऊपर क्या है देखते. कौन रोक रहा है तुमको यार हैरिसन पर पकड़ने के लिए? That's my third point. Pick up big books. The only reason you are not mastering is the first and the third one. वार्ड जहीं जा रहे हो, किताबें छोटी पढ़ रहे हो, या पता ही पढ़ ही नहीं रहे हो. Many students are telling me, sir, किताब पढ़े कि वीडियो सुने? I'll ask you the same question. When you come to practice, do you expect me to retire? अरे yes or no? अब तो पता है ना आंसर. Yes or no? Absolutely no. तुम वीडियो सुन के आए हो, मैं हैरिसन और केली पढ़ के आए हो. आ जाओ मैदान में, देखते क्या होता है. Do you think you can stand a chance against someone like me? I mean, if you think so, very good, congratulations. But वीडियो सुन के तो नहीं होने वाला बॉस. I'm telling you why. Because वीडियो मेरे जैसे किसी नहीं बनाया है. ठीक है, मैंने भी बनाए थे वीडियोस, फिर मैं पक गया, मतलब क्या बकवास है. बट वीडियोस बनाना गलत नहीं है, वीडियो सुनना गलत नहीं है, बट उनको उनकी जगह पे रखना चाहिए, उनको सर पे नहीं रखना चाहिए. You have to understand they are tools in your box. They are not a compulsion to be done. Use them as a tool. But you can't forget the biggest tools. Your words and big books. Why are we not reading them? Only out of fear. But किस चीज का डर है? कोई हंसेगा? क्या बुरा होगा? हैरिसन कौन सा कवर टू कवर पढ़ना है? अरे भाई 4 एडिशन हो गए हैरिसन के जब से मैं पढ़ रहा हूं, मैंने एक भी पूरा नहीं पढ़ा है. बट बहुत सारे इंपॉर्टेंट चैप्टर्स बहुत बार पढ़े. उतना तो पढ़ो जितना वार्ड में देख रहे हो, उतना ही हैरिसन से पढ़ लो. कुछ बहुत टाइम नहीं लगने वाला. आप वो सब सुन रहे हो वीडियोस में, सिर्फ पढ़ने के लिए कह रहा हूं. फोर्थ वन, एनालिटिकल स्किल्स. सिंपल भाषा में सोचना सीखो. हाउ डू यू थिंक लाइक अ क्लिनिशियन? दैट इज अ स्किल टू बी एक्वायर्ड. That will only happen when you do the next one together. Start presenting cases in your wards. I agree. Many faculty members are going to be pressed for time. They will find time for you, but it is not easy for faculty. They have huge number of responsibilities to take care. Undergraduation training is one of them, but there is lot of other things. But भाई residents तो है, पकड़ो उनको. But resident आपको क्यों सिखाएगा? रेसिडेंट आपको क्यों सिखाएगा? फैकल्टी तो चलो ड्यूटी बाउंड है आपको सिखाने के लिए. रेसिडेंट अनलेस फैकल्टी ने बोला जा बेटा सिखा, तब तक रेसिडेंट क्यों आएगा सिखाने को? एक छोटी सी किताब है, आई विल रिकमेंड कि जाके पढ़ लो. किताब का नाम है गो गिवर. गो गिवर का मतलब है दुनिया में 2 टाइप के लोग हैं. गो गेटर्स, हु विल गो एंड गेट एवरीथिंग फॉर देमसेल्व्स, एंड सेकंड, हु विल गो एंड गिव टू द वर्ल्ड. ट्राई बीइंग द सेकंड वन. गिव टू द वर्ल्ड. Give to the world and see what the world does. I'm going to ask the person who invited me, who told her about me. मैं तो मीराज ही first time आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है? But I can be reasonably sure उसका आंसर क्या आने वाला है. One of my student told her, and that student was receiving what I was giving, and indirectly the student gave me back this stage. I am here. That's how the world works. You want the resident to help you? First, you become useful for the resident. What does that mean? Be around. सर मैडम, फर्स्ट ईयर रेसिडेंट्स को बेचारे को नहाने को टाइम नहीं रहता. ठीक है, तुम बोलो भाई सर मैडम आपको कुछ हेल्प चाहिए क्या? शुड आई गेट सम रिपोर्ट फॉर यू? oh, I'll assist you in this thing, I'll assist you in that thing. Be around for some time. It's very human, they will help you. 20 साल पहले ये मैं कर रहा था प्राइवेट मेडिकल कॉलेज में, जहां ऐसे भी बहुत वर्कलोड नहीं है. आप तो कर ही सकते हो. उसके लिए शाम को वार्ड जाना पड़ेगा. वो जो शाम का टाइम है ना, बहुत क्रूशियल है. 5 बजे के बाद क्या कर रहे हो? जाओ वार्ड, टीम बनाओ, हर महीने में 4 राउंड मार दो, शुरू तो करो. कोई जरूरी है कि मेरा मेडिसिन पोस्टिंग चल रहा है सुबह तो मैं शाम को मेडिसिन में ही जा सकता हूं, ऑब्स्ट्रे वाले नहीं लेंगे अंदर? ऐसा कोई रूल नहीं है हॉस्पिटल में. आप जा सकते हो, परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है तो परमिशन लेके जाओ, कौन रोकेगा? गो एंड वर्क विद द रेसिडेंट्स, बी ऑफ सम यूज टू देम, दे विल हेल्प यू. They have a lot of knowledge, hands-on knowledge which you need. Work with them. Present cases to your faculty, develop your analytical skills. Join those forums where cases are being discussed, not those forums जहां बोला जा रहा है ये इसके 4 पॉइंट उसके 10 पॉइंट रट्टा मारो. कहीं नहीं लेके जाएगा आपको. कितना टाइम याद रखोगे रट्टा मार के? सेकेंड ईयर वाले, फर्स्ट ईयर वाले, आज अगर आप रट्टा मारना शुरू करते हो, क्या लगता है 5 साल याद रहेगा? कुछ नहीं याद रहेगा. बट एक बार कंसेप्ट समझ आ गया, कैसे सोचना है आ गया, so those are Lego boxes. You can apply them at other places. A part which I feel is very underutilized, especially for undergraduates, is medical research. ये वाला जो स्लाइड है ना मेरा, यहां तब तक मत आना जब पिछला स्लाइड ना पूरा किया हो. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि मैं वार्ड गया नहीं और रिसर्च करने बैठा हूं, खोखला रिसर्च बनेगा. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता मैं बड़ी किताबें नहीं पढ़ रहा हूं बट मैं मेटा एनालिसिस करने बैठा हूं. ठीक है, खोखला मेटा एनालिसिस होगा. ठीक है, प्लीज डोंट ट्राई दैट. आई सी मेनी पीपल डूइंग दैट. मुझे कॉल्स आते हैं, सर वी आर प्लानिंग अ सिस्टमैटिक रिव्यू, वी नीड योर हेल्प. एंड आज देम क्या क्या प्रिपेयर किया, सम फैंसी आइडियाज अबाउट व्हाट मेटा एनालिसिस इटसेल्फ इज. आई एम नॉट सेइंग यू शुड नॉट, आई एम सेइंग यू शुड. आफ्टर स्टेप्स 1 to 5 please come to research. Learning is pushing your horizons. If you want to push your horizons, research is the way forward. There are excellent tools available. I'm just going to tell you something I'm very proud of. We did a research with an undergraduate, 3rd year या final year का student है, and I asked him to present that research. You can see a slide of this. This was I think in August this year. To present that research where the competitors, now pay attention to this. अभी आपके यहाँ poster competition है ना, तो ऐसे ही पोस्टर रहते हैं, बट ये नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस था रूमेटोलॉजी का, एंड वो प्रेजेंट कर रहा था और उसके साथ जो कॉम्पिटिटर्स प्रेजेंट कर रहे थे वो सारे डीएम रूमेटोलॉजी के कैंडिडेट्स थे, और ये 3rd ईयर का एमबीबीएस स्टूडेंट था. राइट, एंड टेक अ गेस, यू कैन सी इन हिज हैंड फर्स्ट प्राइज फॉर योर बैचमेट इन अ नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस प्रेजेंटिंग हिज रिसर्च इज एब्सोल्युटली पॉसिबल. आई एम नॉट टेकिंग अवे हिज क्रेडिट, आई एम सेइंग ही इज गुड. So are you. वो सिर्फ सवाल पूछ रहा है, आप कब पूछोगे कि बॉस चल क्या रहा है? How many of you today feel कि अगर मेरे साथ मेरे सामने 1-on-1 केईएम के बंदे को बिठा दिया या बंदी को बिठा दिया तो मैं डिबेट में जीतूंगा? मेरे सामने 1-on-1 एम्स के बच्चे को बिठा दिया तो मैं डिबेट में जीतूंगा? मेरे सामने 1-on-1 हार्वर्ड मेडिकल स्कूल के बच्चे को बिठा दिया तो मैं जीतूंगा? If the answer to any one of this was no, you need to think. क्या अलग खा रहे वो लोग? उनके पास भी वही मैरो है जो आपके पास है. ठीक है, उनके पास भी वही चैट जीपीटी जो वो यूज कर रहे हैं. ये रिसर्च ना चैट जीपीटी यूज करके बनाया था. ठीक है, उनके पास भी वही बड़ी किताब है जो वो पढ़ रहे, आप माफ मार रहे हो. अपॉर्चुनिटीज ना डेमोक्रेटाइज हो चुकी है. कुछ डिकेड्स पहले मुंबई और पुणे के स्टूडेंट्स के पास जो था वो आपके पास शायद लेट आने वाला था. अब ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं. All the opportunities are in front of you. Make the best of them. Research is one of them. We recently did a systematic review. I don't have that letter. I'm just keeping this up because these are feedbacks I got from my student. Students doing a systematic review again and meta-analysis in rheumatology. These are final year and 3rd year students from Mumbai and Pune. Students of Quest. We mentored them over a span of 1 month and they have right now got a letter from the editor. We will be very happy to take your work because this is new cutting edge research happening. We are establishing the role of a new drug in a relatively new indication. Tofacitinib is the drug and indication is rheumatoid arthritis ILD. ये बच्चे कर रहे हैं, ये आपके एज के लोग हैं जो कर रहे हैं, and they are able to talk to editors. They are writing mails to the editors. This is our work. Will you accept it? They are writing mails to the authors of the original paper saying, give us that data. ये confidence कहाँ से आता है? यहाँ से आता है, सोच से आता है. Be the change. What you are seeing right now, वो ना ये सब भी कर रहे हैं. अगर आप कहते हो मैरो सुन रहे हो, ये भी कर रहे, अगर आप कह रहे हो मैं XYZ किताब पढ़ता हूँ, वो ये भी कर रहे, बट ये उसके आगे जा चुके हैं और ये आपके बैचमेट्स है। एंड इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ ये कौन से कॉलेज या कौन से, इनमें से 5-6 लोगों का टीम था, सब अलग अलग कॉलेज के थे, डज नॉट मैटर, व्हाट मैटर्स इज आर यू रेडी टू पुट इन द एफर्ट। वर्क ऑन योर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स। We conduct a workshop. I would like to take the opportunity to talk to the faculty on that. The communication skills workshop, we at Quest have trained actors to come as patients. We have trained actors to come as patient and present scenarios where a student has to talk. Violence against doctors, bad area, alarming area. हमने क्या किया? हमको गार्ड चाहिए। मैं भी ऐसा ही था। एम्स में ना एक बार बहुत सही हुआ था, हमारी बैचमेट को किसी ने मार दिया था, ठीक है, तो हम धरना लेके बैठ गए थे, तो मैं भी ऐसा क्रांतिकारी जैसा डीन ऑफिस के सामने बैठा था और हमारे जो सब डीन थे वो मेडिसिन वाले ही थे, तो सर आए, बहुत अच्छे थे, उन्होंने बोला सुशांत दे रहा, तो मैं गया, सर ने कहा क्या कर रहे तू, बोला सर हमारी डिपार्टमेंट के किसी को मारा है तो मैं बैठा हूँ धरने पे। बोला क्या चाहिए तेरे को, तुम लोग क्यों बैठे हो, बोला सर गार्ड चाहिए। सर ने कुछ चीज कही जो ना अभी तक ऐसे, थिंग्स हैपन, नो, एपिफेनी कहते हैं उसको, मूवमेंट्स होते लाइफ में, यू डोंट फॉरगेट देम, स्पेशली व्हेन पीपल लाइक दैट स्पीक। सर ने कहा सुशांत सोच के बता, वो जो गार्ड है ना, जब तू है और पेशेंट है, गार्ड किससे कोरिलेट करता है, वो गार्ड को अपना सा कौन दिखता है, तू जो कभी उससे बात ही नहीं किया, जो सामने से अकड़ के निकल गया उसी दिन सुबह, या वो पेशेंट जो उसी के कम्युनिटी में से कहीं से आ रहा है, उसी सोशो इकोनॉमिक क्लास से आ रहा है, कौन उसे अपना सा लगता है। तुझे क्या लगता है मैं 3 और गार्ड दे दूंगा तो बच जाएगा? नो, आई एम नॉट बाइंग दैट आर्ग्यूमेंट कंप्लीटली, आई एम सेइंग यस गार्ड्स आर रिक्वायर्ड, बट व्हाट ही देन सेड वाज व्हाट चेंज्ड इन यू। धरना तो लेके बैठ गए, व्हाट चेंज इन यू? आई डोंट नो, सिर्फ धरना मार रहा हूं, nothing changed in me. Has something changed in you? Communication skills are very powerful tools. They will make you, they will break you. I'll go back to my previous speaker. जब वो parents मान नहीं रहे थे फर्स्ट केस के, उनसे बात करने वाला एक इंटेंसिविस्ट था, सर ने बार बार उसके रोल के बारे में बात किया। I think, I'm not sure, this is what happened, this is what transpired on that night. Clear communication. What you are right now listening to is not something I was born with. I told you I'm a very introverted person, but I can speak like this. Guess how? It's not natural. I have taken coaching on how to speak. I have paid a coach to teach me how to speak. I am a sincere person, I'm telling you. हल्के में तो मैं ले ही नहीं रहा हूँ किसी चीज को. If I'm talking to you, it's not because it's good to speak. I'm talking to you because I mean this. I absolutely mean that it is possible to change the outcomes of this generation. And they are possible with the right kind of efforts. Communication skills being one big domain we are completely ignoring. You need to take the onus. Go to the wards. और कुछ नहीं तो वहां तो सीखोगे. Talk to people and respect them. मेडिकल कॉलेज में आने वाला पेशेंट आपके सीखने के लिए नहीं आया, उसकी मजबूरी है इसलिए आया, उसका फायदा मत उठाना, ठीक है? Be very clear, respect them. I'll go to the last 2 things. Social impact I'm going to leave out for today's. Fitness. Please work on that. Physical fitness, absolutely. But your mental fitness. It is your onus. It's of course the society's onus. It's our onus also as teachers. But it's also your onus. Be clear in your head. Be clear. I'll not go on that. It's a difficult and dark area to go into. I have a colleague over here who might probably speak better than me on that area. Dr. Dharav is here. Last but not the least, be a global learner. Please stop drawing your battle lines and saying मेरे को इतना ही फाइट मारना है, कल की एंट्रेंस, परसों का ये टेस्ट, परसों उसका ये टेस्ट. ग्लोबल बनो. सर ने क्या कहा? मतलब आई एम रियली अमेज्ड बाय द स्पीकर बिफोर मी. फर्स्ट इन द वर्ल्ड कर रहे हो आप. इसी बैकग्राउंड से आ रहे हैं ना सर, यहीं से तो आ रहे हैं जैसे आप और मैं हैं, ठीक है? वो ग्लोबल लर्नर बनने के लिए ना पहले सारी चीजें इन प्लेस होनी चाहिए. प्लीज थिंक अबाउट वेयर आर यू हेडिंग, टेक द ओनरशिप, These are some pictures which I showed you. This is our intubation workshop happening, some of the happy faces that you can see. These are students from colleges in Mumbai. We'll be doing it in Pune very soon. At Quest, my idea is very simple. Exam दुनिया के लिए है, learning खुद के लिए. खुद के लिए सीखो and achieve what you are set out to achieve. I leave you at that note. This is our motto. We want you to master learning and transform yourself into an empathetic, knowledgeable and skilled doctor, not a rote learning machine. That is not what your parents send you here for. They send you to evolve into something. Take that onus, evolve, opportunities are all around you, right? I would end at that. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Can I make an announcement? Can I make an announcement? So I just had one announcement. I would be hanging around for some time. I have a train to catch, but I told the organizers, if anyone wants to approach me for anything which you think I can help you on, medicine, I will be around after the talk. I'll be around. Right? Thank you.
Hello, check.
Thank you, Dr. Shinde, for your valuable contribution and inspiring our future healthcare professionals. Let's take a moment to appreciate his commitment to medical education and patient care. I now request Dr. Reshma Chavan ma'am and Dr. Abhay Bhosle sir to come forward and share few words.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Sir has explained very well the ATCOM module in short. You should be hungry for the knowledge and you should have ethics and empathy regarding the patient. You should have good communication skill, and I am very proud that he is alumni of Krishna Medical College. So I am also alumni from Krishna Medical College from 2001 batch, and I'm really proud of him and very, very thankful for organizing committee that they have chosen really diamonds for our Mediciencia. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
I now request Dr. Reshma Chavan ma'am and Dr. Abhay Bhosle sir to please felicitate Dr. Sushant Shinde.
Good afternoon, distinguished, esteemed colleagues and dear attendees. I, Mukta.
I am Sampada. I invite Dr. Priya ma'am and Dr. Reshma ma'am on the stage as chairperson for this session.
A warm welcome to Mediciencia, our annual medical conference where we bring together some of the brightest minds in the field of healthcare to discuss critical topics that shape our understanding of patient care. Today, we are diving into a subject that touches the very core of human health when emotional pain comes out as physical symptoms.
It is my great honor to introduce our orator for today, Dr. Dharav Shah, a highly respected MD in psychiatry. Dr. Shah has an impressive academic background, starting with his MBBS from BJMC Pune, followed by a diploma in psychiatry from the same institution. He later completed his MD in psychiatry from NIMHANS, the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore, one of the leading mental health institutes in India.
Dr. Shah is not only an exceptional psychiatrist but also a visionary in the field of mental health. He is associated with Spandan, an organization making monumental strides in holistic mental health care. Over the last 3 years, 33,281 patients have been treated through Spandan's OPD and mobile van services. Every year, over 1,000 special children and their parents receive multidisciplinary evaluation and counseling through Spandan's free childcare camps. In fact, the Spandan's Holistic Healthcare Center has attracted patients not just from across India but also from countries like Spain and Kuwait, solidifying its reputation on an international level.
Dr. Shah's dedication to his patients, coupled with his innovative approach to mental health, has transformed lives and set new standards in the field. We are incredibly fortunate to have him here with us today to share his insights on how emotional pain can manifest as physical symptoms. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Dharav Shah to the stage.
Hi. Just give me a moment, they'll start. Perfect. Okay. So, साइकेट्री में हम लोग मेंटली इल लोगों से बात करते हैं या जो लोग बहुत सैड है उनसे बात करते हैं, बट कुछ सैड लोग साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास नहीं आते, एमबीबीएस के पास आते हैं, जो डॉक्टर्स फिजिकल इलनेसेस देखते हैं उनके पास आते हैं। एंड अगर आप लोग उसको सही समय पे डायग्नोज नहीं कर पाए तो उनकी सैडनेस का आंसर नहीं मिल पाएगा। एंड देयरफॉर आई एम वेरी हैप्पी for this opportunity to get to speak to young medicos about when you need to be mindful that the person in front of me is in deep emotional pain. Okay? And that is not a rare thing. Give me a moment. Okay. Fine. So the most typical patient I have in mind is OPD में कोई आता है और बोलता है डॉक्टर पीठ दुखती है, हाथ दुख रहा है, पैर नहीं दुख रहा, पैर भी दुख रहा है, ये भी दुख रहा है, वो भी दुख रहा है, right? And this is a very common patient who comes. And what we do? MBBC लिखो, भगाओ. कुछ काम का पेशेंट नहीं है. Similarly, a patient comes to the OPD with breathlessness. Hysterical female है, भगाओ. तो ये जो पेशेंट्स हमें नौटंकी लगते हैं और हमें लगता है अरे वेस्ट ऑफ अवर टाइम, they are the ones who are actually undergoing the most severest of the emotional pain, and you fail to identify that and you fail to respond to that need. Okay, so let's understand a bit कि ऐसा क्यों होता है. नाउ सिगमंड फ्रॉइड करके कोई बंदा था, okay, till he figures out. सिगमंड फ्रॉइड करके बंदा था, you may have heard. He became the father of psychiatry, and he became a father of psychiatry because he sincerely took care of them. और ऐसे पेशेंट्स से बात करने पे उसे पता चला कि जब भी वो अपने इमोशनल प्रॉब्लम के बारे में बात करते हैं उनके फिजिकल सिम्टम्स चले जाते हैं. तो ही वॉज क्यूरियस कि एक पेशेंट जो ब्रेथलेस है, ब्लाइंड है, बोल नहीं पा रही है, अपने स्ट्रेसेस के बारे में बात करती है और सडनली उसके सिम्टम्स चले गए, तो ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? इस पे रिफ्लेक्ट करते 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 ही केम अप विद द कंसेप्ट ऑफ अ सबकॉन्शियस माइंड. सो ही रियलाइज्ड दैट कि जब भी कोई इमोशनल कन्फ्लिक्ट हो और अगर उसका कोई सॉल्यूशन मिल ना रहा हो, बहुत तकलीफ हो रही हो, और अगर उसको सबकॉन्शियस में रिप्रेस कर दिया जाए, तो तब जाके ऐसे सिम्टम्स होते हैं. तो कभी कभी किसी को लगेगा कि ये एक्टिंग है. ये एक्टिंग नहीं है, दे एक्चुअली फील इट. अगर कोई ब्लाइंड है तो उसे एक्चुअली में कुछ दिखता नहीं है. अगर कोई ब्रेथलेस फील करता है तो उसको एक्चुअली ब्रेथलेस फील कर रहा होता है, उसको लग रहा होता है कि अभी मैं मर जाऊंगा. ठीक है. सो वन, इट्स नॉट एक्टिंग. एंड सेकेंड, दिमाग को कोई प्रॉब्लम इतना स्ट्रेसफुल लगता है कि दिमाग बोलता है इसके बारे में सोचना नहीं है, तो इट गेट्स सप्रेस्ड इन द सबकॉन्शियस. बट अ स्टॉर्म इज गोइंग ऑन इन द सबकॉन्शियस, एंड भले क्योंकि अभी सबकॉन्शियस में चला गया, कॉन्शियस में तो नहीं है. सो अभी कॉन्शियस को प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं पता है, तो प्रॉब्लम के बारे में बात क्या करेगा. बट क्योंकि सबकॉन्शियस में स्टॉर्म चल रहा है, दैट स्टॉर्म क्रिएट्स फिजिकल सिम्टम्स एज अ क्राई फॉर हेल्प. ओके. सो ये सिम्टम क्यों होते हैं? इज इट टू गेन सिंपैथी? नो. द प्राइमरी रीजन दिस सिम्टम, अच्छा जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट, देयर इज अ बिट ऑफ कमोशन, आई नीड टू सेटल माय माइंड. Can you hear me clearly? Okay, fine. So we are asking the question कि how come a emotional conflict create physical symptoms in someone? The answer is कि एक बार physical symptom create हो गया, that helps me forget about my emotional pain. तो मेरा पति दारू पीता है और रोज रात को मुझे मारता है, अभी इसका कुछ सॉल्यूशन नहीं लग रहा, इसके बारे में सोच सोच के मैं पागल हो गई और वो बहुत पेनफुल फील कर रहा है. बट अभी मेरे को बैकएक है, हेडेक है, तो हेडेक के बारे में चिंता करना फील्स मच बेटर देन पति दारू नहीं छोड़ रहा इसके बारे में चिंता करना. अगर मैं ब्लाइंड हो गई और अभी मेरा ब्लाइंडनेस का क्या होगा, दैट फील्स मच बेटर देन मेरे इमोशनल प्रॉब्लम्स जो अनसॉल्वेबल लग रहे हैं उनके बारे में चिंता करना. So the primary reason is not to seek your attention. The primary reason is to forget unbearable emotional pain. Clear? And therefore, as soon as वो emotional pain के बारे में बात करना शुरू कर देती है, the cause of the symptom is gone. मैं emotional pain forget करने के लिए symptom था, emotional pain पे बात करने लगे तो symptom चला गया. ठीक है? So that's the primary gain, and the secondary gain is to seek help. It is not intentional and therefore we should not shame them. Now, ऐसे कौन से stressors हो सकते हैं कि जो इतने तकलीफदायक है कि उनके बारे में भूलने के लिए subconscious इतने physical symptoms create करता है? There are broadly two types of symptoms. One, symptoms which are too embarrassing to speak about. Can you guess what can be a stressor which is embarrassing to talk of? I don't think it's easy to guess, and it's a big group. Sexual frustration is something we don't talk of. Okay? Supposingly someone is feeling sexually frustrated, उसका पति उसके साथ रह नहीं रहा. She can't go to people and say, you know what, वो नहीं है, I'm feeling sexually frustrated. Forget talking to others. She cannot acknowledge to her own self that I'm feeling this. Okay? Now Sigmund Freud के सब theory में sexuality बहुत थी, and that's because almost 50% of patients of conversion disorder have sexual frustration at its base. Okay? तो क्योंकि उसने conversion disorder को ही बहुत स्टडी किया था and उसमें से आधों का रीजन sexual frustration था, इसलिए उसको तभी लगा था कि sexual frustration सारे mental ill health की जड़ है. But that's not true. कन्वर्जन डिसऑर्डर में अभी भी वो ट्रू है, बट मेंटली इल हेल्थ के बहुत सारे कारण हैं. ठीक है? कमिंग बैक टू दिस, सो मैं सेक्सुअल फ्रस्ट्रेशन के बारे में ही थोड़ा बोल देता हूं कि जैसे हंगर एक ह्यूमन नीड है कि इफ यू डोंट ईट फूड फॉर 1 day 2 days you will, your body will start crying for food and it will make you do almost anything to get your food. सिमिलरली जैसे हंगर और थर्स्ट एक बायोलॉजिकल डिजायर है, वैसे सेक्सुअल नीड भी एक बायोलॉजिकल डिजायर है. एंड बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट, इफ दैट नीड इज नॉट मेट, the person finds it intensely uncomfortable to bear it. Fine? And that often results in conversion disorder. That is one. Second, any other problem which is too difficult to solve. उसने बहुत बार solve करने का try किया, but solve ही नहीं हो रहा. And finally the person feels बहुत सोच लिया, बहुत कर लिया, ये solve नहीं होने वाला, so let me stop talking about it. Let me stop thinking about it. ठीक है, theory हो गया. Practically speaking, what do I mean? Suppose करो children or adolescents है. A very common symptom in them is severe abdominal pain. आपने एक्सरे कराया, सिटी स्कैन कराया, कोई प्रॉब्लम दिख नहीं रहा, बट उसका सीवियर एब्डोमिनल पेन या सीवियर पेन इन द लेग्स और सीवियर पेन इन द हैंड जा ही नहीं रहा. Then a probable cause is a very difficult problem he is facing which is difficult to solve. Example, pressure of studies. सपोज करो एक बच्चा है और उसके पापा को प्राउड फील कराने उसको फर्स्ट रैंक लाना है, पर वो कितना भी मेहनत कर ले 70% से ऊपर उसके मार्क्स जा ही नहीं रहे. But he is a responsible child. He wants to prove that he is a good student. What can he do? Do you think वो कितना भी पढ़ेगा उसको फर्स्ट रैंक आने वाला है? Yes, no? So we all know that the class topper first standard से 10th standard तक almost same ही रहता है. So let's accept different people have different talents and some people cannot perform beyond a particular point. But because he's made to believe that unless you do this, you are not a good child, you are not a good student, he is undergoing intense emotional conflict. And then there is of course a fear कि marks नहीं आए तो मम्मी अभी क्या बोलेगी, अभी कहाँ मार पड़ेगी, teacher क्या बोलेगी. So because of that, many children get conversion symptoms. Second, being a victim of bullying. Bullying can seem a very trivial thing, but bullying, recently एक केस जो देखा था कहूँगा, एक 6th स्टैंडर्ड की लड़की थी, she was getting fainting spells. क्लास में सडनली गिड़ी होके गिर रही थी. 6th स्टैंडर्ड गर्ल. न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट के पास गई, MRI was normal, कुछ incidental findings थे और कुछ नहीं था. So he referred to me. मैंने सोचा एकेडमिक स्ट्रेस रहेगा, बट इट वॉज द फर्स्ट डे ऑफ द स्कूल. तो मैंने फर्स्ट डे ऑफ द स्कूल को कौन सा एकेडमिक स्ट्रेस रहेगा. फिर पता चला 5th में जो उसको बुली कर रही थी, 6th में लकीली वो नहीं थी क्लास में, और 7th में फिर से वही क्लास में आ गई. वो लड़की को देख के उसको फेंटिंग स्पेल शुरू हो गए, थिंकिंग के मेरे को 5th में जो टॉर्चर हुआ था वो फिर से भी 7th में होने वाला है. That's the level of stress bullying can create, and it is significantly difficult to solve. But luckily, because she came to me, we discussed what can be potential solutions, and within 1 week her symptoms went off. Okay? Victim of abuse at home. It's not friends who bully. At times parents also bully. It's just that it's not called bullying. And the child can feel intensely distressed by what type of parenting which is happening, and at times sexual abuse can be there. So I'd like to share experience of one of my friends. So when she was a child, a cousin used to abuse her sexually. Now she was a 4th standard girl who didn't know how to talk about it to her mother, who didn't know what to say, but she found it extremely stressful. So the only thing which happened is she would get paralyzed below the leg and she couldn't walk, and she would just cry, and there would be a swelling type of a thing, but the main symptom was paralysis of the leg. She was repeatedly taken to the doctor. The doctor couldn't understand what it is. He diagnosed as juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, and she was on injectable steroids for 1.5 years. And till she became an adult, this abuse never got discovered. Okay? Bottom line, when you see a physical symptom which doesn't make sense, ask yourself, is there a severe underlying emotional stressor which is causing this thing? You don't need to think of unconventional physical diagnosis alone. Okay? Second, in adulthood, as I said, sexual frustration is a common reason. So when a person with conversion disorder, breathlessness, inability to walk, panic attack comes to us, the first question we ask is, पति कहाँ है, पत्नी कहाँ है, where do you stay, शादी हुई या नहीं हुई, as simple as that. And the most common answer we find is, पति merchant navy में काम करता है, या फिर for whatever reason the two people are living in two separate cities. And this simple thing is the cause of the conversion symptom in many of them. Being a widow, right? Now of course understandable कि अगर widow है and second marriage नहीं हुआ है, तो now person assumes that she is just sad because life में दुखी है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है. But often the main reason behind all her symptoms is the sexual frustration. One very interesting case I want to share with you. A lady with conversion disorder came. She was feeling very breathless. So I spoke to her about her sexual life. क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है? And she said, मेरा पति मुझे प्यार नहीं करता. मैंने बोला, why do you say so? बोलता है, नहीं, उसको मैं पसंद नहीं हूँ. मैंने पति से बात की कि how is your sexual life going? He says, नहीं, ठीक है. मैंने बोला, वाइफ तो ऐसा बोल रही है कि you don't have sex frequently. तो बोलता है कि नहीं, she is 5 years younger to me. I was thinking कि उसको फील करेगा ये क्या बार बार सेक्स की बात कर रहा है, तो इसलिए I was not doing it. Now okay, what I'm trying to say, a person who is breathless, the family is feeling कुछ तो medically बहुत खराब है, but actually the real reason was the communication between the two of them was not fine. Both of them would have loved a better sexual life, but because they were not talking, she was feeling sexually frustrated. Okay, fine. Adulthood. What are other psychological stresses which are extremely difficult to solve? So if your husband is addicted to alcohol, is it a problem easy to solve? Is there any solution to it? Yes, no? छुड़ा सकते हैं ना, दारू छुड़ा सकते हैं. So generally when she will tell him कि दारू छोड़ दो, treatment लो, what will he say? तूने तो मेरी आंखें खोल दी, थैंक यू वेरी मच. ऐसे बोलेगा वो. तेरे जैसी भटकी इसलिए पीना पड़ रहा है. Am I right? A lot of people addicted to alcohol want to quit but can't quit. Their wives wants life to change, but he refuses to quit. They try treatment multiple times, but they are unable to quit it. And many times they end up in a suicide. Okay? The point I wish to make is, it may seem a trivial thing, but the wife has to undergo intense emotional distress. ठीक है, I think that's acceptable. Parents objecting to marriage, is that significantly distressful? Yes, no? Okay, I'm not seeing enough response, so ठीक है, but I'm assuming बैठे हो तो समझ रहे हो. Is it significantly distressing if someone wants to marry someone but parents are saying कि हमने इस दिन के लिए तेरे को छोटे से बड़ा किया था? Is it significantly distressing? Yeah, because on one side he feels कि मम्मी पापा ने छोटे से बड़ा किया और अभी मैं उनके खिलाफ कैसे जाऊं? And on other side they feel कि भाई इस बंदे को मैंने कमिट किया है, हमने promises किए हैं, हमने एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करने का वादा किया है, we have spent so much time together. Right? And they get torn between two ethical dilemma. Just give me a moment. I'm sorry. So मैं बोल रहा था, can you hear me? Yeah. A very common problem what I see in community around me now. एक जमाना था जब बच्चे 16 साल पे शादी करते थे, 18 पे शादी करते थे, पेरेंट्स डिसाइड करते थे. बट आज का जमाना है जब बच्चे 28 पे शादी करते हैं, तब तक दे हैव बीन टू कॉलेज, दे हैव बीन टू ऑफिस. Okay, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm gonna sit and talk, okay? Can I have a chair or something? Huh? I'm feeling a bit giddy. I don't know why. But I think I can sit and talk. नहीं. I think हाँ सोफा भी आगे ले सकते हैं. ठीक. No मेरे को नहीं. I don't think that's the problem. मेरे को viral है थोड़ा. So probably that is causing it. Let's see. नहीं थोड़ा ऐसे कर देना. Relax. I'm fine. थोड़ा ऐसे कर दो. Okay, बस ठीक है. Okay, I'm really sorry for this, but let's hope. Can you hear me now? Okay. So, you may feel कि ये चिंदी बातों पे इतनी बात क्यों कर रहा है? Okay? But ये चिंदी बात पे the fact कि किसी को conversion symptom आ रहा है, that means unless the pain is very severe, his subconscious is not gonna create a conversion symptom. Am I right? And a lot of young people get conversion symptoms because their parents don't allow them to marry out of their choice. Fine. I will talk of the solution afterwards. Another most common thing is mother-in-law, daughter-in-law conflict. दोनों को लगता है कि सामने वाली मेरा खून पी रही है, and they have no other choice but to live with the person. So then they have no solution. Now, of course, among the various other things, one common thing is, imagine a first year resident जो है अपने wards में, सारा काम वो करता है, third year, second year relatively आराम करते हैं. Now he is waiting कि मैं second year में कब जाऊं और second year में जाके मैं आराम कब करूं. वैसे ही जो सास है, उसने first year JRship की है, and she is waiting कि मैं कब second year में जाऊं और मेरी बहू कब आए. And बहू आते बराबर she is like अभी सब तू करेगी. But surprise, नई बहू को घर का काम करने में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. She doesn't like to be JR1. और एक जमाना था जब उसके पास कोई चॉइस नहीं था JR1 बनने के अलावा, बट आज की बहू के पास चॉइस है, right? And then there are fights. So this is one common reason, and there are many other reasons why mother-in-law, daughter-in-law conflict is there. A lot of poor people or middle class people in today's age have a guilt कि जो अमीर बंदा अपने बच्चों को दे रहा है मैं नहीं दे पा रहा हूं. So one of my social worker, he used to get crying spells in the night. Crying नहीं, shouting spells. सो के वो सडनली चिल्ला के खड़ा होता था और ऐसे करके he would get up from his sleep and he would get panic attacks during the day. उसके साथ बहुत बात करने के बाद समझा कि उसको लगा मैंने 20 साल की सर्विस हो चुकी है, अब तक मेरी सैलरी 21,000 अ मंथ है. रिसेंटली एक जॉब लगा था जिससे आशा आई थी कि अभी मेरी सैलरी बढ़ेगी, और ये जॉब में तो सीनियर बहुत खराब है, तो ये मैं कंटिन्यू कर नहीं सकता, अभी मैं क्या करूं. सुनने को बड़ा सिंपल प्रॉब्लम लगता है, बट फॉर हिम दैट वाज क्रिएटिंग सो मच कन्फ्लिक्ट. उसी तरह से पोवर्टी इन जनरल, इफ अ पुअर पर्सन, नो मैटर हाउ हार्ड ही वर्क्स, बट ही गेट्स, लेट्स से वो लेबर वर्क दिन भर भी करे, बट उसको 10,000 15,000 से ज़्यादा मिलता नहीं है, and he is unable to manage a lot of his daily needs with that, and then he ends up feeling guilty and he can't go to college and he doesn't know what can he do कि उसका income बढ़ पाए. So that's also something which he finds as an unsolvable mess. A lot of farmers commit suicide because they find themselves in a situation which feels unsolvable. Okay? So आपका गोल ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट क्या होना चाहिए? अगर कोई ब्रेथलेसनेस के साथ आ रहा है, पैनिक अटैक के साथ आ रहा है, एक्स एंड पेन्स के साथ आ रहा है, आपका गोल ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट सिम्टम कंट्रोल होना चाहिए कि आइडेंटिफाइंग द अंडरलाइंग कॉज एंड सॉल्विंग इट. सिंपल है, आइडेंटिफाइंग द अंडरलाइंग कॉज एंड सॉल्विंग इट. बट ऑफ कोर्स मोस्ट ऑफ अस आर बॉदर्ड अबाउट जस्ट एथर सुंगाओ, सिम्टम बंद करो, घर भेज दो. इट्स लाइक अगर एक एक्यूट एब्डोमिन का पेशेंट है, then the first rule is don't give a painkiller. Am I right? You don't want to kill the pain. You want to find the cause of the acute abdomen before you do anything to the pain. Similarly, यहाँ पे you have to keep in mind, my goal is not just to kill the symptom. My goal is to find what is causing the pain and solve that. So, how do we do that? So first, what are common symptoms? One is breathlessness or panic attack. Another common symptom is pseudo seizures. Seizures तो पता है, pseudo seizure मीजर जैसा दिखता है, but वो actually psychological stress की वजह से होता है. Now of course the treatment of the two is very different, and if you don't diagnose it right, you will give an anti-epileptic to a person who doesn't have epilepsy, and the root cause will remain unsolved. Right? Sudden inability to walk, sudden inability to talk, suddenly going blind. Now it can seem too strange, ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? But you have to see it to believe it. ऐसा होता है. Sudden inability to swallow food. MCQ आता है. Globus hystericus क्या है? So they are unable to swallow food. Now, the most typical way to diagnose any conversion symptom is that it doesn't follow a physiological pattern. मतलब अगर कोई तुमको बोले कि मेरे को लिक्विड जाता है बट सॉलिड जा नहीं पा रहा, या सॉलिड जाता है बट लिक्विड जा नहीं पा रहा, इज इट पॉसिबल कि इसोफेगस में ब्लॉक है बट एक्स फूड कैन गो इन एंड वाई फूड कांट? नॉट पॉसिबल. बट ऐसा कुछ वियर्ड सिम्टम हो जो फिजियोलॉजिकली पॉसिबल नहीं है, then that can be because of conversion. Severe abdominal pain I already told. ये इमरजेंसी हुआ, एंड अगर स्ट्रेस सडन नहीं है बट लॉन्ग स्टैंडिंग माइल्ड लेवल स्ट्रेस है, लाइक अ मदर इन लॉ डॉटर इन लॉ कन्फ्लिक्ट, देन द प्रेजेंटेशन इज ऑल्सो मोर chronic form, something called as somatoform pain disorder या somatization disorder. Somatization disorder में क्या होता है? along with pain all multiple vague symptoms भी रहते हैं. Tension headache is another common symptom. So अगर कोई बोलता है सर दर्द करता है तो चिंता कर करके the frontalis muscle keeps contracting. तो अगर किसी को यहाँ पेन कर रहा है या फिर यहाँ पेन कर रहा है तो पेन किलर दो, बट उसके अलावा टेंशन क्या है उस पर बात करके वो भी सॉल्व करना है. ओके, आप डायग्नोज कैसे करोगे? जैसे मैंने कहा, फर्स्ट थिंग इज ट्राई टू सी कि ये जो सिम्टम्स हो रहे हैं इज इट फॉलोइंग अ फिजियोलॉजिकल पैटर्न और नॉट एंड टिपिकल पैटर्न और नॉट. एग्जाम्पल, अगर सूडो सीजर है तो उसमें उसको कभी भी टंग बाइट होने की पॉसिबिलिटी बहुत कम है, या वो गिरेगा बट उसको इंजरी नहीं होगी, क्योंकि द सबकॉन्शियस विल टेक केयर कि आराम से गिरना है, इंजरी नहीं करना है. उसको इनकॉन्टिनेंस होने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बहुत कम है. The symptoms will follow the patient's idea of what a convulsion is. So the patient will be like, ah, ah. Now in reality, a convulsion patient will never say, ah. You got it? So what I'm trying to say, कि जो एक typical physiological syndrome है, वो छोड़ के कोई atypical presentation है, तो ट्यूबलाइट चमकनी चाहिए कि शायद ये इमोशनल कन्फ्लिक्ट की वजह से हो रहा है. ठीक है? ओके, इट वोंट हैपन इन स्लीप, इट वुडंट हैपन व्हेन नो वन इज अराउंड. अगर एब्डोमिनल पेन है और आप एब्डोमेन पाल्पेट करते हो बट आपको सॉफ्ट फील करता है, गार्डिंग नहीं है, रिजिडिटी नहीं है, टेंडरनेस नहीं है, तो सिवियर एब्डोमिनल पेन विदाउट एनी गार्डिंग और रिजिडिटी, टेंडरनेस कैन बी देयर क्योंकि वो आ करेगा, बट गार्डिंग और रिजिडिटी नहीं रहेगा. राइट? ब्रेथलेसनेस, आपने स्टेथोस्कोप से चेक किया, रेस्पिरेटरी कोई सिम्टम नहीं है, बीपी बराबर है, पल्स बराबर है, तो फिर सीवियर ब्रेथलेसनेस का कारण क्या है? सी, ट्राई टू गेट द सीरियसनेस ऑफ इट. द प्रेजेंटेशन इज क्वाइट सिवियर. अगर वो एक फिजिकल कॉज है तो आपको इमरजेंसी में एक्ट करना है, बट अगर साइकोलॉजिकल है तो आपको कुछ अलग ही करना है. सो बीइंग श्योर अबाउट द डायग्नोसिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट. सो यू चेक फॉर द साइंस, फ्लक्चुएटिंग डिफिकल्टी, पैरालिसिस. नाउ पैरालिसिस का एक केस था जिसको 2 साल तक पैरालिसिस था, बट लकीली अर्थक्वेक आया एंड वो डर के मारे भाग के बाहर गया. ना इमेजिन अगर अर्थक्वेक नहीं आता तो उसका पैरालिसिस और सालों तक चालू रहता, एंड वो डिसयूज की वजह से एट्रोफी भी होता है, ठीक है. सो व्हेन अ पेशेंट ऑफ पैरालिसिस कम्स टू यू and it is not following a typical pattern, if it is convergent or not, you should check. Otherwise your inability to diagnose it will result in disuse atrophy. Okay, how to diagnose atypical presentation? अगर फिर भी आपको अगर क्लिनिकल एग्जामिनेशन से कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं लग रहा, इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने ही चाहिए, ओवर डायग्नोज नहीं करना है हर चीज में कन्वर्जन. तो अगर डायग्नोसिस कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं है, इन्वेस्टिगेट करो. एंड उसका एक एमसीक्यू आता है, ला बेला इंडिफरेंस. व्हाट डज दैट मीन? अगर एक पेशेंट सडनली ब्लाइंड हो जाता है, विल ही पैनिक और नो? यस, नो, ही विल पैनिक. इफ सडनली समवन गोज ब्लाइंड, ही विल बी लाइक, डॉक्टर दिख नहीं रहा, डॉक्टर दिख नहीं रहा. बट सपोजिंगली पेशेंट आके बोलता है, डॉक्टर सुबह से दिख नहीं रहा मेरे को, बहुत तकलीफ हो रही है, डॉक्टर प्लीज चेक करो ना. व्हाट डज दिस मीन? हिज लेवल ऑफ डिस्ट्रेस इज नॉट commensurate with the level of the symptom which is there. So he is apparently indifferent to the severity of the symptom. Why? Because subconscious को पता है कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, तो इसीलिए the emotional effect उतना ज्यादा नहीं होता. So la bella indifference is also one of the signs of convergent disorder. High index of suspicion is important. जैसे मैंने कहा कि अगर आपको मन में पता नहीं है कि ये क्या है, एग्जाम्पल, one doctor with severe abdominal pain over the past 1.5 year, उसके 3 CT स्कैन हुए, 2 MRI हुए, 2 एंडोस्कोपी हुए, but the cause of his abdominal pain could not be found and the diagnosis was vague, regional, non-specific pain. तो अगर ट्रीटिंग डॉक्टर को पता ही नहीं है कि कन्वर्जन डिसऑर्डर नाम का कुछ है, और अगर वो ध्यान में नहीं है, तो वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन करता रहेगा. अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल विथ अ चेस्ट पेन, ECG होता है, 2D एको होता है, 75,000 के इन्वेस्टिगेशंस हो जाते हैं बिफोर दे थिंक ऑफ इसका कॉज कुछ अलग भी हो सकता है. सो यू शुड बी माइंडफुल. अगर टिपिकल पैटर्न नहीं है तो वो हो सकता है. Money is wasted, and of course delay in addressing the root emotional cause. And if a complicated emotional cause does not get addressed in time, it can result in a suicide as well, right? So you will miss the opportunity to intervene in time. Okay, so how to bring them off the conversion spell? So I'm repeating, what am I saying? अगर एक पेशेंट तुम्हारे सामने आया, ब्रेथलेस है, या उसे कन्वर्जन हो रहा है, या बात नहीं कर रहा है, या उसे दिख नहीं रहा, तो how will you break this spell? The simplest thing what we see in the wards is उसको एथर सुंगाते हैं, या strongly noxious stimulus is given. A unhealthy thing which is done is some people slap them. Conversion है साला, हट, symptom बंद हो गया. Now of course if you slap also the symptoms at times will go, but that's not a dignified way of behaving with the patient, and he definitely doesn't deserve that slap, right? So what is the best way you can do? The best way is you do clinical examination if required, investigate करोगे, and then you will reassure the patient कि I've checked you and everything is in control, don't worry. And then you will try to find out what is the stress which is there. जैसे मैंने कहा था, अगर उसने स्ट्रेस के बारे में बोल दिया तो उसके सिम्टम्स चले जाएंगे. तो इफ यू आर रियली अ स्किल्ड डॉक्टर, द बेस्ट डॉक्टर वुड बी कि अगर वो बोल के सिम्टम निकाल पाए, ठीक है. एंड द सेकेंड बेस्ट वे वुड बी, अगर वो बोलने के स्टेट में ही नहीं है, बहुत ब्रेथलेस है, बहुत सीवियर पेन में है, बोलने के स्टेट में ही नहीं है, तो क्या कर सकते हो? तो माइल्डली नॉक्शियस स्टिमुलस विच कैन ब्रेक द स्पेल. एग्जाम्पल्स आर, एथर सूंघा सकते हो, स्पिरिट सूंघा सकते हो, गैग रिफ्लेक्स कर सकते हो. सपोजिंगली कोई बोले बोलने को जम नहीं रहा या स्वॉलो करने को जम नहीं रहा, तो आप बोल सकते हो अच्छा मैं चेक करता हूं, और आप टंग डिप्रेसर लेके उसको गैग रिफ्लेक्स कर सकते हो, नॉट आउट ऑफ हेट और इरिटेशन, बट बिकॉज यू वांट टू गिव अ वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट स्टिमुलस. तो आप उसके पोस्टीरियर थ्रोट को टच करोगे, नहीं लाइक and that severe gag will break the spell. Okay, so you give a mildly noxious stimulus followed by a very authoritative confident suggestion, अभी ये tablet ले, you will be fine. अरे मैंने check कर लिया, वो मैंने निकाल दिया, now you will be fine. So when you give a very authoritative suggestion, that spell breaks. But now, as we said, breaking the spell is not our focus. Our focus is कि ये हो क्यों रहा है? What is bothering the mind, right? So then, जैसे हमने देखा, how do you make them speak about the stress? Suppose करे conversion और somatization के patient को मैं पूछूं लाइफ में टेंशन क्या है, लाइफ में स्ट्रेस क्या है, do they say? What is your guess? पता नहीं होगा तुम्हें. They don't tell. अगर मैं तुम्हें भी पूछूंगा ना लाइफ में किस बात का टेंशन है, तुम कुछ तो बोलोगे. बट अगर मैं एक मल्टीपल एक्स एंड पेन्स को पूछूंगा ना लाइफ में टेंशन क्या है, द आंसर विल बी डॉक्टर लाइफ में कोई टेंशन नहीं है, लाइफ में सब ठीक है. Why do they say that? Because that's the whole point of the conversion symptom. The stress got suppressed in the subconscious and now the mind is obsessing with the symptom. The mind doesn't want to obsess कि मेरी सांस मेरे को बहुत परेशान कर रही है. The mind doesn't want to obsess कि पति ने दारू पी पी के घर का सब कुछ बिकवा दिया है. The mind would rather like to think यहाँ बहुत पेन कर रहा है, मदद कर दो. So because ये symptom is helping forget the stress, they have actually forgotten the stress. You got up to here? Okay, so they are not gonna easily talk about their stress. So then how do you make them talk? First is depending on their age and socio-economic strata, you will guess what might be the stress. And फिर तुम उसको पूछोगे पति दारू पीता है क्या, पढ़ाई में कम मार्क्स आ रहे हैं क्या. And when you pinpoint the possible stress, वो he'll be like इसको कैसे पता चला. And then he will also remember that suddenly, हाँ शायद. Okay, so one is you guess based on the वो. But उसमें भी majority of the time तुम guess भी करोगे, the answer will be no. Then what do? You behave as if तुम्हें पता है कि कुछ ना कुछ तो स्ट्रेस है. एग्जाम्पल मेरे साथ हुआ था एक बार, मैंने किसी को पूछा पति दारू पीता है क्या? नहीं. बिल्कुल नहीं पीता? नहीं. मारता है क्या? नहीं. सच बोलो. रोज पीता है, रोज मारता है. ठीक है. सो यू हैव टू ऑलमोस्ट बिलीव एज इफ यू नो कुछ ना कुछ है. Then they say. Other way of doing is, मैं काफी बार बोलता हूं, मैं उन्हें बोलता हूं कि देखो भाई, जब एक डॉक्टर सर्जरी करता है तो उसको ब्लीडिंग वेसल्स बंद करने होते हैं. अभी अगर खून दिख रहा है इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं तो ब्लीडर है. तुम्हें ब्लीडर दिख नहीं रहा होगा, बट अगर ब्लीडिंग हो रहा है तो ब्लीडर है. तो अगर ब्लीडर नहीं दिख रहा तो और ढूंढो और ब्लीडर फाइंड करो. तो उस तरह मैं बोलता हूं कि ऐसा हो सकता है तुम्हें फिलहाल तुम्हारा स्ट्रेस पता नहीं है, बट अगर तुम्हें इतने सारे सिम्टम हो रहे हैं तो कुछ ना कुछ तो स्ट्रेस है. तो चलो मिलके सोचते हैं क्या स्ट्रेस है. फाइन. तो ऐसा बोल के से जबरदस्ती किया और 5 मिनट बात की तो कुछ ना कुछ बाहर आ जाता है. ओके. वन कॉमन वे इज कि उसके लाइफ के कॉमन चीजों के बारे में बात करना. बच्चे कितने हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं क्या, पति कहाँ पे है, कितना कमाता है, लोन है क्या, और इसी में आपको मिल जाएगा. एग्जाम्पल अगर पूछूं बच्चे कितने हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, नहीं मेरा एक बेटा है उसको ऑटिज्म है. ना भले वो बोले मेरे लाइफ में कुछ स्ट्रेस नहीं है, बट वी एज अ डॉक्टर नो कि इफ शी हैज अ स्पेशल चाइल्ड इट्स गोना बी सच अ स्ट्रेसफुल थिंग फॉर हर. सो शी डजंट नीड टू टेल विथ हर माउथ कि मेरे को ये स्ट्रेस है. Asking about the important areas of her life will tell you what might be the probable stress. I'm not sure how much you are getting it, but I'll still say. जैसे मैंने कहा, sexual frustration can be a very common reason for this. But how can I tell a person, are you feeling sexually frustrated? तो वो तो ना ही बोलेगी, right? नहीं ऐसा कुछ फील नहीं करता मेरे को. So one way of doing it is to normalize it. So what I generally do is, सपोजिंगली मुझे पता चले कि दोनों अलग रह रहे हैं, तो मैं बोलता हूं कि आप दोनों अलग रह रहे हो, आप लोग मैनेज कैसे करते हो? मेरी वाइफ तो एक वीक भी चली जाए तो मेरे से तो सहन ही नहीं कर पाता मैं, तुम कैसे मैनेज करते हो? तो ऐसा बोलने पे दे फील अच्छा ये तो नॉर्मल लग रहा है, एंड दैट अलाउज देम टू स्पीक अबाउट इट. So explaining family. Now one of the most important skills as a doctor would be, what do you tell the family? Because as soon as you tell the family कि नहीं ये तो कुछ serious नहीं है, the family is gonna start acting कर रहा था क्या फिर ये साला? Am I right? And that's not the impression you want to give the family. So you will tell the family कि luckily कुछ भी serious physical problem नहीं है, but serious emotional problem है. He or she is undergoing intensive emotional problem जो वो सहन नहीं कर पा रहा. Clear? The two are very different. कुछ नहीं है, घर लेके जाओ. Versus he is having intense emotional distress, the family needs to understand and support him. The two are very different. Am I right? You tell them कि don't show concern for the symptom. Example, अगर कोई faint होके गिर रहा है, तो उसको now that you know कि वो गिरने नहीं वाला, उसको severe harm नहीं होने वाला, it is healthy for the family to not show concern for it. It is healthy for the family, कुछ नहीं होने वाला, डॉक्टर ने चेक कर लिया, चिंता मत कर, and not go and catch her at that time. So they don't have to show concern for the physical symptom, but because he or she is in intense pain, they have to show love and concern in general. Okay? Are you getting me? So it shouldn't become कि उसको physical symptom हो रहे and the family is like, acting करिए, जाओ जाओ, चलो कोई ध्यान मत दो वहां पर. It shouldn't be like that. The family has to be supportive, but not show too much concern for the physical symptom. Okay? Okay? And the most important, patient can feel कि मेरे को इतनी तकलीफ हो रही है और किसी को कोई पड़ी नहीं है. So what you have to tell the patient is कि you have been adequately checked, डॉक्टर ने कहा है कि कुछ नहीं है, और डॉक्टर ने कहा है कि कारण तुम्हारा वो वाला इमोशनल प्रॉब्लम है, तो चलो उस प्रॉब्लम पे बात करते हैं, उसका सॉल्यूशन निकालते हैं. द आंसर इज नॉट कर जो करना है. द आंसर इज आई विल हेल्प यू, बट द कॉज इज ओवर देयर, सो लेट्स डिस्कस दैट एंड लेट्स सॉल्व दैट. ओके? सो यू मे थिंक कि ये सब हमें इतना क्यों बोल रहा है, हमारा रोल क्या है? साइकेट्रिस्ट करेगा ना ये सब. तो जैसे मैंने कहा, सबसे पहला तो कि द पेशेंट इज गोना कम टू यू एंड नॉट टू द साइकियाट्रिस्ट. सो आइडेंटिफाइंग व्हाट इज द कॉज, वो तुम पे डिपेंड करता है. अगर तुम वो आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पाए तो बातें आगे नहीं बढ़ने वाली. सेकंड, डॉक्टर अरुण रुकड़ईकर करके मीरज के बहुत सीनियर साइकियाट्रिस्ट है, उनकी बुक में पढ़ रहा था, एंड ही समराइज द ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ कन्वर्जन डिसऑर्डर एज the beliefs and the attitudes of the person and his family members should change, and if the beliefs and attitudes don't change, the symptoms will keep repeating in various different forms. Example, अगर एक बंदे को शादी करनी है और पेरेंट्स मान नहीं रहे, तो पेरेंटल एटीट्यूड बदलना पड़ेगा. If someone finds herself in a toxic marriage, तो हर एटीट्यूड टूवर्ड्स डिवोर्स, हर एटीट्यूड टूवर्ड्स मैरिज बदलना पड़ेगा ना. मुझे ये कहो, किसी भी व्यक्ति के एटीट्यूड्स और बिलीफ्स कैसे बदलते हैं? दे कैन बी वेरियस वेज, बट अ डॉक्टर हैज लॉट ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट इन द सोसाइटी, एंड यूजुअली लोगों के एटीट्यूड्स और बिलीफ्स मुश्किल है. एग्जाम्पल, अगेन द सेम थिंग, अगर कोई पेरेंट बोल रहा है कि मैं इंटरकास्ट मैरिज करने नहीं दूंगा, तो किसी एरे गहरे के बोलने पे वो अपना ओपिनियन जनरली बदलेगा नहीं. डॉक्टर के बोलने पे भी काफी बार नहीं बदलेगा, बट काफी बार बिकॉज डॉक्टर हैज अ लॉट ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट इन द सोसाइटी, तुम्हारे बोलने पे काफी बार लोग अपने एटीट्यूड्स बदलते हैं. फाइन. सो यू एंड लकीली बिकॉज द फैमिली इज ऑल कंसर्न कि उसको इतना पैनिक क्यों आ रहा है, तो उस समय पे यू टेलिंग द फैमिली कि देखो द पर्सन इज गोइंग थ्रू इंटेंस इमोशनल डिस्ट्रेस, अभी भी आप अगर उसकी बात नहीं समझे तो फिर इसका इमोशनल हेल्थ वर्सन होता रहेगा. इन शॉर्ट, बिकॉज ऑफ द ऑथोरिटी यू कमांड इन द सोसाइटी, you can use that opportunity to briefly in 5 minutes. You don't have to give a big lecture to them, but as a doctor, you authoritatively recommending them कि what seems to be a good way to respond to this emotional stressor can help. I will share with you some examples. And of course, आपको पूरा करने की जरूरत नहीं है. आप 5 मिनट डायग्नोस करके ऑथोरिटेटिव बोल के अगर आपको लगता है सॉल्व नहीं हो रहा, you refer to a therapist or a psychiatrist. Now let me give you few examples. Simple है, if you find out कि sexual frustration is the cause, then you just validate it कि it is normal. बहुत सारे लोगों को ऐसा होता है and you and your partner need to find out a way of life जिसमें both of you can stay together. And masturbation क्या होता है इसके बारे में हमारे सोसाइटी में अभी भी काफ़ी misconceptions है. काफ़ी लोगों को लगता है कि ये गलत चीज़ है, नहीं करनी चाहिए. We can normalize it कि till you and your partner can spend more time together, masturbation is a healthy way of releasing the sexual tension. उससे कोई नुकसान नहीं होता. सपोजिंगली एकेडमिक प्रेशर बहुत है तो फ्यू कॉमन आर्ग्यूमेंट्स विच वर्क आर, बच्चा बोलेगा रैंक तो जरूरी है, नहीं तो अच्छा कॉलेज नहीं मिलेगा. तो हाँ, अच्छे मार्क्स आना जरूरी है, सक्सीड होना जरूरी है, बट लाइफ विल कीप गिविंग यू चांसेस टू सक्सीड. नीट में पहली बार में नहीं मिला तो सीट नहीं मिलेगी, बट फिर से 1 साल बाद रिपीट कर सकते हो. लाइफ विल कीप गिविंग यू चांसेस, राइट. एग्जाम्पल्स विच वर्क आर, अब्दुल कलाम को फाइटर पायलट बनना था पर वो एग्जाम क्लियर नहीं कर पाए. डज इट मीन उनकी लाइफ बिगड़ गई? अमिताभ बच्चन को मिलिट्री में जाना था बट वो वहां की टेस्ट क्लियर नहीं कर पाया. डज इट मीन उसकी लाइफ बिगड़ गई? इन द सेम फील्ड एंड इन डिफरेंट फील्ड्स, व्हेन वन डोर विल क्लोज many other doors will open. तो ये हम बच्चे को बोल सकते हैं. Second, we tell them कि different people have different talents in life. तेंदुलकर पढ़ाई में अच्छा नहीं था, but that's okay. That doesn't mean he didn't succeed in life. अंबानी most probably ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ा है, but he is very very rich and successful. So these are common examples. If you can give, ज्ञान doesn't convince, but example of successful people convinces youngsters कि चलेगा बाबा, मेरा फर्स्ट रैंक नहीं आया तो भी चलेगा. Another thing I tell them is there are doctors and otherwise very successful people who also commit suicide, which means कि being academically or financially successful is not the only parameter which decides whether a person will be happy in life or not, right? Your fitness level, how your relationship is, how your friendships are, how your emotional health is, all this is gonna decide your level of happiness much more than how much money you have. So these are common examples I give. And of course, बच्चे को तुमने अकेला ज्ञान दिया और घर पे पेरेंट्स कितने मार्क्स आए करते रहे, तो then there is no use, right? So पेरेंट्स को भी साथ में बोलना है. अगर अल्कोहल डिपेंडेंट पति की वाइफ है एंड शी हैज कन्वर्जन सिम्टम्स, देन यू रीअश्योर हर कि दारू छोड़ना मुश्किल है बट पॉसिबल है. ऐसी दवाइयां हैं जो आपको सुनाई दे रहा है ना? ओके. मेनी पीपल बिलीव कि दारू छूट नहीं सकता बिकॉज दे हैव रिपीटेडली ट्राइड टू क्विट एंड फेल्ड. सो यू रीअश्योर देम कि हाँ मुश्किल है, बट भले बहुत लोग नहीं छोड़ पाते हैं, सही ट्रीटमेंट के साथ आज तक लाखों लोगों ने दारू छोड़ी है. दवाई उपलब्ध है जिससे छोड़ने पे होने वाली तकलीफ कम हो जाती है. काउंसलिंग उपलब्ध होता है कि क्रेविंग कैसे कंट्रोल करो, जिन ट्रिगर्स से रिलैप्स होता है वो कैसे कंट्रोल करो. सो हैविंग गिवन दैट होप, यू कैन रेफर देम कि ट्रीटमेंट कहाँ मिलता है, तो साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास मिलता है. फॉर द पुअर सोशियो इकोनॉमिक स्ट्राटा, साइकेट्रिस्ट कहाँ मिलता है? तो वो किसी मेडिकल कॉलेज के साइकेट्री डिपार्टमेंट में मिलता है या डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल में मिलता है. फाइन. सेकेंड इज अल्कोहलिक एनोनिमस. अल्कोहलिक एनोनिमस इज अ सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप of people who were addicted to alcohol once upon a time and now they have quit. I think I'm feeling better now, so I'm standing. Okay, but I think रहने देते. अल्कोहलिक एनोनिमस में जो लोग ने दारू छोड़ दी है वो विदाउट टेकिंग एनी फीस नए लोगों को छोड़ने में मदद करते हैं. तो एस्पेशली अगर आप किसी गरीब व्यक्ति से बात कर रहे हो तो अल्कोहलिक एनोनिमस का रेफरल देना अच्छा है. यू कैन गिव देम दिस नंबर 8097055134. अक्रॉस द कंट्री दिस इज द सेम नंबर. तो वो इस नंबर पे फोन कर सकते हैं और पूछ सकते हैं कि मेरे घर का सेंटर किधर है, एंड दे कैन गो देयर. सेकंड, काफी बार जब तक वाइफ नहीं बोलती है कि दारू छोड़ना पड़ेगा अदरवाइज आई विल लीव द हाउस एंड गो, तब तक वो दारू नहीं छोड़ते हैं. ओके, बट द पॉइंट इज मेनी वीमेन फाइंड इट वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू assert. Now one, okay, fine. One common simple sentence which I tell them, which works often is, कि you tell your partner कि I want to live with you, but I want to live a happy life with you. And अगर दारू है तो हमारी लाइफ में हैप्पीनेस पॉसिबल नहीं है, तो मुझे तेरे साथ दुखी जिंदगी जीने का कोई शौक नहीं है. तो अगर तुझे दारू छोड़ना नहीं है तो फिर मुझे तेरे साथ नहीं रहना है. एंड ऐसा बोल के काफी बार दे आर कन्विंस्ड एंड दे ट्राई. एंड ऑफ कोर्स व्हेन दे गो तो पहले वो बोलेगा जा जा कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता मेरे को. बट इफ शी होल्ड्स हर ग्राउंड एंड 1-2 महीने तक नहीं आई तो फिर काफी बार पति बोलता है सॉरी सॉरी आई विल क्विट. सो दैट कैन बी टोल्ड टू हर. एंड व्हाट वी कैन टेल हर इज कि जब वो दारू पी के आया हो तब बात मत कर. बिकॉज अगर वो पी के आया और उसने बात किया तो अंडर द इंटॉक्सिकेटेड स्टेट दिमाग काम नहीं करता, ही इज असॉल्टिव टूवर्ड्स हर. तो वो डरती है बात करने को क्योंकि ना मैं करूंगी तो वो फिर मारेगा. तो वी कैन रीएश्योर हर दारू बुरी होती है, दारू पीने वाला बुरा नहीं होता. नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग जब वो इंटॉक्सिकेटेड नहीं होता उस समय पे अगर तुम बात करोगी तो वो नहीं मारेगा. तभी वो बात तुम्हारी माने या नहीं माने, बट ही वोंट बी असॉल्टिव. Okay, if there is a widow, I always make it a point to talk to the family कि आपने इसके second marriage का think किया है क्या. Why do I talk to the family? Because often families in our society take pride. हमारे community में second marriage नहीं करते. Is it something to be taken pride in? Right? So till the family keeps taking pride in it and till they glorify that हमारी बेटी तो फिर से शादी नहीं करने वाली है, वो बड़ी महान है, till that point she doesn't feel confident to even talk about the second marriage, right? So often it is not important to just convince, और उसको तो convince नहीं करना पड़ता, family को convince किया तो matter is done. I remember a particular patient who had come. I was speaking to the family and my JR told me कि सर आप फैमिली से शादी की बात कर रहे थे and there was a spark in her eye. Okay, now what are some of the common arguments I give? What I tell them is आपके कम्युनिटी में अगर कोई मर्द की वाइफ मर गई तो वो सेकेंड मैरिज करता है कि नहीं करता, और क्यों करता है, एंड इफ अगर वो अलाउड है तो फिर ये क्यों नहीं. सेकेंड आई से कि जो भी कारण से फर्स्ट मैरिज जरूरी था, फॉर द सेम रीजंस सेकेंड मैरिज भी जरूरी है. A lot of our emotional, physical and sexual needs can be met only in the context of marriage, right? Okay. अगर पेरेंट्स मैरिज को ऑब्जेक्ट कर रहे हैं, विच इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट थिंग टू सॉल्व, अपने बोलने पे भी बदलते नहीं है, बट सम आर्ग्यूमेंट्स विच वर्क आर, आई ऑफन टेल देम कि देखो 18 साल तक फाइनल डिसीजन पेरेंट्स का होना चाहिए इन इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स, बिकॉज द किड्स मे नॉट they have not seen life enough. But after 18 we need to respect an individual's right to his life. तो मैं बच्चे को बोलता हूं कि पेरेंट्स तुम्हारे वेल विशर्स है, प्लीज एक बार सुन लो वो क्या बोल रहे हैं. और मैं पेरेंट्स को बोलता हूं कि बट आपको जो भी आर्ग्यूमेंट्स बोलने थे वो बोलने के बाद रिस्पेक्ट हिज और हर राइट, क्योंकि गलत तुम भी हो सकते हो और गलत वो भी हो सकता है. तो अगर उसको पछताना ही है तो खुद की गलती से पछता है बेटर है वर्सेस तुम्हारी गलती से वो पछता है. एंड आई गिव देम एग्जांपल्स ऑफ पेरेंट्स हु ऑब्जेक्टेड टू मैरिज एंड लेटर ऑन द चाइल्ड हैड अ वेरी बैड लाइफ, एंड नाउ द पेरेंट रिग्रेट्स कि मैंने मेरे बच्चे की लाइफ खराब कर दी बाय इंसिस्टिंग के इंटरकास्ट मैरिज ही होना चाहिए। तुमने भी आजू बाजू ऐसे एग्जाम्पल्स देखे रहेंगे, तो आप ऐसे एग्जाम्पल्स कोट कर सकते हो। नाउ अ डॉक्टर कॉन्फिडेंटली सेइंग इट एट टाइम्स कैन शेक अप वेरी फर्मली हेल्ड बिलीफ्स एज वेल। मैं गांधी जी का एग्जाम्पल बोलता हूं कि गांधी जी 70 साल पहले बोल के गए कि इंटरकास्ट मैरिज होगा तो ही मैं अटेंड करूंगा। हम 70 साल बाद भी वही कचरे में विश्वास रखे तो कैसे चलेगा? और ये सारा मैं दोनों के सामने बोलता हूं ताकि आगे से वो बच्चा भी पेरेंट्स के खिलाफ एसर्ट करने को कॉन्फिडेंट फील करे। बट कुछ चीजें मैं अकेले में बोलता हूं। मैं पेरेंट्स को बोलता हूं कि देखो तुम्हें जितना जिद करना है कर लो, बट ये समझ लो कि बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट अगर उसका सटका और उसको बहुत पेन कन्फ्लिक्टेड फील किया तो ही मे कमिट सुसाइड, विच इज नॉट अ स्मार्ट थिंग टू डू, बट एट टाइम्स पीपल डू। सो आई लेट पेरेंट्स नो दैट। और देखो हर इंसान को पेरेंट्स के प्रति ग्रेटिट्यूड फील करता है। सो मेजॉरिटी conscientious people find it very difficult to go against their parental wish and marry. So I tell the child कि अगर एक डॉक्टर बहुत मेहनत करके पेशेंट को ठीक करे तो उसके ये पैसे लेने का हक है, थैंक यू सुनने का हक है, बट वो ऐसा नहीं बोल सकता मैंने इतनी मेहनत से तेरे को ट्रीट किया अभी तू मेरे से शादी कर ले। That wouldn't be a valid expectation. Similarly, parents taking good care of you is a very appropriate reason that we take care of them. When they become old, we take care of them, we listen to them, we care for them. But parents expecting के because they हमको बड़ा किया है इसलिए they will dictate now कि लाइफ में तू क्या काम करेगा, किससे शादी करेगा, कैसे बर्ताव करेगा, is an invalid expectation. You don't need to feel ethically guilty in taking your choice. A doctor making him feel confident about his rights can often make them believe in themselves and go ahead with waking. If they wish to say, we need to tell them that is not selfish. If parents abandon you because you want to marry someone, they are abandoning you, you are not abandoning them. I often tell them कि डाउरी करना चाहिए कि नहीं, तो लोग बहुत कॉन्फिडेंटली बोलेंगे नहीं। तेरे पेरेंट्स बोलेंगे डाउरी ले तो क्या करेगा, फिर भी नहीं लूंगा। तो डाउरी में तुम इतना क्लियर हो, व्हेन इट कम्स टू अ मैटर ऑफ राइट एंड रॉन्ग तुम क्लियर हो कि पेरेंट्स जो भी बोले मैं सही करूंगा, बट तुम्हारी खुद की लाइफ के बारे में तुम क्लियर नहीं हो। दैट्स बिकॉज मैरिज पीपल डोंट सी एज समथिंग इंपॉर्टेंट, दे लुक इट एज अ सेल्फिश थिंग, and we tell them कि it's gonna be one of the most consequential decisions of your life. Don't do it just because someone else is saying what is right or wrong for you. Okay, I will skip this. One may feel कि ये सब मुश्किल है ना, मतलब इतना सब कॉम्प्लेक्स चीज हो गया, हम बोलेंगे लोग मानेंगे नहीं मानेंगे। ऑफ कोर्स प्रिवेंटिंग थिंग इज द बेस्ट थिंग। सो अगर सोसाइटी में बहुत सारे लोग अल्कोहल एडिक्ट हो जाएंगे और फिर उनकी बीवियों को हम काउंसिल करेंगे, उससे अच्छा अगर लोग एडिक्ट ही ना हो तो ऑफ कोर्स इट्स गुड। एंड आई बिलीव एज डॉक्टर्स वी कैन प्ले अ बिग रोल। देयरफॉर आई वर्क ऑन प्रिवेंटिंग, ऑन स्प्रेडिंग अवेयरनेस ऑन अल्कोहल। मैं डॉक्टर्स में ज़्यादा काम करता हूँ बिकॉज आई बिलीव इफ डॉक्टर्स चेंज देयर एटीट्यूड टूवर्ड्स ड्रिंकिंग देन रेस्ट ऑफ द सोसाइटी विल। आई हैव बीन टू 62 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस टिल नाउ। I'll be happy to come to your college as well. मेरा दारू पर का टॉक YouTube पे है, मेरा चैनल का नाम पावरफुल ज्ञान है। I would request you when you find time go through it. कि as a psychiatrist I have seen so many families get ruined and I have seen, I'll just conclude with one example. एक alcohol dependent की मम्मी had come to us for the third time. And she said during the third time कि डॉक्टर कां तो मुझे जहर दे दो कां तो इसे जहर दे दो, I can't tolerate it any longer. Something which can destroy a family so badly, that is becoming more trendy among the well-educated people including doctors, distresses me. So what are the reasons why it doesn't make sense? उसका evidence मैंने compile किया है. I would encourage you when you get time check it out. As a society, we need to normalize love marriages, divorces, widow remarriages, masturbation, and we need to not glorify competitiveness. आमिर खान दंगल में बोलता है, बेटा फर्स्ट आई गोल्ड मेडल मिला, दुनिया याद रखेगी, सेकंड आई सब भूल जाएंगे, फर्स्ट आना जरूरी है. इफ दैट इज द एटीट्यूड वी हैव, देन ऑफ कोर्स एक साल में पूरी दुनिया में एक ही बंदा हैप्पी रह सकता है. See, we as a society are normalizing a competitive attitude, and that is bound to make a lot of people very, very sad. I'm gonna skip this. Lastly, जो multiple aches and pains के patients आते हैं, सबसे पहला तो मन को बोलो ये एक्टिंग नहीं कर रहे हैं, दे आर अंडरगोइंग क्रॉनिक लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रेस और उसकी वजह से हो रहे हैं सिम्टम्स. बट एक पेशेंट थी जो एक्स एंड पेन्स के लिए 7 साल के डॉक्टर्स के पास जा रही थी और मैंने उसको समझाया कि कैसे इमोशनल पेन बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया तो फिर शरीर से बाहर आता है. एंड शी टोल्ड मी, मैंने 7 साल में कम से कम 10 डॉक्टर देखे होंगे, आज तक मुझे एक भी डॉक्टर ने बोला नहीं कि मेरे इमोशनल टेंशन की वजह से मुझे ये एक्स एंड पेन्स हो रहे हैं. देखो उसका वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर पाएगी कि नहीं पता नहीं, बट हमारी एक बार तो जिम्मेदारी बनती है टू एक्सप्लेन द पर्सन के हो क्या रहा है. सो आई थिंक वी शुड एक्सप्लेन दैट. इन्वेस्टिगेट करना है बट रिपीटेडली नहीं करना. अगर डायग्नोसिस क्लियर है तो वी नीड टू रीएश्योर द पर्सन दैट द ट्रू सिम्टोमेटिक दवाई देनी है, पेन किलर देना है, बट वी नीड टू ऑल्सो टेल दैट लॉन्ग टर्म सोल्यूशन कहां पर है. नाउ 2 बेसिक सजेशंस यू कैन गिव देम. उनके लाइफ के स्ट्रेसर्स ऐसे होंगे जो आसानी से सॉल्व नहीं हो सकते. सो यू विल थिंक मैं क्या ही बोलूं, कैसे सॉल्व होगा. 2 सिंपल थिंग्स यू कैन टेल एनीवन आर, फर्स्ट कि अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ अपने प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में बात करो, मन में मत रखो. बात करके क्या फायदा, सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये फिजिकल एक्स एंड पेन्स विल गो एंड यू वुडंट हैव टू वेस्ट योर मनी एंड एनर्जी इन सॉल्विंग दिस. सेकेंड, बात करना इटसेल्फ रिलीव्स द पेन इन अ वेरी बिग वे. अगर कोई भी इंसान सुसाइड प्रिवेंशन हेल्पलाइन पे फोन करता है, सो द हेल्पलाइन वॉलेंटियर्स डू नॉट गिव एडवाइस, दे जस्ट हियर. सिर्फ अपने प्रॉब्लम के बारे में बोल के लोगों का पेन कम हो जाता है, प्रेशर कुकर की सीटी उड़ जाती है और प्रेशर कम हो जाता है. ठीक है. सो टॉकिंग, आई एम गोना रैप अप इन 2 minutes, फाइन. सो टॉकिंग इटसेल्फ रिलीव्स द पेन इन अ वेरी बिग वे एंड बातें कर करके लोगों को खुद धीरे धीरे कोई ना कोई सोल्यूशन मिल जाता है. एंड सेकेंड सजेशन वी गिव देम इज कि अपने लाइफ के चैलेंजेस को फेस करते रहो, पर रोज 1 घंटा खुद के लिए निकालो. आप इतना सब पेन फेस कर रहे हो, 1 घंटा खुद के लिए निकालो. जैसे गाड़ी ने अगर पेट्रोल भराने को स्टॉप ही नहीं लिया क्योंकि लंबा जाना है तो गाड़ी जा नहीं पाएगी, वैसे आपके लाइफ के चैलेंजेस फेस करो, बट वो भी करो. 1 minute, आई एम okay. MVBC is the common medicine given to them. Compared to multivitamin, a antidepressant and benzodiazepine is a much more better symptomatic relief for people with aches and pains. Lastly, vaginismus नाम का एक sexual disorder है जिसमें because of a emotional conflict the vagina contracts and because of which there is pain during sex. Now such people go to at least 4 or 5 gynecs and they are unsuccessful in their treatment. The gynecs often shame them. How is your partner tolerating you? Don't you understand this is so important? Etc. etc. Many people tell them कि just do it. But actually all these advices are not good. It is important to know that the root cause is emotional conflict, and till that is solved, this problem won't go. Okay. And lastly, there is something called as psychosomatic disorders: asthma, migraine, peptic ulcers, Crohn's disease. So there are some classical psychosomatic disorders जिसमें it is well proven कि organic cause जितना है उतना ही stress की वजह से भी ये symptom है. तो अगर किसी अस्थमा के पेशेंट को तुमने सिर्फ दवाई दी, तुमने उसके स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट का कुछ नहीं किया, देन यू आर नॉट गिविंग हिम एडिक्वेट केयर. एक साइकोसोमेटिक डिसऑर्डर में अगर आप स्ट्रेस को भी मैनेज करोगे तो सिम्टम्स ज़्यादा जल्दी ठीक होंगे और रिलैप्स नहीं होगा. Thank you very much for patiently listening to my talk.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dharav Shah, for that profoundly insightful and impactful session. Now I request Dr. Priya ma'am and Dr. Reshma ma'am to say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Dharav Shah sir, for this wonderful session. I think what you have said now is in extension of the previous session, because in the previous session he has told you about the clinical acumen and being able to diagnose and all these things. So this is a wonderful way to remember that psychology and physical illness are related, and many times it may happen. And I have seen this happening in our college. One of my students was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. He was getting stressed, getting suicidal, and then when we again assessed him, it was because of his psychological stress, and now he is relaxed and managing the condition. So I think you all know whom to contact if your parents are not ready for the love marriages. Sir will be the best person to counsel your parents, and I think many things that he has told you can utilize for yourself also, because many times we get headaches, and in school life we have experienced abdominal pain for sure. I would like to congratulate him for his and Dr. Taru's work on vaginismus. Today you have shown us two things. One, how to be dedicated and continue delivering while you are not feeling well and fulfill your promises. And second, a topic which is never mentioned in a medical college, that is about sexual pleasures and the frustrations and effects of it. So I think you have got a good start in your life with having such wonderful speaker. All of you usually ask us की मॅडम सेक्शुअल हिस्ट्री कशी विचारायची पेशंटची, ती तुम्ही तेव्हाच विचारू शकता when you people are comfortable in talking about these words and terminologies. So I think thank you so much sir for this, and thank you organizers for giving him this opportunity.
Now I request Dr. Priya ma'am and Dr. Reshma ma'am to kindly present Dr. Shah with a token of appreciation. On behalf of everyone here at Mediciencia, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Shah for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. We deeply appreciate the time you have taken to be with us today and for all the groundbreaking work you continue to do in the mental health.
A big thank you to our wonderful audience for your attentive participation. We hope you have gained valuable insights from this session and that it will enhance your future practices. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Everyone, please note that the lecture will start at 2:25 sharp. Please have your lunch and be present. Everyone, please note that next lecture will start sharp at 2:25. So please be present here. Thank you. be starting the session in next 10 minutes, so please come fast in the hall.
We will be starting our session right now. Everyone, please make your way to the seats.
शर्ट आणि पॅन्ट छान दिसते ना, मला वाटत नाही उद्या चेंज करावं म्हणून मी जीन्सच घालतो. तेच सर मागं साईड आवाज येत नाही भाऊ. चक्रे सर म्हणून माग जा माग जा. चालू करा.
Good afternoon, respected guests, dignitaries, and fellow healthcare professionals, I, Rutuja,
and I, Sanyuja, now request Dr. Rokde ma'am as orator and Dr. Bardale sir and Dr. Priya Humbarkar ma'am as chairperson to come on stage.
Now I request Shivraj Tor, President, to felicitate Dr. Rokde ma'am.
Now, I request Puranjana Sinha, Organizing Secretary, to felicitate Dr. Humbarkar ma'am.
Now I request Prathamesh Davkar, Organizing Secretary, to felicitate Dr. Bardare sir.
It is a privilege to welcome you all to today's medical conference. We are here to not only advance our understanding of clinical practices, but also to explore the legal and ethical challenges that every medical professional must navigate. The topic for today's session, medico-legal aspects of current medical practice, is highly relevant in the ever-evolving landscape of healthcare.
It is an honor to introduce our esteemed speaker for this session, Dr. Jyoti Rokde ma'am, who brings 18 years of invaluable experience to this critical subject. Dr. Rokde ma'am is a highly respected obstetrician and gynecologist based in Sangli. She completed her MBBS from VM Medical College, Solapur, her MD in obstetrics and gynecology from GMC Miraj, and earned her DNB from the National Board of Examinations. She also holds a diploma in family planning from Mumbai.
Currently serving at Government Medical College Miraj, Dr. Rokde ma'am has made significant contributions not only to patient care but also to medical education. She has authored over 20 national and international publications and is the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Obstetric and Gynecology. She has served as a faculty member at various state conferences, and her passion for healthcare extends to training, having trained over 400 medical officers and paramedical staff in critical areas like PPH, PPIUCD, and cervical cancer screening.
Beyond her clinical work, Dr. Rokde ma'am has been a faculty member on Doordarshan Sahyadri and a guest speaker on All India Radio, where she has conducted over 100 lectures on adolescent health and antenatal care. Her service as secretary for the Miraj Obstetric and Gynec Society further highlights her leadership within the medical community.
Dr. Rokde ma'am's talents also extend to the arts as a classical dancer and actress, having won first prize at a state drama competition for portraying a child with cerebral palsy. Her diverse achievements and dedication to both healthcare and the community make her the perfect speaker to address the medico-legal aspects of medical practice today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Jyoti Rokde ma'am.
Thank you. Am I audible? Thank you very much. At the outset, I thank respected Dean Sir Dr. Prakash Gurav and all the Mediciencia people, coordinators and the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to talk on an issue which is least discussed. And nowadays we are facing so many problems because of medical negligence. So let us get set next. So doctor, when he or she gets afraid, there are 3 points when a doctor gets afraid. 1, when the police come at the door. Second, when advocate sues a legal notice to the doctor. And third, so many medias, Facebook, mails and everything, Twitter, the doctor is highlighted that negligence has taken place in this hospital. So we must know what are these medical legal cases. Why this is so important, why I chose this topic, because there is 400% rise in cases of medical negligence, and all the cases of consumer courts, initially in the consumer court it was only food and drug. या हॉटेलमध्ये जेवण खराब आहे, इथे पाण्याची व्यवस्था खराब आहे, ह्या गोष्टी कंझ्युमर प्रोटेक्शनमध्ये यायच्या. फ्रॉम 2004 the patient is considered as consumer, and therefore the medical negligence cases are on rise, and that is 12% of all the cases are of medical negligence. Say ignorantia juris non executat. What this means? Ignorance of the law is like an iceberg. टायटॅनिक माहिती आहे, समोर आइसबर्ग दिसतोय तरी पण जाऊन धडकलेले आहेत. आपण एका बँकेत गेलो आणि एफडी करायला गेलो, 2 वर्षांनी आपण म्हणालो की आम्हाला व्याज इतकं पाहिजे होतं, तुम्ही कमी दिलेले. बँकेचा मॅनेजर म्हणतो तुम्हाला बोर्ड वाचता येत नव्हतं का त्यावेळेला. इग्नोरन्स ऑफ लॉ. when we are practicing, we must be aware of the law of the land. So let us be vigilant before we sink. So the most important 4 points that I am going to discuss is, number 1 is records and the documents. Which are the different documents the doctor is liable to hold? Number 1 is prescription, that we all give prescription. 2, IPD records, when the patient gets admitted, which are the different records? Discharge summary, investigations, medical certificate, fitness certificate, illness certificate, so many certificates are there, death certificate, disability certificate. So these are the different documents, these are issued by the doctor. What is our important thing is the prescription is the first line of defense. This word is derived from prescript. Now prescription can be a part of a OPD paper or it can be given as a separate sheet. Now see here. Can you see? Can you read this prescription? Doctors are considered as the worst people to have the bad handwriting, worst handwriting. Why should be so? Why can't we write? We are the most intellectual cream of the society. Then why our handwriting can be neat and clear? This is an example of a prescription only the medical store person can understand. आणि तो पण म्हणतो या डॉक्टरांचं मलाच फक्त कळतं. Why this so? So how to write a prescription? Who can give the prescription? Any registered medical practitioner can issue a prescription. He can be allopathic, he can be Ayurvedic, he can be BHMS, a dentist and a veterinary practitioner. This is a format of the prescription given by Government of Maharashtra, approved by Food and Drug Administration. Now see, these are the format for the prescription. आपल्याकडे काय होतं, इथे इंटर्न्स पण आहेत. इंटर्नशिप करायला आले आणि समजा रेसिडेंटनी सांगितलं या पेशंटला पॅरासिटामॉल लिहून द्या. ते काय करतात, जाता जाता कुठला तरी कागद पडलेला असतो, फटकन फाडतात, ती टॅबलेट PCM देतात आणि त्या पेशंटला देऊन देतात. त्या कागदाला असं चौकोन सुद्धा नसतो, कुठल्याही बाजूने इरेग्युलरली फाटलेला कागद देऊन टाकला जातो. दीज आर द थिंग्स दॅट आर टेकिंग प्लेस इन द वॉर्ड. सो व्हॉट इज द आयडियल साईज ऑफ अ प्रिस्क्रिप्शन? It should be 14 into 21 centimeter. It should be A5 size of the paper, and the prescription should have the details pertaining to the doctor, pertaining to the patient and the medicines. See, this is the ideal format of prescription. आपण सगळं हे सेकंड इयर मध्ये फार्मॅकॉलॉजी मध्ये शिकतो, पण आपण ते सोयीस्करपणे विसरून जातो. आता आपल्याला बसलेले आहेत आपण ओपीडी मध्ये आणि आपल्याला लक्षात आलेलं आहे की 2 ड्रग दिलेत, पेशंट निघून गेलेला आहे आणि अचानक लक्षात येतं अरे बापरे मी तिसरं द्यायला विसरून गेलो. लगेच पेशंटला तिकडून फोन किंवा त्या फार्मासिस्टला फोन, तुम्ही हे पण ॲड करा. नो, यू शुड नॉट ॲड अनदर 1 ड्रग ओनली ऑन फोन और टेलिंग टू द फार्मासिस्ट. डू नॉट यूज प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पॅड्स ऑफ द मेडिकल स्टोर. शेजारीच मेडिकल स्टोर आहे, XYZ मेडिकल स्टोरचं प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पॅड असतं, 10 डॉक्टरला देऊन जातात. विथ द सेम you write the prescription. That is not allowed. Do not print the names of more than 1 doctors. Do not use the prescription of the other doctor. And the most important thing is, do not write the diagnosis of the patient. XYZ patient, diagnosis HIV positive, TLE regime. So confidentiality is lost. Do not write the diagnosis of the patient on the prescription. Then, prescription of certain medicines are to be given by specialist only. गायनेकोलॉजिस्टला ऑक्सिटोसिन माहिती आहे म्हणून कार्डिओलॉजिस्टनं शेजारीचा बाई आहे तिला मदत करायची म्हणून ऑक्सिटोसिनचं प्रिस्क्रिप्शन दिले इज नॉट अलाउड. इट हॅज टू बी गिवन बाय स्पेशालिस्ट ओनली. एखाद्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये इमर्जन्सी आलेली होतात म्हणून मी मेट्रोनिडाझॉल टॅबलेट लिहून दिली. पेशंट वेंट टू द मेडिकल स्टोर. शी गॉट ग्लायकोमेट instead of metronidazole. She took glycomet. Within 15 minutes, she started having hypoglycemia. Neither the pharmacist bothered nor the patient bothered to talk to me what has happened. Next day she came and showed the medicines. I got to know that the medicine is glycomet, that is metformin. Got? So therefore, never give, every week name should be mentioned and we must know the exact metric unit. For example, I'll give you this example. Suppose one drug dose is 0.4 milligram. Do not write as 0.4. It should be written as 0.4 milligram, mg, microgram, like that only complete. Next is if it is 4 milligram, don't write as 4.0. It should be written as 4. Just like we give for insulin has to be mentioned on the prescription. See here, who is liable for suing when the prescription goes wrong? जसं मी तुम्हाला उदाहरण दिलं, मी दिलं मेट्रोनिडाझॉल, पेशंटने and the given bill by the pharmacist is also available. So the next is, the second part is documents and keeping records. Why we need documentation? The documentation is needed, one, for the research purposes, because we see all the papers and then we go for the research. Second is for giving insurance. Third is some audit person comes to you and there is a medical audit. And fourth is when we are sued in the court of law for the negligence. This is a famous film, Diwar, where angry young man Amitabh Bachchan says, "Mere paas शौहरत है, दौलत है, blah blah blah." This angry young man is nothing but our patient. मेरे पास lawyers है, मेरे पास पैसा है. हमारे पास क्या है? शशि कपूर के पास क्या है? उसके पास माँ है. हमारे पास क्या है? Very good record keeping system. So this record keeping system will definitely help us to be aware of what we are going to have problems. So good record will help us. Poor record definitely make us to fall, and no record is just like Sheikh Chilli who is cutting the same branch of the tree on which he is sitting. Now how many years the records are to be maintained? These are the guidelines given, and these guidelines are indoor case records must be kept for 3 years. Medical record when they are asked for particular patient should be fulfilled within 3 days. PCP, NDT, MTP 2 years, 5 years, and most important thing is when it is a neonatology or a pediatrics hospital, birth has taken place in a particular hospital or neonatologist is there, this birth record should be kept for 18 years. Unless until the baby is up to 18 years, the birth records cannot be destroyed. And medical legal cases, till the end of the case, the medical records should be maintained. The important points to remember are, never give all the records to the police or the patient. Give the records to the patient and keep one copy with you, because some papers may be misplaced. This is most important thing. No medical legal case record should be issued to the patient, but always it should be kept in the custody of doctor. Even if police harass, even if advocates harass, do not give MLC paper to anyone. Next is, it is mandatory to give the discharge card to each and every patient who has taken treatment for you. Even if it is medical legal case, the patient who has undergone treatment with you, it is mandatory to give the discharge summary. Now there are guidelines for the destruction of records. माझ्याकडे 10 वर्षाखालचे रेकॉर्ड आहेत. मी आता एक काम करतो, सगळं जाळून टाकतो. It is not allowed. What the provision in the law is, whenever you want to destroy particular record, suppose from the duration of 2001 to 2005, a public notice is to be issued by the hospital in the newspaper or local media that this particular duration of the papers we are going to destroy. anyone, if they want the record, they can claim it within this duration of time. This notice is to be issued regularly over the period of 2, 3, 4 times, and after the cutoff of that particular day, the hospital can definitely destroy the records. Now coming to the most important point, that is the consent. What is consent? Consent is according to section 13, when two people, they have the same, agree upon the same thing at the same sense, is called as the consent. Now this consent, this foundation of the consent was far behind in 1914, which showed that this sentence is very, very important, which showed that every person of adult years, that is more than 80, with a sound mind, has a right to determine what is to be done to his body. And this sentence was given far behind in 1914. पण आपल्याला त्याचं काही देणं घेणं नव्हतं. आपण आपलं काम तसंच चालू ठेवायचो. म्हणूनच आज मी तुम्हाला एक वेगळी केस स्टोरी सांगणार आहे. बिकॉज अनलेस अंटिल आय टेल स्टोरी, युअर अटेन्शन विल नॉट बी टेकन बाय मी. सो दिस स्टोरी इज ऑफ ग्रेट Dr. Prabha Manchanda and Samira Kohli. Samira Kohli is an unmarried woman. Her age is 41 years. She is suffering with endometriosis and pain in abdomen. She goes to the doctor, Dr. Prabha Manchanda. She is about to get married within a couple of months. Her husband also accompanies. Doctor examines and says that you need a diagnostic laparoscopy to be done. Diagnostic laparoscopy साठी स्कोप आतमध्ये टाकला जातो आणि डॉक्टरला समजतं की हे स्टेज 4 एंडोमेट्रियोसिस आहे. सगळं युटरस, ओव्हरी सगळं आतमध्ये चिकटून गेलेलं आहे आणि आता या पेशंटला हे युटरस, ओव्हरी ठेवून काय उपयोग नाहीये. प्रभा मंचंदा ऑन द सेम सेटिंग ऑफ द अनेस्थेशिया removes her uterus, removes her ovaries. Her assistant, after performing surgery, comes out of the operation theater and says to mother that आम्ही पेशंटचा युटरस आणि ओव्हरी काढलेला आहे. पेशंट 3-4 दिवसानंतर डिस्चार्ज होते, तोपर्यंत समीरा कोहलीला माहीत नाहीये की तिचं युटरस आणि ओव्हरी काढलेली आहे. पेशंट घरी निघून जाते आणि नंतर तिच्या डिस्चार्ज कार्डवरती लिहिलेलं आहे हिस्टेक्टोमी विथ ओव्हेरियन रिमूव्हल इज डन. पेशंट तर 2 महिन्यात लग्न करणार आहे. आता 5व्या दिवशी हॉस्पिटलचं बिल अजून केलेलं नाहीये म्हणून हॉस्पिटलमधून नोटीस येते. याच्याने अजून रागाला येऊन समीरा कोहली आणि तिचा वुड बी हजबंड जो एक आर्मी ऑफिसर आहे तो हॉस्पिटलवरती केस टाकतो. पहिली गोष्ट अशी, कुठल्या अथॉरिटीने तुम्ही युटरस आणि ओव्हरी काढलेला आहे, कारण नाव माय पेशंट विल नेव्हर कन्सीव्ह, शी विल नेव्हर बिकम मदर. आणि एका स्त्रीचा जो बेसिक हक्क आहे आई होण्याचा, तो या डॉक्टरने काढून घेतलेला आहे. आणि तेव्हा कोर्टाला जाग आली, तेव्हा कोर्टाला कळलं. मग या सगळ्याच्या गोष्टीचं असं समजण्यात आलं की जी कन्सेंट, पहिली गोष्ट साऊंड मेंटल हेल्थ टू गिव्ह द कन्सेंट, नंबर 1. अँड नंबर 2, if the additional surgery is not life saving, ती सर्जरी करायची गरज नाही. पेशंटला अनेस्थेशियातून बाहेर आणा, 2-3 दिवस जाऊ देत, मग दुसरी सर्जरी करा. डॉक्टर प्रभा मंचंदा अँड समीरा कोहली केस was the landmark judgment in the law or system of India, the importance of the consent. Now the things are, what are the different types of the consent? These are implied consent. For example, एखादी पेशंट, प्रेग्नंट पेशंट आहे, ओपीडी मध्ये आलेली आहे, तिने कन्सेंट दिली आहे की डॉक्टर तुम्ही माझी एक्झामिनेशन करा, ॲब्डॉमिनली बघा, वजायनल एक्झामिनेशन करा. इट इज अ वर्बल कन्सेंट. ती आली, ती हो म्हणाली, आम्ही एक्झामिन केलं. दुसऱ्या प्रकारच्या कन्सेंट असतात रिटन कन्सेंट. वेन वी आर परफॉर्मिंग एनी प्रोसिजर वी टेक अ रिटन कन्सेंट. कन्सेंट व्हॅलिड कधी असते? कन्सेंटच्या व्हॅलिडिटीला सुद्धा पॉइंट्स आहेत. नंबर 1, आता समजा मी एक ऑपरेशन करणार आहे ओव्हॅरियन मॅलिग्नन्सीसाठी किंवा ओव्हॅरियन ट्यूमरसाठी. मी पेशंटला काय सांगणार, बाई तुला ओव्हॅरियन मास आहे, तो मॅलिग्नंट असू शकतो किंवा बेनाईन असू शकतो. मी सर्जरी केल्यानंतर तो मी हिस्टोपॅथला पाठवेन आणि मग मला समजेल. पण याला दुसरा पण एक ऑप्शन आहे की आपण थोडं कॉन्झर्वेटिव्हली सुद्धा बघू शकतो. सो दिस इन्क्लूड्स द कन्सेंट, टाईप, डायग्नोसिस, व्हॉट प्रोसिजर यू आर गोइंग टू परफॉर्म अँड द अल्टरनेटिव्ह टू द प्रोसिजर. नेक्स्ट इज, पेशंट कन्नड आहे, तुम्हाला हिंदी आणि इंग्लिश भाषाच येते, पेशंटला फक्त कन्नड भाषा येते, मग काय करायचं? लॉ सेज दॅट ऑल द कन्सेंट शुड बी इन इंग्लिश, नंबर 1. सेकंड, मे बी इन हिंदी बिकॉज इट इज नॅशनल लँग्वेज. आणि जर पेशंट दुसऱ्या भाषेची असेल तो कॉल अ मीडिएटर, टेक द कन्सेंट ऑफ द मीडिएटर, let the mediator understand everything and convey to the patient, and then the mediator say that in this language I have conveyed everything to the patient, and take signature of the mediator. This is ideal consent. Next is patient should be in the sound mental state. I told under any anesthesia taken any consent is never valid. नेक्स्ट इज कन्सेंट. ह्याच्यावरती पण चर्चा झाली, हँड रिटन असावी का प्रिंटेड असावी. आता बऱ्याच हॉस्पिटलमध्ये ना असलेल्या प्रिंटेड कन्सेंट असतात. मी ही शस्त्रक्रिया अशा पद्धतीने करून घेईन. इट इज नॉट व्हॅलिड. इट शुड नॉट बी अ ब्लँकेट स्टेटमेंट. इट प्रिंटेड असेल तरी सुद्धा सगळे पॉईंट इन्क्लूड करणारी असावी. सो हे बघा, मी माझ्या शस्त्रक्रिया जरूर त्या भुलेखाली, जरूर त्या प्रकारे, जरूर तो अवयव काढून घ्यायला कधीही तयार आहे. धिस इज नॉट अ व्हॅलिड कन्सेंट. सो हे म्हणजे तुम्ही घातलाय पोटात हात म्हणून तुम्ही इंटेस्टाईनला पण हात लावा, तुम्ही अपेंडिक्स पण काढा, जमलंच तर ओव्हरी पण काढून टाका, आणि ब्लॅडर स्टोन आहे तोही काढून टाका, आणि युरेटरला पण कट करून टाका. नो, द कन्सेंट शुड बी व्हॅलिड कन्सेंट. द नेक्स्ट इज सॉरी येस, कन्सेंट 10 पानांची कन्सेंट. कन्सेंट शुड बी व्हेरी मेटिक्युलस. 1 पेज कन्सेंट. अनेस्थेशिया कन्सेंट शुड बी डिफरंट. कन्सेंट फॉर 2 प्रोसिजर्स शुड बी डिफरंट. आणि कन्सेंट टेकन अंडर अनेस्थेशिया इज नॉट व्हॅलिड. आता प्रत्येक अनेस्थेशियाचं एक इम्पॉर्टंट कॉम्प्लिकेशन आहे. जे लॅप्रोस्कोपीमध्ये करतात त्याला सगळ्यांना GA दिला जातो, जनरल अनेस्थेशिया. जनरल अनेस्थेशियाचं एक रिमोट कॉम्प्लिकेशन आहे, पल्मोनरी एम्बोलिझम आहे, पल्मोनरी इडिमा एटसेट्रा. मग जर प्रत्येक पेशंटची मी कन्सेंटमध्ये लिहून घ्यायला लागली ना, हे पेशंट ऑन टेबल पल्मोनरी इडिमामुळे मरून जाईल, कुठलाच पेशंट माझ्याकडे येणार नाही. सो विच कॉम्प्लिकेशन्स शुड बी गिवन इज if the complication rate of the procedure is more than 10%, then only that should be included in the consent. So that is important. Now more than 18 years, पहिली गोष्ट आहे, जेव्हा पेशंट आपल्याकडे येते त्यावेळेला ती OPDचा केस पेपर करते आणि आपण हिस्ट्री घ्यायला चालू करतो. That starts a relation between the doctor and the patient. So that starts with the duty of care. I'll give you one very famous example. एक पेशंट आहे, शी इज अ केस ऑफ डायबिटीज. शी बिकम्स प्रेग्नंट, अँड विथ प्रेग्नन्सी वी ऑल नो दॅट देर इज चान्स ऑफ मॅक्रोसोमिक बेबी. बेबी मोठं होतं, डिलिव्हरीमध्ये प्रॉब्लेम येऊ शकतात, शोल्डर डिस्टोशिया होतो, शोल्डर अडकतं. डॉक्टरनी पेशंटला एक्झामिन केलं फर्स्ट ट्रायमिस्टरला, सेकंड ट्रायमिस्टर. डॉक्टरनी पेशंटला एक्झामिन केलं फर्स्ट ट्रायमिस्टरला, सेकंड ट्रायमिस्टरला, थर्ड ट्रायमिस्टरला, सगळं छान, सगळं छान, सगळं छान, अँड डाइड आफ्टर 3 to 4 days. Now the case was filed that the doctor was never given me a choice that whether I should go for a C-section because macrosomia and shoulder dystocia are the complications of the diabetes mellitus. हे डॉक्टरने सांगितलं नाही. Here comes a breach in the duty of care. Okay? Now next is breach in the duty where by the act of commission or omission, जे करायला पाहिजे ते करायचं नाही आणि ते नको ते करून ठेवायचं. नको ते करून ठेवायचं म्हणजे काय? लिव्हिंग अ सीझर, लिव्हिंग अ मॉप इन द ॲबडॉमेन ड्युरिंग सर्जरी, नको ते करायचं. आणि पेनिसिलिनचे इंजेक्शन देताना रिॲक्शन. पण आता पुढची एक गोष्ट आहे, समजा यामुळे काही डॅमेज झाला तर डॉक्टर इज हेल्ड निग्लिजंट. आपल्याकडच्या पेशंटना स्पायनल अनेस्थेशिया दिलेला असतो काहीतरी 2004 साली, आणि 2010 साली म्हणतात त्या स्पायनल अनेस्थेशियामुळे माझी पाठ खूप दुखायला लागली आहे. अ रिमोट डॅमेज. That is not considered as a medical negligence. Here is again another case where a compensation of 75 lakhs was given. This is a case by Maharaja Agrasen Hospital and Master R. Master R is a preterm delivery and the baby was shifted to NICU. Master R ची डिलिव्हरी झाली, सेक्शन झालं एका हॉस्पिटलला. मास्टर आर एका ठिकाणी NICU मध्ये होता. तिथं तो 1 महिना राहिला. 32 वीक्सचं बेबी होतं. त्यानंतर 5 ते 6 महिन्यांनी जेव्हा मदरनी बघितलं बेबी इज नॉट रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू द व्हिज्युअल स्टिम्युलाय, ती गेली ऑफ्थॅल्मॉलॉजिस्टकडे. ऑफ्थॅल्मॉलॉजिस्ट म्हणला ग्रेड 4 रेटॅनोपॅथी, रेटॅनल डिटॅचमेंट. इट इज द प्रीमॅच्युर रेटॅनोपॅथी ऑफ प्रीमॅच्युरिटी बिकॉज ऑफ ऑक्सिजन गिवन इन द NICU. मग ती गेली पळत त्या गायनेकॉलॉजिस्टकडे. गायनेकॉलॉजिस्ट म्हणलं माझा काही संबंध नाही आहे, त्या अग्रसेन हॉस्पिटलला जा. अग्रसेन हॉस्पिटलमध्ये गेल्यानंतर असं कळलं की द बेबी वॉज नेवर सीन for the retinopathy of prematurity. A compensation of 75 lakhs was given to the patient. Now there are 2 types of the negligence. One is a civil negligence and criminal. Criminal म्हणजे काय की डॉक्टरने अशी चूक केली आहे की ज्याच्यातनं तो वाचणं शक्यच नाही आहे, म्हणजे पेशंटला मारलंच आहे. दॅट इज कॉल्ड एज अ क्रिमिनल निग्लिजन्स. दॅट इज व्हेरी रेअर कंडिशन. आणि महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे आय टेल यू, डॉक्टर कॅनॉट गेट अरेस्टेड इवन इफ द पेशंट डाईज, बिकॉज द कमिटी हॅज टू अश्युअर दॅट डॉक्टर हॅज डन डेफिनेटली निग्लिजन्स. त्यामुळे घाबरून जायचं काम नाही आहे. सिव्हिल निग्लिजन्स मात्र खूप मोठी गोष्ट आहे, कारण इथे मधलं कॉम्पेन्सेशन करोडो रुपयामध्ये आहेत. आणि महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे भारतातल्या कुठल्याही कॉर्नरमध्ये कुठल्याही ठिकाणाहून तो पेशंट डॉक्टरवरती कंझ्युमर प्रोटेक्शनमध्ये घालू शकतो, सिव्हिल कोर्टमध्ये जाऊ शकतो. दुसरी गोष्ट, पूर्वी कॉम्पेन्सेशन 10 लाख 15 लाख होतं, आता कॉम्पेन्सेशनला अप्पर लिमिट काढून टाकलेली आहे. त्यामुळे आपण फार कॉन्शियस राहायला पाहिजे. ठीक आहे. कोर्ट काय एक्सपेक्ट करतं? कोर्ट असं म्हणत नाही की तुम्ही एम्सची ट्रीटमेंट द्या. एखाद्या पेशंटला खूप ब्लिडिंग व्हायला लागलेलं आहे डिलिव्हर झालेल्या, तर तिला तुम्ही युट्राइन आर्टरी एम्बोलायझेशन करा असं कोर्ट म्हणत नाही. कोर्ट म्हणते तुम्ही तिला IV लावा, जेल्को लावा, ब्लड द्या. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज अ रिझनेबल स्टँडर्ड ऑफ केअर वेअर द डॉक्टर हॅज टू प्रोव्हाइड. हे दिलं असेल तर घाबरून जायचं काहीही कारण नाहीये. ठीक आहे. ओके, आय विल गिव्ह यू सम एक्झाम्पल्स. आपल्याकडे ना ओपिनियन्स असतात 2. आता युनिट्स असतात आमच्या सर्जरीमध्ये, मेडिसिनमध्ये. एक डॉक्टर म्हणतो हे अँटीबायोटिक द्यायचं, दुसरा डॉक्टर म्हणतो दुसरं अँटीबायोटिक द्यायचं. मग दोन्ही रॉंग आहेत का किंवा दोन्ही बरोबर आहेत का? कोर्ट सेज जर गाईडलाईन्स प्रमाणे दोन्ही गोष्टी बरोबर असतील आणि पुस्तकात मेन्शन केलेल्या असतील तर दॅट इज राईट. फॉर एक्झाम्पल, सेप्सिसला ऑगमेंटिन पण दिलं जातं, अमॉक्सक्लोव्हिलिनिक ॲसिड और सिफॅलोस्पोरिन, डन. ॲबनॉर्मल युट्राइन ब्लिडिंग, LNG IOD पण दिलं जातं, OC पिल पण दिलं जातं. सो एका पेशंटने, हे का मी सांगते, कारण पेशंटने असं सांगितलं की ह्या डॉक्टरने आम्हाला आमच्या पेशंटला हे मेडिसिन दिलं आणि त्यामुळे हे चुकीचं मेडिसिन आहे. कोर्ट विल से इफ पर्टिक्युलर डिसीज इज हॅव्हिंग 2 मेडिसिन्स फॉर द ॲक्शन दॅट इज ॲक्सेप्टेड. फॉर एक्झाम्पल, nailing and plating for the fracture, same kind of fracture, we can have the same thing. This is another very important case by Kusum Sharma versus Batra Hospital. ही एक केस आहे ज्याच्यामध्ये मिस्टर शर्मा यांना एक ॲड्रेनल मास आहे. दॅट ॲड्रेनल मास इज ऑफ 5 सेंटीमीटर. हिज एज इज 50 years. ही वेंट टू अ हॉस्पिटल अँड देन ही वॉज ऑपरेटेड. त्याच्यामध्ये 2 अप्रोच असतात, अँटिरियर अप्रोच, पोस्टिरियर अप्रोच. ही वॉज ऑपरेटेड बाय अँटिरियर अप्रोच. लेफ्ट साइडेड ॲड्रेनल आहे, सगळ्यांना ॲनाटॉमी आठवत असेल, तिकडे स्प्लीन असतं. दे एंटर्ड अँड देर वॉज इंजुरी टू द स्प्लिनिक वेसल्स. स्प्लिनिक वेसल्स लायगेट करताना टेल ऑफ पँक्रियाजला इंजुरी झाली. टेल ऑफ पँक्रियाज वॉज ऑल्सो सायमल्टेनियसली रिपेअर्ड अँड देन द पेशंट वॉज डिस्चार्ज. ऑन 10th day पेशंट डेव्हलप फिस्चुला. ऑन 15th day पेशंट डेव्हलप पायजेनिक मेनिंजायटिस, पेशंट डाईड. यामध्ये असं ॲलिगेशन आलं, अप्रोच अँटिरियर का घेतला, पोस्टिरियर का नाही घेतला. ह्याला उत्तर असं होतं, या एजला 5 सेंटीमीटर मासला मॅलिग्नन्सीची रिस्क जास्त असते. पोस्टिरियर अप्रोच कमी जागेमध्ये करावा लागतो आणि मॅलिग्नन्सीला वाईड ओपनिंग लागतं. सो अँटिरियर इज राईट. यासाठी रेफरन्सेस 25 ते 30 पुस्तकांचे घेतले गेले अँड दिस केस वॉज डिसमिस्ड. देर वॉज नो कॉम्पेन्सेशन गिवन टू द पेशंट्स रिलेटिव्ह. आणि याच्या एक्झॅक्टली अपोजिट ही केस आहे. एक डॉक्टर आहेत, नवरा बायको, ते ट्रिप करायला भारतामध्ये येतात. आल्यानंतर त्या मिसेसला शी हॅज सम रिॲक्शन आल्यानंतर ती एका लोकल डॉक्टरकडे जाते. तेव्हा तो लोकल डॉक्टर म्हणतो तुला काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही आहे, तू पाणी भरपूर पी, अँटी हिस्टॅमिनिक दिले. 5-6 दिवसानंतर तिचे सिम्पटम्स कमी झाले नाहीत. मग ती दुसऱ्या डॉक्टरकडे गेली. तेव्हा त्या डॉक्टरांनी बघितलं की तुम्हाला स्टिरॉइडची ट्रीटमेंट दिली पाहिजे. ते होतं एमरी हॉस्पिटल, ॲडव्हान्स्ड मेडिकल रिसर्च इन्स्टिट्यूट. आणि या ठिकाणी तिला मिथिल प्रेडनिसोलॉन देण्यात आलं. मिथिल प्रेडनिसोलॉन वीकली 2 द्यायला पाहिजे होतं, दिलं गेलं डेली 2, सकाळ संध्याकाळ 7 दिवस दिलं गेलं. पेशंटच्या कंडिशन अजून वर्सन झाली. शी वॉज अ डॉक्टर, नवरा डॉक्टर, बायको डॉक्टर. त्यानंतर कंडिशन अजून वर्सन झाली म्हणून शी वॉज रेफर्ड टू अनदर हॉस्पिटल वेअर डर्मॅटॉलॉजिस्ट, वेअर ही सेड दिस इज टॉक्सिक एपिडर्मल नेक्रोलायसिस and this needs intensive treatment and it also needs short acting immediate steroid. Third mistake, again steroid was given, whereas TN च्या पेशंटला भरपूर हायड्रेशन, बर्न बेड आणि इंटेन्सिव्ह केअर लागतो, लोकल ड्रेसिंग वगैरे. या सगळ्या गोष्टीने डेटिरियोरेट होऊन 20व्या दिवशी शी डाईड. या सगळ्या गोष्टींनी वैतागून या डॉक्टर नवऱ्याने एक केस फाईल केली. पहिल्यांदा केस रेकॉर्ड मागवले, केस रेकॉर्ड दिले गेले नाहीत. शेवटी तो पोहोचून सुप्रीम कोर्टापर्यंत पोहोचला आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं की माझं चुकलं कुठे मला सांगा. तेव्हा कोर्टानं कॉम्पेन्सेशन दिलं. आणि हे कॉम्पेन्सेशन कसं मेजर करतात? समजा कुसुम शर्माचं वय आहे 30 वर्ष. बघा, एक बाई आहे जिच्या पाठीमागे 2 मुलं आहेत, फॅमिलीची ती मेन गृहिणी आहे, तिची लाईफ कोर्टीमध्ये मोजूच शकत नाही. तरी पण कोर्ट म्हणतं जर ती मिळवत असेल, पैसे मिळवत असेल, तर तिचा दर मंथली पगार, ती किती वर्ष पगार मिळवते तो, आणि इन्फ्लेशन रेट जसं आपण SIP मध्ये काढतो ना, असा इन्फ्लेशन रेट, असं 60व्या वर्षापर्यंत कॅल्क्युलेट करून ते कॉम्पेन्सेशन फ्रॉम द डे ऑफ स्टार्टिंग ऑफ द केस, अशा पद्धतीनं 5 कोटी रुपयाचं कॉम्पेन्सेशन या केसमध्ये देण्यात आलं. एक इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग आहे की क्रिमिनल आणि सिव्हिल निग्लिजन्समध्ये काय असतं? क्रिमिनलमध्ये पब्लिक प्रॉसिक्युटर हा माणूस असतो जो डॉक्टरची काय चूक आहे ते बघतो. सिव्हिलमध्ये तसं नसतं. सिव्हिलमध्ये कोण एव्हिडन्सेस जास्त दाखवतो? डॉक्टर दाखवतो का पेशंट दाखवतो? जो जास्त एव्हिडन्सेस देईल तो जिंकतो केस. अजून एक केस आहे, ही संपत आले की माझं लेक्चर संपतच आहे. या केसमध्ये एक प्लास्टिक सर्जन आहे, रिनाउंड प्लास्टिक सर्जन, आणि त्यांनी एका 20 वर्षाच्या पेशंटला डेव्हिएटेड नेझल सेप्टमसाठी ऑपरेट केलंय. ऑपरेशन एकदम व्यवस्थित झालं, पण ॲट द एंड ऑफ द ऑपरेशन ही इंजोर्ड सम वेसल. वेसल इंजोर केल्यानंतर सगळं ब्लड कुठं जातं? ट्रकियामध्ये जातं. नाव द ॲनेस्थेटिस्ट त्यावेळेला त्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये कफ्ड एंडोट्रकियल ट्यूब नव्हती. सो त्यांनी साध्या एंडोट्रकियल ट्यूबने इंट्युबेशन केलं. ॲज इट वॉज नॉट कफ्ड एंडोट्रकियल ट्यूब, ब्लड सीप्ड इनसाइड द ट्रकिया लंग, पेशंट डाईड ऑन द स्पॉट. आता पहिली गोष्ट अशी आहे की जेव्हा तुम्ही DNS करता, ब्लड लॉस होतोय, 20 years, young patient, cuffed endotracheal tube is a mandatory for the hospital. A compensation of 10 crore was awarded in this case. So there are many other cases. सगळ्या केस मी सांगत नाही. This is called as a res ipsa loquitur. Evidence speaks on itself. Can you see this particular thread? This thread is a radiolucent thread of a mop. Gossipomimia असं म्हणतात त्याला. A mop inside the abdominal cavity. काय प्रूव्ह करायची गरजच नाहीये. See here. Okay? Other one, vicarious liability जे आम्ही फेस करतो. JR1 नी चूक केली असेल, JR3, JR लेक्चरर, द गॅझेटेड ऑफिसर इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल. माझ्यावर मी चूक केली, माझ्यावर डीन सरांनी चूक केली, त्यांच्यावर डायरेक्टर, असं ते आणि सगळ्यात शेवटी हेल्थ मिनिस्टर. आता PM पर्यंत ते जात नाही. सो दिस इज विकॅरियस लायबिलिटी. द अदर इज अ कॉन्ट्रीब्युटरी नेग्लिजन्स, वेअर पेशंटकडून सुद्धा प्रॉब्लेम असतो आणि डॉक्टरकडून सुद्धा प्रॉब्लेम असतो. सो माय टेक होम मेसेज इज, वी मस्ट नो द लॉ ऑफ द लँड, मेंटेन स्टँडर्ड ऑफ केअर. जे मी तुम्हाला सांगितलं, फार मोठी केअर नको, पण रिझनेबल केअर. एकच केस आहे ज्याच्यामध्ये खूप महत्त्वाचं आहे. इट इज द केस वेअर कटारिया केस. यामध्ये कटारिया इज अ रिपोर्टर, आणि हा रिपोर्टर रस्त्यावरती थांबलेला आहे आणि समोर एक स्कूटरमध्ये चाललेल्या माणसाला एका ट्रक ड्रायव्हरने उडवलं. ठीक आहे, कटारियाने हे बघितलं आणि ताबडतोब त्यांनी त्या इंजोर झालेल्या माणसाला उचललं आणि शेजारच्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये घेऊन गेले. शेजारच्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये म्हणाले नाही नाही, ही मेडिको लिगल केस आहे, आम्ही काही हिला घेणार नाही. कटारियाने त्यांना रिक्षात घातलं आणि तिसऱ्या हॉस्पिटलला घेऊन गेले, दुसऱ्या हॉस्पिटलला. तिथेही त्यांनी घेतलं नाही. हे सगळं करत करत ट्रॅफिकमध्ये जाऊन जेव्हा ते 3rd हॉस्पिटलला पोहोचले, तोपर्यंत पेशंटच्या सुप्रीम कोर्टने डेफिनेटली ॲप्रेझल घेतला आणि त्यांनी असं सांगितलं, एक्नॉलेजमेंट घेतलं. त्यांनी असं सांगितलं की बेसिक हेल्थ केअर कॅन नॉट बी अवॉइडेड बाय एनी डॉक्टर इन द इमर्जन्सी सिच्युएशन. तुमच्याकडे पेशंट आलं आणि शॉकमध्ये असेल, एक जेलको लावा, ॲम्ब्युलन्स ठेवा, कुठल्याही प्रकारे माझ्याकडे ॲनेस्थेटिस्ट चांगला आहे, मी चांगला आहे, माझा हॉल चांगला आहे, माझी OT चांगली आहे, असं कधीच म्हणायचं नाही. बिकॉज वी आर इन द सेम बोट. आणि म्हणूनच ऑलवेज बी फ्रेंडली अँड टॉक रिस्पेक्टफुली अबाउट द कलिग्स. बिकॉज वी डोंट वॉन्ट, जसं मगाशी एकाने सांगितलं एका स्पीकरनं, सगळ्यांना पहिला रँक मिळवायचा नाही आहे. जो पहिला रँक मिळवतो ना त्याला मिळवू देत, आपल्या सगळ्यांना पासच व्हायचं आहे. वी वॉन्ट टू रीच द डेस्टिनेशन. मग आपण टॉर्टॉईज असो नाहीतर आपण रॅबिट असो, रॅबिट टॉर्टॉईज मिळून जर जातील तर दॅट पेस विल बी अचिव्ड ॲट द डेस्टिनेशन. सो थँक यू ऑल फॉर माय लेक्चर अँड पेशंट लिसनिंग. थँक यू सो मच.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Bardare sir and Dr. Hombarkar ma'am to share their insights on this wonderful session.
Good afternoon, everybody. It was nice lecture. Probably madam had read more than required. Basically, that Premanand Katra case itself explains how deeply she had been there. So I hope this lecture will serve the purpose. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to request Dr. Bardare sir and Dr. Priya Umbalkar ma'am to present Dr. Rokde ma'am with our token of appreciation.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Jyoti Rokde ma'am, for such a thought-provoking and insightful session on the medico-legal aspects of medical practice. Your experience both in clinical practice and in understanding the legal frameworks that guide medical professionals has provided us with a comprehensive and practical perspective on navigating these challenges in our own practices.
On behalf of everyone here, we deeply appreciate your valuable insights, your time, and your ongoing commitment to the medical field. Your contributions today have enriched our understanding of a topic that is of utmost importance in modern medical practice. A big thank you as well to our wonderful audience for your engagement and participation. We hope today's session has been as enlightening for you as it has been for us. We look forward to seeing you in future sessions. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
पुरंजना
come to MIRAJ. It's my the college, as many of you know. And thank you, everyone, including Dr. To the gene therapies. We are in 2024. I mean, since I finished my graduation and post-graduation, and I did my pediatric neurology training, things have moved so fast in the therapeutic areas. And, we are in the era where we used to do palliative care for many of these conditions, but now we can actually treat this patient and treat the root cause as well. And, we can see the huge difference and change the course of the disease as such. So as an overview, I've just divided my talk between the overview of the gene therapy, what they are, what are they available, which conditions. And I'm just going to share personal experience with some case studies and so on. Just to give a kind of a background for the gene therapy. As of now, nearly 7,000 rare diseases are known worldwide. And if you take the rare diseases, 4 out of 5 are genetic in origin. You take, any rare diseases, most of them have the genetic cause behind that. In early 1980s, in that the decade, David Williams and David Nathan showed that a virus can be used to insert a gene into stem cell, and that was a big kind of discovery. And there's the paper just on the right side. If you see the image, they had published that. And almost 10 years later, a 4-year-old girl called Shanti De Silva in US, she became the first gene therapy receiver for a condition called severe combined immunodeficiency. And as of now, if you go to the website for FDA, which is the US Food and Drug Administration authority, they have like 37 listed products under the category of gene replacement therapy. So you can imagine, there are so many conditions now under the research, so many molecules are into the trials, and hopefully soon that list will be going in terms of the numbers high and high. What is gene therapy? So it's a technique which uses a gene to treat, either to prevent or cure a disease or medical disorder. And most of the gene therapies available are for this purpose. We can add new copies of the gene that are broken, so just editing or inserting a new gene, or by replacing a defective or missing gene in the patient's cell with a healthy version of the gene. And both inherited genetic disorders such as hemophilia or sickle cell disease or acquired disorders like leukemia have been treated with gene therapies. How do we do that? So by replacing the disease-causing gene with a healthy copy, so you have a mutation in the gene, you just ignore that part, you just insert a healthy gene, and that will take over the function of the cell. So on this right side of the diagram, I'm sorry I cannot point out, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but you're just replacing the functional gene, which is this blue color. Although it's lying there in the cell, it uses the cell assembly to start producing the protein. And that's how the disease can be taken care of with this modality. Inactivating a disease-causing gene. So you have a gene there. It's a disease-causing gene because of the mutation. You actually do something there. And we are also using this technology in some of the conditions like Duchenne to inactivate some of the exons, which is causing problem in the protein production. And by doing so, you are then making functional protein production. The third way is introducing a new or modified gene into the body to help to treat the disease. So instead of, the type 1, so what you're doing is a genome editing itself. So there are broadly 2 types how we do the gene therapy. So first one is called in vivo. It's very simple, and that's what most of the centers are using. So what happens is you take a virus, you put the transgene, I'll explain what transgene is later, in that virus. You inject the virus into the bloodstream of the patient by various routes, such as intravenous or intrathecal or IM or whatever. As the virus goes inside the body, it breaks because of the natural property inside the cell. The transgene is inserted into the cytoplasm. It uses the assembly of the cell and start producing the protein. So it's more of a therapeutic gene. Whereas ex vivo, X is outside the body. So what you do is remove the stem cell from the patient itself. What you do then is, do the editing. The same cells or same genes of the patient are then inserted in the virus, and then the gene in the end is inserted in the patient body. So you're using the patient's own cells and then, doing the editing outside the body and then reinserting inside the patient back again. So in vivo is the gene produced outside, whereas you are using the gene in ex vivo for the patient itself. So these are the broad categories of the gene therapies that we are using at the moment. So the examples of in vivo are, the treatment for hemophilia A and B, spinal muscular atrophy, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, hereditary blindness. I'll come to these therapies because we're using some of them in my center. Whereas ex vivo is slightly complicated because you need the high-tech lab and the genetic labs as well, because you're modifying the stem cells of the patient. You need the stem cell unit and bone marrow transplant unit like facilities. And there are many conditions like immunodeficiency, sickle cell anemia, thalassemias, certain leukemias, Wiskott Ulrich, adrenoleukodystrophy, metachromatic leukodystrophy, and these conditions can be treated with this ex vivo approach. If you see the number of trials which are going in this field are enormous, and year by year the trials are increasing in number. So if you see the right side of the diagram here, 89 there was just one trial, number of gene therapy trial, and as opposed to like 2015 and 17. Of course, after that there was the COVID hit and we don't have many data, but the clinical trial website will give you that idea. But there's a more than 100-fold increase in the research trial, and most of the trial, I'm not surprised to see that they are in the cancer disease, almost 65% of the trial. And this is data from actually 2017 paper. And more than half of the trials are in the era of oncology. And if you see the geographical distribution, most of them are happening in the developed part of the world, including USA and UK. And this number is gradually increasing year by year. Coming to the cancers, this area of interest for many of the physicians, including oncologists, and how do we treat them because of the the severeness and the mortality and morbidity that we see. So most of the clinical trials in gene therapy, as I said, have been aimed to the treatment of cancer. It can be used, these therapies, to complement the conventional therapies, your radiotherapies and chemotherapies, as well as provide radical new options for the treatment. Sometimes you can actually replace them. It may be better used after radical surgery following the radiation therapy or after successful chemotherapy, and that's the current line of management in some of the leukemias as well. And I hope that it will soon become an approach that can be used clinically in cancer treatment all over the world, and we'll see a new ray of hope for these patients. And this is just a brief list of all the drugs which have been FDA approved in US and available in some countries. And the indications, as you can see, the target cells are mostly CD19 or BCMA, and the diseases, and most of them are like lymphomas and myelomas, and these are the companies who are manufacturing and the date of FDA approval. So we have list of medications that we're using in the market. Some of them, as I said, are already available in the countries like US, and we are treating them. I'm not going to go in detail about this because I'm a pediatric neurologist, and I'll focus on the conditions which I usually treat with a personal experience. Just to give brief overview, we all know, probably you know what sickle cell anemia is, because of the hemoglobinopathy, the shape of the cell just alters and there is a hemolysis. So Casgevy is the name of the gene therapy, or Lyfgenia, which is FDA approved for the treatment of sickle cell disease in patient over 12 years. And that's the ex vivo treatment. So you take the cell out and, edit the cell and then send it back. Similarly, for the thalassemia also, we have Zynteglo, which is now FDA approved for the treatment of adult as well as children with beta thalassemia. So how do you do that? You extract, and that's just the diagram representation in this cartoon. The condition the patient bone marrow to receive the stem cell. It's just like inserting a bone marrow transplant. And then the new cells which we have prime are inserted back into the patient. It's the same. And you then infuse the modified stem cell back into the patient's body to treat the cell, and the stem cells are giving the new gene that can produce the correct hemoglobin. Same way, hemophilia, it is actually much easier than the ex vivo because it's although rare, but it's potentially a serious bleeding disorder. The drug called Rectavian is a one-time gene therapy for adults with hemophilia, although FDA approval for most of the medication, as you can imagine, are for adults and older children. And Bequez is again the treatment for hemophilia B. There's a rare condition which can cause congenital blindness, and it is with the gene mutation called RPE65. So if somebody has this mutation and causing retinal blindness, we have now a new hope for this patient, and the drug name is called Luxturna. So how it works, again, you insert the functioning gene into the viral vector, and that gene is inserted actually in the retina. So there is one injection in one retina, and you receive the both injections. And what we have seen is, that protein is then produced, which is a functional protein needed for vision. They improve the improved photoreceptor function, and the vision is actually improved. So you can imagine, you can actually treat the blindness. The most important debate what's happening in the worldwide is the cost of this medication. It's a one-time medication, but they attract a huge cost. I remember, the medication Zolgensma, which is fourth on the list when we started, and even now the price is pretty much the same. It used to be like the costliest medicine on the earth, at that time when Avexis marketed it and later Novartis purchased it. But it's still sold at the cost of $2.1 million, which is equivalent to nearly 16, 17 crores in Indian rupees. And most of these drugs, I'm just giving the list, Luxturna, I just showed for the congenital blindness, $850,000, Chimera for leukemia, similar price tag, and so on. We have now started giving the drug called Elevidys for Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and the price is also like $3 million. So that's the drawback, and there's been a huge debate on the ethical side, as well as why the medication has to be $50,000 for the first year, and then $350,000 a year after that. In a 10 years time itself, the cost of the treatment goes up to like 4 million, as opposed to the one-time cost of the gene therapy, which is 2 million. So, you can argue the lifetime cost. Not only that, for the hospital admission, this patient needs a lot of other things, chest infections and tracheostomies and gastrostomies and the intensive care admission. So if we add the healthcare cost for the lifeline, then you can argue that one-time cost of giving gene therapy and avoiding that comorbidities and the complications later in the life can be actually cost effective. And there's the average cost over the lifetime treatment. Forget about the drug. This patient is between 15 to $100 million, and it is like 3 to 20 times more, in the projected cost for the SMA gene therapy. So this is just the plot, the diagram which you can see. So the blue is the standard of care, a patient without any therapy, whereas the orange dots are the Spinraza, which is the injection which I said you have to give lifetime, and the gene therapy is here. So the effectiveness is on the x-axis and the cost is on the y-axis. So the effectiveness, the cost effectiveness scatter plot, if you see, is more if you give the gene therapy, which is one time, although it's a high cost. Similarly, hemophilia, it's a cost of multiple clotting factor replacement therapy. The cost can be, this is the US again health economic study. I know it might be cheaper in India, but annually it can attract like 300,000 to almost $776,000 annually. The additional cost also include bleeding complication, orthopedic surgery, hospitalization. But the single dose of gene therapy would be more cost effective than on demand or prophylaxis, in more than 90% of the cases. I'll now come to the two conditions which I want to discuss today, which, as a pediatric neurologist, I treat these two conditions with the gene therapy, and soon we are launching the gene therapy for metachromatic leukodystrophy. I'm sure most of you know the condition spinal muscular atrophy, but I've just added a few slides to give you the background of what this condition is for both this condition, and then, give the experience of the gene therapy for this condition. So spinal muscular atrophy is due to the lack of a protein called SMN protein. And there is a gene called SMN1 gene and SMN2 gene. Now both these genes encode the SMN protein, and that's critical for neuronal survival and the neuromuscular junction formation. The SMN1 gene is the primary gene because it produces more than 80 to 90% of the functional gene, whereas there is a backup gene. It's like a generator. The power failure is there, and there is a generator which gives the light, but it's not sufficient because, it will be just like 10 to 20% of the gene production by SMN2. So what happens is if you have a mutation in SMN1 gene, the body relies on the SMN production by the SMN2 gene. So the more the number of copies of SMN2, better is the clinical condition of the child. But again, as I said, that's not sufficient. So what happens is in a normal individual, you get most of the red color, the functional protein is there. All the blue circles or the red and green circles are the functional protein. Whereas if you have the mutation in SMN gene, the body only relies on the small amount of SMN2 gene produced SMN, and as a result of that, the muscle is atrophied because the survival, the neurons are not present there. Okay. This condition is autosomal recessive, which means you need to have two faulty genes, two mutated genes, and there's a 25% chance that a child will have this condition if both the parents are the carrier of this condition, whereas 50% of the time the child will be a carrier, and 25% chance that the child will be healthy if both the healthy genes are inherited from the mother and the father. Now, based on the number of copies of SMN2, you get the clinical phenotype of this condition. So forget about zero because these children don't even exist. But if you have two copies, almost like for SMN2, then you get most of the severe conditions, and that's called type 1. These children present earlier in less than 6 months, and most of the cases are of these children are unable to sit. They present earlier, like 3 to 4 months only, with the hypotonia, poor motor skills, not achieving even the head control, and so on. Type 2, you have more copies of SMN2. They present later in the infancy or after 1 year. So I broadly categorizing, even if you don't want to look at this busy table, those who are unable to sit, almost type 1. They're able to sit but they cannot stand, is type 2. They can stand, with the difficulty in walking, is type 3. And type 4 usually presents in adults. And, we don't see as a pediatric nurse these cases. It's difficult to diagnose, but they're very mildly affected. But all these types are progressively, get weaker and severe, and the mortality is almost there. Type 1 children usually do not see their second birthday, and it's how severe this condition is. So in terms of statistics, more than 1 in 58 people are carriers for SMN1. 60% of the cases are of type 1, and they are more rapid in progression. 1 in 10,000 live births are affected with SMA, and it's second most common fatal autosomal recessive disorder in the world after the condition called cystic fibrosis. If you see the right-sided graph, the natural course of the disease is such that gradually the children get worse. So the survival rate is the less and less as the child grows older. So by 8 months, the survival rate is almost 75%. But if you see by 20 months, the survival rate is almost 8%. And every delay in the diagnosis can jeopardize the low motor neuron survival and impacting the neuromotor function. So early diagnosis is very, very important. So if you see, the children almost need the ventilator support by almost 1 year, nutritional support in the form of tube or gastrostomy is NG tube. Motor function decline is almost there since day one, and the child then start getting a lot of healthcare needs as they grow older and older. So that's why early diagnosis is important. There is a window which we call pre-symptomatic phase, and that's the best window to treat, because what you can do, it changes the natural course of the disease. So if you see the type 1, which is the dotted line, which is dropping very significantly, as opposed to type 2, type 3, type 4, although they initial, the symptom onset is late, but then there's a plateau on this, the symptom. So that pre-symptomatic phase, which is shaded area here, is very important to treat these children, especially with the gene therapy-like approach, or even if you want to start the disease-modifying treatment for these patients. Just a brief video of how gene therapy works in SMA. I'll play this video. I hope you can see this as well, and there's audio. This is a virus in which the gene is embedded. It's called AAV9 virus. It goes in the blood. Crosses the blood-brain barrier, which is more important. So it goes inside the cell, it breaks the wall, and that gene, which is called transgene, is inserted in the cytoplasm. Then the protein production is done. It just uses the cell's assembly and start producing the protein. So most of the patients ask, does it actually go inside the gene and correct the fault? No, it doesn't. It just sits outside and it just produces the protein. Okay, I think the audio was not good, so sorry about that. But this is just the video, how it's done. So we started this therapy back in 2020 in November, just after the COVID. I had few patients and I was clueless what to do because of the financial conditions and so on. But we were lucky to get there. There was a patient support program, and through that, we got this medicine from them, and they're doing really good at the moment. Although you cannot fully recover, but the natural course is the diverted. The children are now actually standing, although some I think one is walking with support now. I'm talking about these two children which we infused back in 2020 in November. I'm just going to give a case presentation because it's just not the gene therapy I wanted to highlight, and it's important how the clinical care as a doctor is also important. We're not giving any miracle. We're not giving any false hope to the patients here, and your clinical skills are as important as this medication. So imagine there's a 13-month-old child. This child had come to me from Turkey, and the birth weight was 2.4. Look at the weight at 13 months. It was just 3.5. The child has only gained more than a kg in a year's time. Severely malnourished. Breathing was with effort. The child was, breathing as if he has run a marathon. He was NG fed. That's all the parents have done. Parents didn't know anything about SMA. This is how the child looks. Look at the face of the child, and you just feel sorry for the child, right? And look at the breathing as well. The child is getting some nebulizer. I mean, I'm not worried about the SMA of this child. Think of the basics always. I'm a pediatrician first, then the pediatric neurologist. Think about the nutrition, think about the breathing. There's ABC to sort out, and that's what we did. Because again, gene therapy will not cure your nutrition, will not give the breathing support and so on. So just to show you, how with effort the child is breathing. The parents, I asked them to stay and sort out everything. I was not ready to give them the gene therapy. So we had counseled the child's father and mother to undergo tracheostomy and gastrostomy, because despite showing to 2 or 3 pulmonologists, that was the only answer to go for tracheostomy, because the child was not ready or suitable for non-invasive BiPAP. We continued the ongoing physiotherapy and other input, and meanwhile, the children are very fragile. The osteopenia is there, and the child also had the green stick fracture that delayed the stay of the child. We had the further respiratory input. That's one of our criteria for gene therapies. If any child is on invasive ventilator, they should be able to stay more than 8 hours per day, and that's kind of an inclusion criteria for that. Finally, the child received the gene therapy. If you see the discharge weight, it was 6.5, and that was not because of gene therapy, it was because of the interventions that we did. And now the child needs BiPAP mostly in the sleep only, not in the daytime. So what I wanted, this is the same child which you can see in the video now. You've seen him previously, much happier, much brighter. There's a spark in the eyes. Forget about that, it's just the video. But what I wanted to show, the video is not playing. But I just wanted to show in the video how the child is actually lifting the leg also. So the motor functions had improved, but these things are equally important. I don't know, the videos are not playing, but anyway, okay. So the evidences also say that this is the name of the gene therapy, by the way, onasemnogene apapovic. improves the event-free survival, motor functions, and motor milestones. But ongoing multidisciplinary care is very critical. Even if you have treated these children with the gene therapy, these children have their needs for physiotherapy and other, the systems. So disease modifying treatment greatly improve the prognosis of the disease, but they are not curative, and the care is still required over the patient lifetime. And the need for caregiver education on managing day-to-day care at the time of treatment and patient and family-centered discussion, and on realistic expectation. Because if you imagine this, these parents were hoping that the gene therapy will cure everything, but you have to give them the realistic expectation when you sit with them in the clinic, and this is very important when you deal with these children with complex neurodisability. As opposed to the previous case, let's take a 3-month-old who was also, I think, from Russia or somewhere. But the newborn screening in their home country, they started this program, and many countries have this interest because earlier you treat. I showed you that pre-symptomatic phase, the therapeutic kind of window, which is the best to treat, and that is the reason why newborn screening is now getting attracted by many countries. Now, this diagnosis was confirmed at the age of 7 days when the child was completely asymptomatic. Most of the children will start showing the symptom by 3-4 months. So this test called MLP, a genetic test, had showed 2 copies of SMN2, which the child would have grown into type 1, asymptomatic child with no clinical signs of SMA. When I saw the child at 3 months of age, normal feeding, normal breathing, nothing. And this was the child. Can you see, nicely looked after in terms of nutrition and everything. We do assessment by our multidisciplinary team. Physiotherapy would continue. No other intervention was needed. Normal assessment. And we gave the gene therapy at the age of 4 or 5 months. What I wanted to show is going back to that graph I showed for the natural course and how do we treat them pre-symptomatically and how that can work beautifully. So this child was treated pre-symptomatically. And look at this. The child at 1 year of age has, oh God, I don't know why the video is not showing. Okay, so anyway, now the child is 16 months old here and is running around, trying to run around, and is also walking without any support by the age of 1 year. I'm sorry for the video, but I just wanted to show. So there's no motor impairment as such. There is normal hand function. There is a functional score which we do for these children called shop intent score. It's out of 64 and the child is scoring 64. Is achieving milestones like an unaffected infant. And that's the beauty of this therapy. If you catch them early, if you give them early, you are giving them back the unaffected child at all. No doubt it's difficult for the price tag attached and so on, but I'm just talking in a theoretical way. So, in a pre-symptomatic SMA patient dosed one time with onasemnogene, usually they don't require any ventilator support. As I said, all these children with type 1 will end up on tracheostomy and BiPAP and so on. Age-appropriate motor development is seen. The swallowing is not affected because swallow is a muscle as well, and they end up being on gastrostomy and like support. So that's the importance of early treatment, and to treat early, you have to diagnose them early. The genetic test when I was in training, or even when we were in MBBS, it used to be scarce and we used to hardly know about this test. But now they are so cheap and cheap. Day by day, we're getting it cheaper. And, no harm, even if you are a pediatrician or going to be a pediatrician, when you suspect any child with hypotonia or, something like that, just order the MLP. Very easy to get the diagnosis early. I was just mentioning about the newborn screening. Most of the countries have now started doing that because the healthcare cost is less. You treat them one time and the change of course is there of the natural history of the disease. So United States and Canada have started. Europe, almost 45% countries have started. Asia, all countries except Myanmar, Laos, they have the program. Even India, we have newborn screening, but not including SMA. Taiwan and Australia have intensive program, which covers 80% and 44% newborns respectively. In region called Middle East and North Africa, the NBS is not existing. Here it's a private healthcare market mostly, so it's optional. In many of the African countries, it's not available. But I have seen the difference. Those children who are getting diagnoses through the newborn screening and they come early to me, it's a pleasure and delight to treat these children. I work in this hospital we were the first hospital in the region to treat the child with SMA. I just showed you in November 2020. We have a dedicated team for gene therapy. We get a lot of patients from Turkey and Russia, and that's why we have to keep the language interpreter. We have now till date given SMA gene therapy to 137 cases under me, and the DMD treatment, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, was introduced recently. So far we have given 3 cases, because again for the high price tag, and we're waiting for another 3, I think, by the end of this year. And we'll be publishing our data soon on the DMD as well. SMA we have done because of the good number of clinical cases and the data we have comparable to any country, because the number of cases all over UK is equivalent to what I have probably under me. So, we have come up with a lot of publications. Some of them were the new findings, like maximal mouth opening or gingival hyperplasia, like finding in our special need dentistry clinic. This was the study I published when we had 60 cases under our umbrella, just to show them what the drug does in the short term, because these patients usually stay under me for 3-4 months. We treat the children with tracheostomy and complex respiratory needs, and that data was recently published this year on the ventilatory needs of these children. Not only that, our team, and including me under my care, was invited by Dubai Health Authority, which is like a MCI equivalent, to write the guideline for SMA and the DMD because of the clinical experience. Coming to the Duchenne muscular dystrophy, I hope I'm not boring you with all this information, but just wanted to show you this data as well, because it's fairly new in the market. Started in US, and the UAE, because of our experience, was the second country in the world to get the gene therapy. Just the background for Duchenne: it's the X-linked condition, unlike the autosomal recessive of SMA, which means a faulty X gene will cause this disease. So all the males, generally will have that, because a female has a normal X chromosome to protect, and that's why the girls hardly get. There is the phenomena where girls can also get, but the girls can get affected, but mostly it's present in the boys, and you have family history in the maternal side. There are multiple different presentation, how the children present, usually come by 4 to 5 years. The most common presentation is difficulty walking, tiptoe walking. But what is important, that Duchenne muscular dystrophy children can have cognitive impairment, intellectual disability, or speech impairment. So if you have any child not speaking, a language development, or cognitive impairment, your creatine kinase should be one of the investigations in the children, even if the children don't have any motor problem. So these children classically have the calf muscle hypertrophy because of the proximal muscle weakness, especially in the pelvic girdle. When they stand from sitting position, they have a classical, a way to stand, which is called Gower sign. I'm sure your third MBBS students and they know this sign, or they might have seen the children as well. So, but I just wanted to highlight this learning difficulties, speech and language impairment, which can be just the presenting sign, or even the toe walking, which can be ignored. These children often visit orthopedician, pediatrician, and they say, okay, salil, thoda veer thamba, to salil. But it's important just to monitor this. If you have any classical calf muscle hypertrophy and so on, just don't forget to do CK. So the usual age of diagnosis is around 4 to 5 years, but by the age of 10 to 12 years, they are non-ambulatory, because it's a progressive neuromuscular condition as well. And there's the muscle get affected, is a progressive weakness, and that's why all the muscles can get affected, even the cardiac muscles, because heart is of course a muscle. And by the age of 10 years, we start them on protective medication to avoid this complication. And most do not in their mid-20s, and that's how they're dreadful. Of course, SMA type 1 is more dreadful because of the severity, but Duchenne is not. We suspect DM because of the presentation, or if somebody does, let's say, liver function, and there is a high ALT or AST, then you have to do serum creatine kinase because that can be an indicator. That's one of, I have got few patients whose pediatrician have done the liver function for something. They have unexplained high ALT, AST, completely normal bilirubin and other functions, and we were clueless why and how. Now, if you have abnormal muscle function or the family history of DMD, or if the child is not walking, if there is a GOVA sign present or toe walking is there, then the first thing you must do is a serum creatine kinase. If it's elevated, then you have to check for the DMD gene deletion duplication. Nowadays, the test is called MLPA. Previously, we used to PCR. If you find the mutation, of course, the DMD is confirmed. But if you don't find the mutation, because MLPA is for large deletion duplication, but sometimes a single point mutation can be there, which can be performed by genetic sequencing. So NGS or next gen sequencing, and that if you're still sure that the Duchenne muscular dystrophy is the diagnosis, you have to go ahead and do that. Nowadays, muscle biopsy is almost obsolete, but in rare circumstances, we often do that. If the high clinical suspicion, but the genetics is not supportive. When it comes to therapies, I mean, the principle of managing or caring these children is almost the same, like the SMA multidisciplinary. But we have gene therapy in form of exon skipping, gene transfer, gene editing. We have the cell therapies. We have pharmaco. Most of them are in the research stage, but gene therapy, as I said, is in out now. And there is exon skipping, which has been there since long. I'll just explain what exon skipping means. The gene is made up of intron and exon. Exons are the the functional part of the gene. DMD or dystrophin gene is a very big gene with 79 exons. Now imagine, I don't know if you can see my cursor, there's a deletion of 48 to 50, right? Now that 47, which is functional here, cannot fit. Just imagine the jigsaw puzzle. It doesn't fit with 51. I have to take out 51 to make it fit with the 52. And that's called exon skipping. So if you have this mutation, the protein production just stops here at 47 and it doesn't go ahead. And this is called out of frame mutation. But imagine there is a mutation, although it's a big mutation from 23 to 42, but end of 22 fits on 43 here. So what's happening is the protein production, although it's a short protein, but it's produced there because that process can go on for whole gene except for this, but it's not abruptly stopped like the first diagram, and that's called in-frame mutation. And that's the principle of exon skipping. As I said, if I take out 51 from here, if I skip that part, it's called exon skipping, then the protein production can go ahead and the child will have less severe type or bigger type the condition. So this is what it is. So imagine there is deletion of exon 52. So the end of 51 doesn't fit with 53. But if I take out 51 completely, if I do something here, which with the antisense oligonucleotide, what is called, so I'm skipping at the splicing level exon 51, and that's when the 51 is snugly fitting into 53, and then you're producing a truncated dystrophin. Truncate is a short dystrophin. Mild dystrophinopathy is phenotype as compared to the completely affected Duchenne. You're getting a milder phenotype, which is much better, and the children are doing well with that. And that's the multiple drugs. Not all exon can be skipped at the moment, the clinical trial, but there are some medication with the selected exon skipping part that we are doing. Elevidys is a gene therapy that we are having at the moment. It's again an AAV virus because AAV virus is a non-disease causing virus. It crosses blood-brain barrier. So this actually is called AAV RH74 virus. And it's the same principle like SMA. You put the functional, but the only problem is dystrophin gene is a very big gene. It's, with the 79 exon. So they have created something called microdystrophin, if you see this. But it's like giving a shorter version of the functional protein. You need to have a promoter for the gene to say, okay, start the production. You have to have functional element which is actually producing the protein. They need to have a stop codon in the gene, which will say, okay, stop. Otherwise, the gene production, the protein production has to have that instruction. So all these elements are there. There is a MHCK7 promoter, which is also good for the heart because DMD also affects the heart. These receptors are there as well. You're packing the gene into AAVrh74 vector, and in the same way like the SMA, you're then injecting the gene inside the patient's body. As of August this year, Elevate is approved in the UAE now, because I said after US we got this drug, and now I think Qatar has already got, and Russia will be getting, and some other countries will get, but we were the second one after the US to get. And it's now indicated for DMD. Initially it was approved for 4 to 5 years because of the research study, but there was a study called Embark study in November last year, and that's when the label got expanded, and we are giving with anyone above 4 years regardless of their ambulatory status. So now we're getting more adult patients as well to see if we can give. Of course the effectiveness is less compared to if you give this medication to a 4 or 5 years of age. I'm just pulling this from the research data, what is happening. So forget about the graph. So this is called North Star assessment, which is a functional score. Remember I told you shop intent score just to assess how the muscles are functioning. Similarly, in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, we do this scale called NSAA. It's a 34 scale, the check. But if you see there is an increase in the scale after giving the gene therapy, the mean North Star assessment, there is something called TTR, or time to rise. So the child is sitting and you're asking them to stand. So the time taken, of course, in a weak child will be more, but the time should reduce as you move on after the gene therapy. That's more of a meaningful way. I haven't given you the statistics and the p-values and so on. There's another way why we assess the function of the child is called 10-meter walking. So you ask them to walk for 10 meters and you calculate the time of that. And then you see how much the time is required. Of course, that time should get reduced. So TTR and 10-minute walking is generally stabilized in patient treated, so they don't deteriorate over 4 years, whereas there is an improvement by at least 1 point in the North Star assessment score, which is again against the natural history of DMD, which is not bad actually, even if I can preserve their function in the long term after giving the gene therapy. That's an achievement for these children. Just give this example. I don't know if this video will play again, but oh God. Okay, I'm sorry for the video. I hope I can show you in the minimal side. But this was a video of the first child we treated. He's a 7-year-old with minimal difficulties, and I didn't pull out the scoring for you because I didn't want to complicate the talk. But I just wanted to show here in this video that the child is actually now attempting to run less difficulties within 4. Oh, this is playing. Some videos are playing. Video. Sorry about that. Okay. There's another child we treated. This one is from Hungary, I think Budapest. Is having the difficulty in climbing the stair. And I just wanted to show how he climbed the stair now. Gosh, I can't show you. So in the first video, the child is actually struggling to climb. And the second, the struggle is much less. They are physiotherapists. Now the child is back in Hungary, so we are getting the support from the physio there to do the functional scoring. The overall comments are very encouraging. Before injection, he used to get tired after playing for 20 to 30 minutes. This is mother actually. Used to rest quite often. And post-injection, parents have noticed a difference in the fatigue. He's less fatigue now. The child could play for a longer duration for 40 to 50 minutes as opposed to 20 to 30 minutes without fatigue, and he's more hyperactive. He could ascend and descend. Of course, these are subjective analysis. In a low stool, few flight of stairs independently without any parental help or use of railing post-injection. And there's an increased dynamic balance in play. I feel, as any institute, if you want to be ready with gene therapy, there's a lot to do in terms of education and training, because there's a huge team involved in this treatment. But patient eligibility is very important, the kind of patient you choose to treat. And then, of course, in some countries, and I'm sure in India also, now the patients have insurance in the private sector, and procurement administration, the pharmacy, there's loads in terms of logistic support we need. And then the patient monitoring and follow-up is equally important. We can't just infuse them. We can't be infusion center. We have to be gene therapy center to assess them pre as well as post, because that's when you would, give the data to the world. It's a multidisciplinary team. The right side picture is our parent symposium because we educate the parent. I understand that many of these don't have the adequate knowledge about the condition, so we often do that. We have the rehabilitation therapies, physiotherapy, salt, and occupational therapies, nurses, laboratory, pharmacy, patient coordinators, those who help them in terms of raising funds and so on. Charities are there, the patient support groups are there. There's a big group of multidisciplinary team which I lead here, including me as a pediatric neurologist. But if you see, there's a big group which we need. In the end, what I wanted to emphasize is yes, the children with this neuromuscular disorder, the genetic disorder, they have the complex care need. They need the support from multidisciplinary team, and that list may be a short one, which I've just put it here. It may be a big one, but not to forget the medication do not replace this care. They're actually adding in the loop. It's one of the multidisciplinary part where you need to introduce to the child care, and it's not the replacement. The journey goes on. You're just changing the course of the disease, but their healthcare needs are persistent. You have to screen them, you have to see them, and you have to treat the comorbidity. I think it's better to catch them early than to treat the comorbidities when it appears actually. And thank you very much, and I hope it was useful. I'm really sorry I cannot interact with you personally. I wish I could do that, but I'm happy to take any question. I don't know how do I do that because I can't hear you, but later on or on WhatsApp, if you can want to do that now, or you can call me. I don't know, I'm not that tech savvy, but thank you very much for the time, and thank you team. I hope I can be present there personally next year at least, as an audience, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for guiding us through the remarkable advancements in gene therapy and how it is reshaping the future of
Soham
pediatric
can WhatsApp me
neurology.
if there's anything, or I can log.
He has joined us all the way from Dubai. He has joined us all the way from Dubai via webinar, and it was truly our honor to have him with us today. As we bring this enlightening session on gene therapy to a continue. As we bring this enlightening session on gene therapy to a close, I'm sure we all leave with a deeper understanding of the incredible progress being made in this field. Dr. Mundada's expertise and pioneering efforts have not only highlighted the current state of gene therapy, but also the boundless potential it holds for future treatment of genetic disorders. The powerful stories of patients who once had no hope but have been given a new lease on life through these therapies are both inspiring and humbling. Dr. Mundada has not only led us through the scientific landscape, but has reminded us of the human impact that drives these innovations forward.
Now I would once again like to invite Dr. Pankaj Joshi sir on stage, and I request Prathamesh Davkar to felicitate Dr. Pankaj Joshi sir. I now request sir to share his views on the session, sir, please. On behalf of the entire organizing committee of Mediciencia, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Vivek Mundada for taking the time to share his profound knowledge with us today. Your groundbreaking work in gene therapy is nothing short of extraordinary, and your passion for treating the root cause of disorders is inspiring. Thank you for opening our eyes to the future possibilities in pediatric neurology. We are also grateful to all of you, our participants, for your engagement and presence. Your dedication to advancing medical knowledge and patient care is what makes events like this so impactful. Thank you.
A very good evening to everyone present here. It is my privilege to welcome you today as we celebrate the remarkable contributions of one of the leading figures in the field of hematology. Now, I welcome our chairpersons for this session, Dr. Kulkarni ma'am and Dr. Anvikar ma'am.
We would now like to welcome Dr. Sandeep Neemani, who will be speaking on the topic Next Generation Hematology. Dr. Neemani is an accomplished physician with an MBBS, MD in medicine, and DM in clinical hematology. With over 30 successful stem cell transplants performed in Sangli district over the past 5 years, Dr. Neemani has significantly impacted countless lives.
He did his MD in internal medicine from Topiwala National Medical College and Nair Hospital, Mumbai. He stood first in his college during his MD examinations. He was also interested in hematology since his MD days itself. He attended various hematology conferences and workshops, presented posters related to hematology. He did his DM in clinical hematology from prestigious Christian Medical College, Vellore. There also, he stood first in MGR University, Tamil Nadu and secured a gold medal. He has worked as an assistant professor in Department of Hematology at CMC Vellore.
His extensive experience in stem cell and bone marrow transplants has led to the establishment of a pioneering bone marrow transplant unit in MIRAJ, a testament to his dedication and expertise. He was also awarded second prize at the joint tutorial held by European Hematology Association and Indian Society of Hematology and Blood Transfusion. Dr. Neemani's commitment to advancing medical knowledge is evident in his latest publication on stem cell transplantation in acute myeloid leukemia, featured in the Journal of Global Oncology. This work not only showcases his research acumen but also contributes to the global fight against this challenging disease.
Today, we are honored to have Dr. Neemani with us. Please join me in welcoming him to share his insights and experiences in the field of stem cell transplantation.
So at the outset, I first of all thank Mediciencia team. This is my second time of this mega event I will be presenting today. First time, like I think few years back, I presented on bone marrow transplantation. And here I am coming with next generation hematology. So the purpose of today's talk, which is probably the last lecture of today, is not to bore you, but to give you an insight of how and where the hematology is advancing, as well as to create an interest in your minds so that you opt this branch as your career. So I just came here to take some people from you to join this branch and take this branch further. So with this, I start, and most important advances that are happening in hematology is in the field of cancer and hemato-oncology. And when you hear the word of cancer, you always feel it's a dreaded disease. Both the patient and the doctor both get a lot of fear after hearing the word cancer. So what is the treatment for cancer, and what is the traditional way to treat the cancer? First is to snare it, then to burn it, or to poison it. This is the three things that we know. When you have a cancer, either you can do a surgery, you can do a radiotherapy, or you can do a chemotherapy. This is what the traditional teaching for all cancer therapeutics it is. So in World War II, what happened was, when the mustard gas was used on the enemies for killing them, that mustard gas, they found that the property has anti-cancer properties, and it has caused leukopenia in the patients, in the survivors. So ultimately they found it could have a chemotherapeutic effect, and then the nitrogen mustard drug came in, and from there the era of chemotherapy had started. So which is better? It's trade-off. It depends on the disease, and it depends on the stage of the patient to give chemo-radio combination, or chemotherapy alone, or to surgery alone. So we know these people are cancer survivors, and they are the celebrities. And why they're important? Because they show the world how to fight against the cancer. So that is most important. So they are the hope, they are the torch bearers in the society that cancer is curable. So first foremost, who is he is Siddharth Mukherjee. Anybody knows who is Siddharth Mukherjee? So Siddharth Mukherjee is an Indian-born American physician and oncologist. Why he's famous for his book, The Emperor of All Maladies, which was published in 2011, and which is a biography of cancer. This book, the Time magazine has written, described as one of the 100 most influential books of last 100 years. The magazine New York Times calls it as one of the best works of non-fiction. So how good this book would be, and I would like to recommend any little interest in cancer if you have, you should read this book about the Emperor of All Maladies. If you want to read further about his more writings, the next book he has written is The Gene, the history and how the gene is what we know about the genes. And the third book, the recent edition in 2022, is The Song of the Cell. So these books you can read, but definitely the first book that I told you is worth reading it. So Siddharth Mukherjee, as I told you, born in Delhi in 1970, now he is 4 years old, studied biology at Stanford University, obtained doctor in philosophy from Oxford University, obtained MD from Harvard University, trained hematologist and oncologist, and researched on the link between normal cell and the cancer cell. And why he got all the fame? Because of his book, The Emperor of All Maladies. So changing gears, this is Rebecca Skloot. You know Rebecca Skloot? She's again an author, and author for one more famous book. This is The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. You know Henrietta Lacks? Who is Henrietta Lacks? Anybody heard about her? So Henrietta Lacks, scientists know her as HeLa, the HeLa cell line that we know in microbiology that has been used. So it comes from Henrietta Lacks. She was a poor black tobacco farmer with ovarian cancer, whose cells taken out without her knowledge in 1951, and became one of the most important tools in the medicine, vital for developing polio vaccine, cloning, gene mapping, in vitro fertilization, and a lot more. So these cells, without her knowledge, were taken, and $1 million market was created and sold for billions of the people for different researches. And even she don't know that the cells has been used for so long, and till now they have been used, her cancer cells. So yet she remains virtually unknown even in the scientific communities, and her family even can't afford a normal living, with so much of $1 million has been earned from her cells. So Rebecca Skloot, again very important book to read, a freelancer science writer, born in 1972 in United States, now 52 years old, specialized in science and medicine. Her first book, Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, became one of the bestseller book in 2010. So what is the challenge? What do you feel, what is the challenge in the cancer treatment? So you have three options, as I told you. One is surgery, one is radiotherapy, and one is chemotherapy. So what we want is fighting cancer without chemotherapy. Why? Because the chemotherapy has its own problems. Once you give chemotherapy, that will not differentiate between normal cell and the cancer cell. So irrespectively, it will kill all the cells, and a lot of side effects will happen with chemotherapeutic drugs. So we want something which is directed towards cancer and not towards the normal cells. So fighting cancers without chemotherapy is the challenge. So what is the breakthrough in that? Breakthrough is this: the novel methods to cure the cancer. The first is targeted therapy, second is differentiating agents, third is immunotherapy, anti-angiogenesis, and antimicrobial agents. So first coming targeted agents. So what are targeted agents? They don't kill the normal cells. They go directly to the cancer cells and hit the cancer. Students, it's a landmark thing that chronic myeloid leukemia is the first disease which was treated with targeted therapy. So how chronic myeloid leukemia happen? It is a balanced translocation between chromosome number 9. The larger one is the chromosome number 9 and chromosome number 22. At chromosome number 22, what happens is there is a new gene that has been produced called as BCR and ABL because of the balanced translocation between chromosome number 9 and chromosome number 22. And we call it as translocation 922 or the BCR ABL. So till now, till recent past, the treatment for CML was like splenectomy, radiotherapy, busulfan, hydroxyurea, interferon, or ultimately bone marrow transplantation. And then this magic has happened. This is the targeted therapy I am talking about, and he is the first person who has devised the targeted therapy. He is Dr. Brian Drucker. So with this effort, what he has done is, we know the protein, which is the BCR-ABL, and now what we have to do is, we have to do something which target the BCR-ABL, which is not normal, which is abnormal in the body. And they found a drug called as imatinib, and which goes and attacks the tyrosine kinase domain of BCR-ABL so that the ATP is not bound on that site, and so the cancer cells die and sparing the normal cell. And this is the breakthrough in the targeted therapy, the first disease to be treated with targeted therapy in cancer. And this came on the cover page of the Time magazine in 2001, where it is called as a magic bullet. The Gleevec is the trade name of the drug, and it came on the first page of the Time magazine, where these are called as magic bullets. So first time in 2001, they told that the cancer can be cured with targeted therapies. And see the difference. So the outcome, these are the overall survival curves we call as, so if you see the Gleevec or the imatinib has almost normal survival compared to the chemotherapeutic agent. So almost the population of CMLs are living normal life now. And in 2024, in CML, we are looking at a goal of cure in CML patients, not the control, but cure. And if you see, this is a stop trials. The patient, around 30 to 40% of the patients have stopped the treatment and they're surviving without disease now. So this is how the targeted therapies have helped in the treatment of CML. A similar disease, chronic lymphocytic leukemia. In this, again, there are lymph nodes everywhere. In CML, a lot of spleen is there with leukocytosis. Here, lymphocytosis is there with lot of nodes everywhere. In this, again, without chemotherapy, we can treat them with a new drug called as BTK inhibitor or butyl tyrosine kinase inhibitor. The drug called as Imbruvica, or the chemical content is ibrutinib. And this is the doctor who has discovered this drug, Susan M. O'Brien. And with her discovery, now the CLL is also treated with targeted therapy without any chemotherapeutic agent. And see the difference. This is the conventional chlorambucil drug that was used, and now the ibrutinib, almost normal survival. So the people with cancer are living normal life without chemotherapy and without side effects. And this is Imbruvica for you. And now we have next generation acalabrutinib beyond this that we are routinely using. The drugs which I am discussing here are not something which is used in US and the Western countries. This is what we are using in the MIRAJ as well. So it's not like this, it's something research I am discussing. This is what actually on table we have to use for the patients. So changing gears, next author is Arlene Ventrop. She's a dog lover and her book is Heal. So this book is the vital role of dogs in the search of cancer cures. Why dogs are important? Dogs are important because in her book Heal, she describes a truth that many of us don't know. That is, the man's best friend, the dog, is extremely susceptible to the cancer. 50% of dog over a period of 10 years develop cancer. And elephant is the other animal, quite hefty animal, don't develop cancer in his lifetime. Why this happens? So elephants rarely get cancer because there are 40 copies of a gene that code for a tumor suppressor gene. You heard about TP53 gene? It's a common MCQ. The TP53 gene is a tumor suppressor gene, most important tumor suppressor gene in the body, and humans have only 2 copies of it. Elephant has 40 copies of it. If you have more tumor suppressor gene in the body, less likely chance that you will get a cancer. While if you have less number of TP53 or 1 copy is lost, you will have a high chances of developing cancer. Can you tell me the syndrome where the genetic deficiency of TP53 is there? Have you heard of that syndrome? Okay, so humans versus elephant. So we have 2 copies of TP53 while elephant has 40 copies. So the lifetime chance of developing cancer in human is around 11 to 25%, while in elephant it's 4.8%. TP53, as I told you, is very important gene in cancer, whether it's a liquid cancer or leukemias, or it may be a solid tumor like breast cancer. TP53 mutation gives bad prognosis to the disease, and usually they are not curable because it's very important tumor suppressor gene, and once it is mutated, that is near life death sentence to the patient. And TP53 is very important in cell apoptosis, in metabolism, in antioxidant responses, and it reduces neoangiogenesis and biogenesis of the cells of the cancer cells. The syndrome I was talking about for TP53 mutation is Lee-Fraumeni syndrome. So Lee-Fraumeni, these are the 2 scientists from United States, Joseph Fraumeni and Frederick Lee. And they combined together and they found out this syndrome called as Lee-Fraumeni syndrome. You should remember this Lee-Fraumeni is TP53 mutation. And in a patient with Lee-Fraumeni syndrome, where 1 gene copy of TP53 genetically mutated or absent, they have 25% fold increased chance of developing cancer in their lifetime. So this is a typical family tree of a person who has a Lee-Fraumeni syndrome, where this is the patient who is affected with breast cancer. See, these are the carriers. They again have children with breast cancer, leukemias, brain tumors, soft tissue sarcomas, leukemia. So family history is very important. They can harbor a germline mutation of TP53. TP53 can be a somatic mutation also. Somatic means which is acquired later on in the life. Germline mutation which is present since birth. So this is germline mutation I am talking about. There could be somatic mutation of TP53 as well in the life. So again, one more author for you. She is Sue Armstrong, and she has written a book on TP53, the gene that cracked the cancer code. So these are, if you want to know more about TP53, you can read this book. So as I told you, TP53 is the anti-cancer gene. This is the first tumor suppressor gene known. It is located on chromosome number 17p. Its job is to eliminate the abnormal cells. Thus, it prevents tumor development, and it is also called as guardian of genome or policeman of genome. Sometime a question can come, what is the policeman of genome? You should know that the answer is TP53. So targeting TP53 is very important in malignancies by small molecules like the drugs that we were discussing for different diseases. So it's in the research mode, the anti-cancer drugs which are targeting TP53, but nothing has come in practice as of now, but definitely there is research going on, and in few years we will get anti-TP53 drugs as well, which will negate the mutation that has caused with the TP53 absence. So next is the differentiating agent. So what is differentiation and what is differentiating agent? So why cancer happens? I am more pertaining to the leukemias. Why leukemia happen? See, if you know about pathology, if you remember pathology days, there is something called as myeloblast. Then there comes promyelocyte, then comes myelocyte, then metamyelocyte, band forms, and the mature neutrophils. If suppose the maturation arrest happens at a site like promyelocyte stage or at the blast stage, and that cells go uncontrolled division, the leukemia, it is called as leukemia. So you understood? So maturation arrest plus excessive division of the cells. If you somehow try to differentiate these cells to normal cells, like suppose arrest has happened at the promyelocyte stage in acute promyelocytic leukemia, and if you give some drugs to the patient so that promyelocytes start maturing and become neutrophils, we call as differentiating agents. So it's not anti-cancer drugs, they will just differentiate the abnormal cells to normal cells, and then your cancer problem is solved. This is called as differentiating agents. So one foremost drug that is used as a differentiating agent which is known for ages is the arsenic. In Ayurveda, a lot of literature and studies are there on use of heavy metals, and we always, as an allopathy doctors, always blame them for using heavy metals, but this heavy metal is very important. This is the arsenic, and which is the differentiating agent used in cancer. And it's age-old, like homeopathy medicines, a lot of arsenic is used. In ancient Indian medicine, arsenic is always there, and heavy metals are, as I told you, is always there in the Chinese, Indian, and the traditional homeopathy medicines. Again, one more drug is the vitamin A. High doses of vitamin A used for acne, a lot of usage, colon cancer. This cartoon you will easily find that vitamin A fights colon cancer. Retinoid acid dramatically reduces the tumor. So these are the two drugs that we have in the basket for treating acute promyelocytic leukemia. One I told is arsenic trioxide, and second is the vitamin A, high doses of vitamin A vesanoid. So these two drugs are differentiating agents. We treat acute promyelocytic leukemias, which are dreaded condition if not treated early. This is the only hematological emergency that exists, which is APML or AML M3. And if you don't start treating early, the patient can die within 48 to 72 hours. And these differentiating agents are helpful in treating patients with APML without using chemotherapeutic agents. So these two drugs have caused wonder in the life of the patient, and we are getting almost 80 to 90% cure rates in the patient without any chemotherapeutic agent to be used in them. And differentiating agent, this is I told you in the acute promyelocytic leukemia, arsenic and atra, and in MDS we have azacitidine and dacetabine as used as a differentiating agent. So changing gears, coming to immunotherapy. You know what is immunotherapy? To use in immunity or T cells and B cells to kill the cancer cells. This is called as immunotherapy. So therapeutic approach that uses humoral means antibody mediated, or cellular means T cell mediated immune response to fight the cancer or the disease. So first important is the monoclonal antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies is targeted against some receptors of a cancer cell which will kill only the cancer cell, not the normal cells. So these antibodies are there in injection form. We inject to the patient and they will kill the cancer cells where the receptors are there. These are called as monoclonal antibodies. So monoclonal means only against one clone. Suppose you have a CD20 on the surface of a cell, B lymphocyte. You want to kill that cell, give anti-CD20 antibody, and that cell will be killed in the body. So this is the monoclonal antibody. So lymphocyte subset, we all know it's B lymphocyte and the T lymphocyte. We pronounce them as B lymphocyte and T lymphocyte, right? So these are the two scientists who got Nobel Prize in 1984, George Kohler and Caesar Milstein. And why they got that? For the discovery of principle of production of monoclonal antibodies. So these two scientists in 1975 published a proficient way to produce monoclonal antibodies from hybridoma technique. Hybridoma technique, it's there. This word is there in the microbiology textbook. First monoclonal antibody against CD20, that is rituximab, was approved by US FDA in 1997. This began a new chapter in treatment of cancer. The rituximab is in and out, like in free cancer, scheme patients, poor patient, everybody, all lymphoma patients who have CD20 positive, we are using this drug as a water now. So it's very important backbone of chemotherapy, the rituximab. So it has drastically changed the treatment algorithm of the anti-cancer therapy in lymphomas. So these are the monoclonal antibodies. Initially the antibodies that were produced were all murine. Then there were chimeric, so half human, half murine. Then almost humanized, more than 90% human, and now we have a full humanized antibodies. So potential for immunogenicity is low, of course, because if you are injecting a murine antibody in the human, it will cause more reaction compared to a fully human antibody which will not cause the reaction. And the suffix that is there to the antibody, that will tell you which type of antibody it is. So rituximab is chimeric antibody. Denosumab is a fully human antibody. So if you read the word, you will get to know which type of antibody it is. So as I told you, rituximab, very important drug, anti-CD20 drug used in treatment of lymphomas. So as I told you, these are the targets. So different cancers have different targets. We, like the scientists produce the antibodies or the drugs against these targets. So the cancer cells are killed, normal cells are spared. This is the logic. This is one more new drug. This is daratumumab. So daratumumab is against the plasma cells. So it is anti-CD38 antibody. So this drug will go attach to the plasma cells and kill the plasma cells in which disease? Multiple myeloma. So multiple myeloma is the disease of cancer of plasma cells. Now we have something called as polituzumab vedotin. What is this drug? This is the antibody drug conjugate. So now suppose if you give chemotherapy injectably IV, what it will cause? It will kill both cancer cell as well as the normal cell. So now this is anti-CD79 antibody, monoclonal antibody, which is tagged with a drug, chemotherapeutic drug, MMAE. You understood? This is the antibody and this is the MMAE anti-cancer drug. Now this antibody is taking this anti-cancer drug to the cell surface of the cancer cell. Now this is internalized by endocytosis. Lysosomal break the antibody and the drug complex, and this drug like bombs are released inside the cells and they are doing surgical strike on the cancer cells alone, sparing the normal cells. You understood? So this antibody is just a vehicle to take that drug to the cancer cell, and then the cancer cells are preferentially killed with this chemotherapeutic drug and rest of the cells are not killed. And this is the principle of polituzumab vedotin, and which is used in lymphoma treatments. There is one more drug similar to this. It is inotuzumab ozagamicin. So inotuzumab is the antibody against CD22, and ozagamicin is the antibiotic, we can say, or anti-cancer chemotherapeutic drug which is attached to the antibody. Again, the principle is same, and you kill the ALL, acute lymphoblastic leukemia cells, by using this antibody if they are CD22 positive on the surface. So this is inotuzumab ozagamicin. So this is all humoral immunotherapy. Now we should know what are the T-cell based therapies that can be used. So first, foremost important and the oldest therapy where the T-cells are used to treat the cancer is what? Which I told you, I had taken a lecture also here in Mediciencia, is the bone marrow transplant or the stem cell therapy. So this is the oldest technique of doing the T-cell therapy. Like you take the T-cells or the stem cells from the donor, you inject to the patient, and the T-cells that are produced by the donor will kill the cancer cells of the patient, which we call as graft versus leukemia effect. So graft means the donor cells, leukemia is the patient cells, graft versus leukemia effect. This is the first therapy where T-cells are used as an anti-cancer medicine. I will not go in detail of the bone marrow transplant. I have my YouTube video on bone marrow transplant. You can just go and see, and you can you can know about the bone marrow transplantation. So transplant data. So transplant is long time we are doing in MIRAJ. This we have started in January 2017. We have done 32 cases till now, 9 autologous transplant and 21 allogenic transplant. So autologous means patient's own stem cells are used for transplant. Allogenic is where the donor cells like brother, sister, parents cells are used for doing the bone marrow transplant. So 9 autologous transplant for myeloma and relapsed lymphomas. Allogenic transplant usually we do for the benign diseases like thalassemia, aplastic anemias, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, AML. We have done one haplo or 50% match transplant as well for acute myeloid leukemia. The transplant related mortality is around 20%. That means the patient died within 90 days of transplant is 20% low. 4 patients died within that. So actually it's quite acceptable. Around 20 to 30% patient can die within 3 to 4 months of doing the bone marrow transplantation. So after bone marrow transplant, what we have more for T-cell therapy is the BITE cells. So BITE is bispecific T-cell engagers. So the drug called as blinatumomab. So what is this blinatumomab? It has 2 pockets. One is CD3 and other is CD19. So what happens is, this is the tumor cell which has CD33 on the surface, CD19 on the surface, and it is roaming freely. This T cell has developed NRG, so it's not identifying this tumor cell and not killing the tumor cell. So what this blinatumomab will do is, it will attach to a tumor cell by CD19, and with the other side it will attach to the T cell by CD3, and it will bring this T cell closer to the tumor cell, and they will then manage themselves, so that T cell will destroy the cancer cell. This is the logic. So blinatumomab will work as a scaffold just to bring the tumor cell and the T cell together, and it will kill the T cell will take care of that cancer cell. Coming next, most interesting part of today's talk is the CAR T cell therapy. Have you heard about CAR T cells? Chimeric antigen receptor modified T cells. And this is the first living drug, live drug we are injecting. Antibodies and all are not living. These are the living cells as a chemotherapeutic drug we will be injecting in the patient. So this is the T cell of the patient. They are taken outside the body. They are chimeric engineered in the lab by a receptor which is called as CAR, chimeric antigen receptor, and which is attached to the T cell. So this now T cell is a CAR T cell. So this receptor will work against the cancer cell. So this T cell of the patient taken into the lab, the receptors are attached on the T cell, and this T cell will go and kill the cancer cells inside the body, which are called as CAR T cells or chimeric antigen receptor modified T cells. And how it is done? This is the patient whose cells or the T cells are taken by apheresis. You know what is apheresis? Like we do platelet apheresis, there is an apheresis machine on which the patient is taken. Only the T cells are taken from the blood, rest of the blood is returned inside the body of the patient. The T cells are taken, separated, and the CAR is attached to that cells in the lab. And these cells are then divided. They are grown in the lab. And this injection that they have prepared of the CAR T cell, they will give us in 2 to 3 weeks to the hospital. And then we can inject after giving chemotherapy to the patient. And then this CAR cell will go inside the body and they will kill the cancer cells. This is how it goes. So patients' T cells are taken. Ex vivo, the cells are processed with the CAR. And then CAR T cells are given by the laboratories to the clinician, and then after giving chemotherapy we inject the CAR T cell inside the patient's body, and this CAR T cell, which are the patient's own cells, But now they are designed to kill the cancer cells, will kill the cancer cells inside the patient. This is the CAR T-cell therapy. And these are the drugs that are now available. Initially in the West, then in the China, Singapore, a lot of patients used to go there to take the CAR T-cell therapy. Now it is available in India as well. Till Pune it has come. Soon, before next Mediciencia, when you will call me, we will do it one here as well. So this is the CAR T-cell therapy. These are the CD19 against CD for the multiple myeloma as well. So first patient free of, these are the news articles that I got, quite recent there, April 2024. The President launches India's first homegrown CAR T-cell therapy for cancer treatment, calls it a new hope. President means India's President. The first patient free of cancer, indigenous CAR T-cell therapy brings the treatment cost down from 4 crores in the West to 40 lakhs in our country. And this is the launch of CAR T-cell that has happened in April 2024, where President and the team from Tata, ImmunoAct, IIT Bombay, everybody collaborated together to produce the CAR T-cells in our country. So for last one time I'll be discussing with you is the tumor microenvironment. So as the cancer cells are important, the microenvironment around the cancer is also important. So everybody is behind the cancer cells, kill the cancer cells, kill the cancer cells. But if you change the milieu in which the cancer cells are living, the cancer cells can die. They want angiogenesis, they want blood supply, they want everything to survive, they want nutrition. Without that, they can't survive. So if you alter the microenvironment, the cancer cell, they will die by itself. So with this, we'll take one more story here. This is Welcome to Toms River Township. It's near New Jersey. So this book by Dan Fangin. So what this story is about, story of science and salvation. It is story of town that was plagued by pollution from its surrounding industries. Town is called Toms River and is situated in New Jersey. The chemicals from surrounding factories polluted the town from year 1952 all the way up to 1980. Investigation revealed that this town was located at the cancer cluster. You know, there is a cancer cluster in MIRAJ also, not MIRAJ actually, in Shirur. So they used to do a lot of research because it appears that our place is a cancer cluster. So this is the same thing in US. They have investigated and they found that this small village is a cancer cluster and which has affected the lives of thousands of people living there permanently. So why? Because of the pollution or the pollution that is happening because of all the industrialization. So why this story here? This is because that the microenvironment or the environment affects us. Similarly, for cancer cells also, the environment affects. So as I told you about the tumor angiogenesis, this is Judah Folkman, who has initially in 1971 he told about the angiogenesis, but nobody bothered that new angiogenesis is important for the cancer treatment. But after a decade they know that tumor and angiogenesis is important, and then anti-angiogenic drugs came in to kill the cancer cells. And we have few drugs which have anti-angiogenic effects, like we know bevacizumab, which is Avastin. In eye, they used to inject this for neoangiogenesis and diabetic retinopathy as well, which is anti-VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor antibody, which is used for as an anti-angiogenic drug. Then we have something called as tyrosine kinase inhibitor, like the imatinib and the other drugs, they have anti-angiogenic properties. Imids are nothing but the thalidomide, lenalidomide. These are the anti-cancer drugs used in myeloma, which have anti-angiogenic properties. And proteasome inhibitor like bortezomib, which is again used in myeloma, which has again microenvironment or the anti-angiogenic effect. Coming to nearly last part of our talk, it is microorganisms can cause cancers. So can you tell me which organism is this? What do you feel like, what it could be? Anybody wants to say? Which bacteria is this? Huh? Correct. So it's Helicobacter pylori. Can it cause cancer? Which? Huh? Mild lymphoma, no? Gastric mild lymphoma it can cause. There is one more virus called HCV virus, which can cause liver cancer, right? So if you kill these viruses, automatically the cancer can also get cured. So in a gastric mild lymphoma, if it is H. pylori related, you kill the H. pylori, the cancer will be taken care of. You need not treat the cancer or no chemotherapy is required. So this is very important to know. A lot of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma can happen in the body. Gastric mild can happen. There is something called as of the eye. The lacrimal glands cancer is there a lymphoma, which is again because of the bird droppings. Borrelia sitaci is the organism. And that organism, if killed by doxycycline, the cancer is taken care of. So no need to treat the cancer. So this is again one more book you can think of reading about it. It's by the Clifton Leaf. A decade ago, Clifton Leaf, a celebrated journalist and a cancer survivor himself, began to investigate why we made such limited progress in fighting terrifying disease. And this book is again helpful in adding your knowledge about the anti-cancer medications. So this is probably the last slide. personalized cancer therapy. So we are moving towards initially with chemotherapy to kill everything there in the body, then targeted therapy to target the cancer cells and kill them. And now what we have is the personalized medicine. Personalized medicine means you take, suppose you have 2 patients suffering from leukemias. What you will do is you do complete genetic profiling of both the leukemias. We call as molecular profiling by either gene expression profiling, NGS you know, next generation sequencing. So with these techniques, what you can do is you can profile the cancer of the patient, whether it is TP53 mutated, which mutations are there, what kind of profile of the patient. 2 leukemias can be genetically very much different. So one chemotherapy backbone doesn't fit all. So you do this. After doing molecular profiling, what you will know is the prognostic markers. Prognostic means diagnosis is diagnosis, that you know. What is prognosis? Prognosis is you know whether this disease is going to do good or bad in near future. So you can tell the patient in anticipation that your future is good, your future is not good, because you have this markers positive. This is called as prognostication. And then markers predictive of drug sensitivity or resistance. So we have some test where we can do the test in the patient to know whether imatinib is going to work in CML patient or not, or we want to give something else. So resistant pattern also we get to know. And third, markers predictive of adverse event. Suppose if we use this drug in this patient, whether this patient will develop more side effects compared to the other patient. This is individual, right? Suppose in ALL patient, a drug we use is the 6-mercaptopurine. And there is a mutation called as TPMT mutation. And if that mutation is there in the patient, genetically, they cannot metabolize the 6-MP or 6-mercaptopurine in the body, and they will get a lot of side effects. So before starting 6-MP, if you do a TPMT mutation in the patient, and you know that this patient is having a genetic TPMT mutation, you will not use that drug, or you will use that drug in a lesser doses. So this is the personalized medicine. So all things doesn't fit all sizes. So you should be personalized to a particular individual about the drug side effects, about the prognosis, about his molecular profiling. And then once you classify depending upon all this, and then you give different therapies to different individuals suffering from same disease. You understood what is personalized medicine? So divide the patients depending upon the type of disease plus on the molecular profile, and then treat with individualized therapy, not the same therapy to all 2 leukemias. So these are the books you have to read. The most important books, I will recommend you 2. One is The Emperor of All Melodies, if you want to know the history of cancer, how the cancer treatment has evolved. And the second is The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. This is very important because the ethics, medical ethics has developed after this, you know, because these HeLa cells were used without her permission. And now you know that you cannot take a sample, you cannot preserve the sample of the patient without her knowledge or without the consent. So all this has happened after this HeLa thing. Thank you very much for patient hearing. I think I made some sense in your life, and please consider hematology as your career option. I liked hematology in my second year of MD medicine because I got to know about, I did my MBBS from this college. You may not be knowing or you may be knowing, but I am student of sir, madam, all are my teachers. So I did my MBBS from GMC MIRAJ. Then I went to Bombay Nair Hospital for MD medicine. There in second year, our, the honorary consultant used to come in hematology. And looking at him, he practices, I felt hematology is very interesting branch. And then from second year MD medicine, I dedicated myself that I will do hematology, otherwise I will not do anything else. So then this hematology business has came. So you should know, you should keep your mind open from MBBS time that a lot of things are there in science to be done or medicine to be done, which you can definitely do, and you can make difference in the patient's life. If you have any question, you can ask me or just tell me.
Thank you so much, sir, for that enlightening session on next generation hematology. We have had the privilege of diving deep into the topic of cancer and leukemias and the various authors writing about it, as well as the targeted therapies in various hematological disorders. Dr. Sandeep Nemani's insights have shed light on the various T-cell therapies and drugs that are not only revolutionizing hematology, but also bringing new hope to patients facing life-threatening blood disorders. I now request Dr. Kulkarni ma'am and Dr. Anvikar ma'am to say a few words regarding the session.
Many congratulations and many thanks to Dr. Nemani. And it gives me a great pleasure to have some say on his excellent presentation. And one more pleasure is that he is our ex-student. So that gives additional pride to say something about him. We know him as a great orator, but to this level he has simplified this difficult topic is a great job, and it is remarkable and creditable. He has a very busy practice and still he has taken out time to make the things very simple and understandable at the UG level. At the same time, he has added the therapy or recent therapies to our knowledge also, because if you go to read a book, in a single book it is very hard to find all these things together. So many thanks and congratulations, Dr. Nemani.
I now request Dr. Kulkarni ma'am and Dr. Anvikar ma'am to kindly give Dr. Sandeep Nemani a token of our appreciation. I now request Prathamesh Davkar to kindly felicitate Dr. Kulkarni ma'am.
I would request Puran to felicitate Dr. Anvikar ma'am. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Sandeep Nemani sir. Your expertise in stem cell transplantation and your vision for the future of hematology has left us all both informed and inspired. Your dedication to advancing this field is truly admirable, and we are grateful for the time and knowledge you have shared with us today. A heartfelt thank you to all of you attendees for your active engagement and participation. Your enthusiasm makes discussions like this meaningful and impactful. With this, we end the day one of our conference of Mediciencia 2024. We will shortly begin with the next event, which is the final round of our preclinical quiz in PCTO. Thank you.
हेच आहे ना हेच आहे ना तू माग समोर तर समोर समोर त्यांच्याकडे
Check. Hello. Hello.
हॅलो हॅलो थँक्यू भाई नाही एवढं काय होत एकच आहे ना तरी सांगितलं तू उचलायला तुम्हाला हे पार का ते काय रे त्याच्यानेच करेन हाच आहे ना चालेल